Hey, David, we are live. Welcome to Week in Review. God bless everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful week. Good tidings, good things. And we are no longer live on Twitter because you got to pay $8 a month to do that. And I just thought it wasn't worth the money. So just live on YouTube, although the videos eventually get posted to BitChute for backup. So a lot to cover this week, just basically more research and don't have any guests lined up, although I put the link in the chat if anyone shows up. So I'll jump right into a screen share, but you just mentioned. So this week I did Isaac Newton, and I really enjoyed doing that. I feel pretty good about my state of my research, although it's such a huge undertaking because there's really so much, just to put across the philosophical idea to place it in the canon of Western philosophy, and there's just so much research. And let me show this real quick because, I'm selling books. People could visit my do it on eBay. So my dad just gave me another copy of William Durant, The Story of Civilization. And I remember reading through a few of these when I was a kid. My parents had it on the shelf. And I'm probably never going to have the time to read through these. It's like, I think 11 volumes or 13 volumes of Will Durant's The History of Civilization. And my dad has a copy. My dad's dad had a copy. So my father's father had read through this. Elon Musk, in his recent conversation with Lex Friedman, mentioned that he had read this when he was a kid. Many people, in the previous times, history, intelligent, educated, random, middle class people read through Will Durant's Story of Civilization. So I didn't list it yet. I'm going to pop another one up on my eBay. I've already sold 2 of them. My dad's keeping, one for prosperity in his library, and then my dad also just gave me, which I'm probably just going to sell. And this is Adam Smith, the complete collected writings of Adam Smith. And so, see Adam Smith, 7 volumes, complete collected writings. And so let me just put these away real quick. But, just showing that it is daunting the amount of information. It's almost limitless. So I spent 8 hours this week on basically just an overview of Isaac Newton. Hey, Kale, God bless. Always a pleasure. And so I really felt like, I'm learning something. I'm starting to understand these ideas better. And yeah, I mean, there's just not enough time. And saying, okay, like my dad's in his 70s, he still works. So, I mean, thank God David has had the luxury to spend really half of my life in study. And, so my dad getting rid of his Adam Smith collection. And I'm sure my dad read Wealth of Nations, and maybe he even read Wealth of Nations more than once. Maybe he's perused other selections of Adam Smith's writing on and off in, various periods in his life. And I think I read Wealth of Nations when I was in high school, when I first started getting into, politics. But it's like, am I really going to read through the complete writings of Adam Smith? And it's like, I'd like to. I mean, it'd be interesting. I'd probably be a better person if I did. Will Durant's The Story of Civilization. I'd like to read through the whole series of Will Durant's The Story of Civilization. But your time is limited. So I'm continuing with research in various things like, okay, so history is, like, okay, the historical knowledge versus just like ideas and ideas that are related to things that I do practically that might make me a better person, make me a better chess coach, make me better person. If I was a better father, a better husband, a better employee, a better rabbi, any of these things, like knowledge is helpful, but saying, so the more you learn, the more you know how much you don't know. And like the Thomas Jefferson quote when he donated his books, my life is books, but less will suffice, rather than just having books that stroke the ego by being on your bookshelf. So if I had Will Durant on my bookshelf, or the complete collected writings of Adam Smith, if I was in economics or I was a historian major, I would probably keep it. But so, just in mentioning that, feel good about my research, but it's just daunting. And even saying all of these names that I'm going through, yeah, I still haven't came across Passio yet, but I mean, it sounds like he's doing good work, and he's also talking about interesting things. I'm going to talk a little bit about the latest work from Justin Sledge and Esoterica, which is also similar, putting these things together, which is like another name. When I spoke to Ashish Dalala, just like trying to talk to Westerners, and he's like, "Have you heard of this guy? Have you heard of that guy?" And like, no, I haven't heard of this guy. I haven't heard of that guy, and I don't have enough time to look into him. Time is short, and they're always going to be another person you never heard of. Yeah, I heard that story. God forbid. Unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, there's always going to be another person that you haven't heard of. And even in terms of ideas, just looking into important metaphysical concepts, metaphysical schools, and so what I'm going to cover today is still things related to sociology, group identity, psychology, in relation to my conspiracy theory research. There's so many different important theories of sociology that's like, oh man, there's a theory about how this thing works. There's research and studies, and I'm going to read a study today about referring to yourself in the third person. So I'm finishing up hopefully today with my deep dive into conspiracy theories. I'm going to read two more long articles on conspiracy theories, and maybe I'll come back to it. But I don't think there's actually that much information on conspiracy theories. Like we discussed last week, you can't really properly define conspiracy theories, and any definition falls short of what should be in there. If you're just talking like political or group actors versus things like, well, is flat Earth a conspiracy theory? Is the moon landing being faked a conspiracy theory? Is UFOs or alien abductions or those conspiracy theories? If you just have this theory where it's a conspiracy, if you think something is not publicly well known and it should be publicly well known, and then if you could add on to it that there's a conspiracy of why what should be publicly well known is not publicly well known, and even adding on that will limit your factors into it. Um, so, but I found it interesting, a little bit of the scholarship, and we'll continue. But I think it's more important just the general theories of sociology, and so that's what we're going to continue with today. And as I mentioned, I found this article related to religion and conversion about people referring to themselves in the third person is actually related to narrative identity theory of McAdams that I've mentioned so much and spoke with Luke Ford about. But conceptually, people who have gone through life-changing events have a much greater tendency, although it's still a minority, although in some cases it could be as many as half of people in these circumstances refer to themselves into a third person. So, for example, a person who converted to a religion or used to be religious and then became secular um, has a greater tendency to refer themselves in the third person as an indication that I'm no longer the person I used to be, or the person you might think as Duvid. That's not really me. That's who I used to be. And I mentioned in religious circles, like maybe the military also. Well, you could relate it to the hero's journey, but this is actually going to be a psychological, sociological study. it's just saying that it's been studied of people who refer to themselves in the third person. So it could also be like, God forbid, people who used to be fat and then went through a lot of weight loss, that those people also are more likely to refer to themselves in the third person and be like, okay, like the, the Duvid who used to be fat, and but like, like, okay, I went through exercised, I'm no longer fat. So any of these scenarios where a person went through a life-changing, sometimes cancer survivors. So I'm going to read out that whole paper because I think it's interesting. People always ask me about, like, why come you always call yourself in the third person? And it's mentioned in Israel among like grand rabbis and rebbes, there's a tendency that you're not supposed to directly speak to the person. They deserve so much respect that you don't call them like you or their first name. So, you say like the Rebbe, and like, when you're done speaking to the Rebbe, you're not supposed to like turn around and walk away. You're supposed to back up. And there's even halakha like that with like the Sefer Torah synagogue. But it's a sign of respect. Like saying like there's a social distance between you and the Rebbe, where just like, how you doing, or saying like, with the Rebbe, how's the Rebbe doing, and possibly like a self-respect also for someone who's went through self-improvement processes, to say, I don't know who I am, or I'm constantly changing. So the perception of you have who I am, that could just be who I was in the past, or that could just be your interpretation, and it could just be my interpretation. So I found a study on that, so I'm going to go through that today. So let's jump right into screen share. A lot to cover today. In fact, I have research. I have like papers for months now. I've been almost caught up in papers, and now I have a whole bunch of papers. So if people are interested, it'll be this paper. Looking back in time, the self-concept changes affects visual perspective in autobiographical memory, by Libby and Ibach, Cornell University, 2002. That talks about evidence of people going through life-changing events, referring to themselves in the third person. And then I have a bunch more Wikipedia things about sociology, social theory, and I have these 2 long articles on conspiracy theory that hopefully will continue today, and a whole bunch of Wikipedias. And I'll talk about the Samantha Woll trial. So Michael Jackson Bolanos was ruled that he will not be able to be retried. So I'll get to that in a minute. So let me just share a few links. So the chess drum, Jessica Hyatt, congratulations to her. The woman from Brooklyn that we recently brought out to Detroit to do a chess simul, finally became a master. And I guess at this point, she's the second African-American female master in America, this other woman from Brooklyn. So here's some pictures from the Detroit simul. Some of these are people that I've worked with as chess students. There you can see Duvid in the picture here. So Duvid was included in the group photo with Jessica Hyatt at the Detroit Institute of Arts. This was our first all-female chess simul. So many of these are students that I've worked with. And you can also see the flowers that came from Duvid's garden, and the roses I bought. I'm going to go more into conspiracy theory, but just a lot of news talk this week. Like Jewish Democrats heightened worries about anti-Semitism. Why wasn't Josh Shapiro chosen as a Democratic VP candidate? Because of anti-Semitism. They're scared. So saying anti-Semitism, like Claire was on last week, is generally now the main scholars refer to it as a conspiracy theory. But are allegations of anti-Semitism also a conspiracy theory? Like I said, one of the first times when I was a young kid playing Risk with my African-American friend, he was like, "You're conspiring." And he didn't say to me, but like my brother and one of my brother's friends, we were playing Risk, and they teamed up against him to eliminate him. And he said, "You're conspiring against me because I'm black." And whether the reason they decide to team up against him to eliminate him We don't know. I don't know. They didn't discuss it, at least with me. But the possibility that they conspired against him because he was black was his perception. At least that's what he said. Versus saying, "Well, you're conspiring against me because I'm Jewish," which you could also call a conspiracy theory. So a lot of news, a lot of debate about that. We'll talk more about general. Um, Sean Carroll was on Theories of Everything with Kurt Mungle. I watched through that. Pretty interesting. Sean Carroll, kind of like the logical. He kind of disses Roger Penrose in his consciousness, and he looks like he's leaning towards consciousness being a misnomer. He's had some debates on it, but interesting things about the current state of physics and research and academics. I occasionally watch this, but the last, I thought I'd share, Old Money Luxury Channel had a video on American class structure, talking about the middle class, the poor, the upper middle class, the upper class, the rich and the super wealthy, and the various differentials about lifestyle and various things. So I thought that one was a little bit interesting. I haven't seen the guy in my chat for a long time. He used to always be mentioning the Wallenbergs. So they finally did a video on the Wallenbergs, and it would appear that the Wallenbergs today are significantly more wealthy than the Rothschilds. So you can see the video, the secret family that owns Europe, not the Rothschilds, meaning the Wallenbergs. So it was a little interesting video. Okay, so let's talk about the Samantha Woll case. So, what happens? Where do we go from here? What's the next step? So, I hadn't heard of this case, but the judge ruled that they're not allowed to retry Michael Jackson Bolanos. So they tried him for, in Michigan, they don't have first and second degree murder. They have a different, like, felony murder versus another classification of murder, which is similar to first and second degree. So they charged him with first degree murder, second degree murder, home invasion, and lying to the police. And he was found not guilty on the first degree murder, guilty on the lying to the police, and it was a hung jury on the other two. And they gave a little tidbits of interview with the jury foreman, who said it was about half split. I'm waiting to see more about that. But according to a Supreme Court case, Yeager versus the United States from 2009, that's in the process of being appealed, if you can't be retried, if you're found not guilty on one account that includes elements in the other charges, you can't be retried on those. So because he was charged on first and second degree, and the elements of first degree included home invasion with intention to do assault, that he can't be charged on the two accounts that there was a hung jury, because there's elements of that within the one that he was found not guilty on. So according to that, although they said they would like to retry it, and they're hoping that the Supreme Court is going to overturn this. And I guess they gave some quote of evidence that maybe the Supreme Court is trying to work on overturning this. But as of now, Michael Jackson Bolanos is not going to be retried for the murder of Samantha Woll, God forbid. But he was sentenced to 18 months and 215 years for lying to the police. And the judge said it was kind of putative because it's unclear if she meant because, like, maybe he really did kill her and he's getting lucky that he can't be retried, or just that his lying was so egregious, or that he admitted to other crimes like of breaking into cars and stealing and different things that he's not going to be tried for. Therefore, she's giving the harshest penalty on lying to the police. So what happens next? Samantha Woll's family, God forbid, made a statement again that they think that Michael Jackson Blanos is the one who killed her, although I don't think that's the case. And, it's unfortunate that they think that, although, it's understandable. I mean, God forbid with their grief. Um, Jeff Herbsman was actually in court the day for the sentencing to see the retrial. So there's a remote possibility that they could reopen up the case, or they could even um, continue the investigations into Jeff Herbsman, although I think it's unlikely. So I think most likely is this case will just never be solved. And part of the reason why the case will never be solved is because of Jewish law. So Henry Abinson mentions sometimes in his history, there was a period in Europe where they outlawed next day burial, and rabbis had to create like these caskets that had like a bell or some type of system where in case the person was still alive, they would be able to like ring a bell, in order to have next day burial. But I mean, it's a biblical law, next day burial in Jewish law. And although her family's not necessarily Orthodox, they still did next day burial. It's unclear. The defense attorney mentioned that it could have been pressure from the governor or Dana Nessel or someone in order to avoid a full autopsy. She was, God forbid, killed on a Saturday morning. And the full autopsy, had they not done next day burial, would have happened Monday morning. And I guess once they have the body, they cool it, and the degeneration of the body. And then also the Dr. Dragovich, who testified for the defense, said the medical examiner, who wasn't even a doctor, who did the autopsy, didn't follow protocol or procedure, which would have meant taking cell samples. They could have taken stomach samples. And because of that, we don't have an accurate account of the time of death. And because we don't have an accurate account of the time of death, um, there's a lot of uncertainty. And it could be, had there been a proper autopsy done, that they would have been able to narrow down a relative time of death. And so, God forbid, for example, if Michael Jackson Blanos committed the murder, he had to have done it at 4:20. So if um, he did it at, if she was already dead before 4:20, that would mean Michael Jackson Blanos is unquestionably innocent. Um, but there's a certain amount of uncertainty. It's not Michael Jackson Blanos's fault, God forbid, in that manner, that there wasn't a proper autopsy done. And if the autopsy showed that, she was already dead by 2 o'clock, that, that she was out there on the street dead by 2 o'clock, that would, mean that, but because they rushed the autopsy in order to have next day burial in line with Jewish law, we don't know the time of death. And maybe the next day, God forbid, I mean, it was disastrous news when it happened, and the family or making the funeral. I mean, really, they could have made the funeral a week later, but whatever reason they decided to do it according to Orthodox Jewish law. And without some further piece of evidence coming forward, like a murder weapon or the person who did it slipping up, something coming out, that's going to be a huge hole in the case. So, if Jeff, if they brought charges against Jeff and tried him, and his confession was admitted, and maybe there'd be statements that others said he was, kind of like jealous, or odd statements that he made beforehand. Maybe they could question his mother, find out why did he obtain a criminal defense attorney preemptively. Certain type questions. It's unlikely Jeff would be convicted because there's no direct evidence putting him there. I mean, at least Michael Jackson Blanos, you could put him around Samantha's house at 4 a.m, even though she might have been killed earlier. Jeff, you can't place him in the area. All you really have is his confession. And so it'd be very difficult to get a conviction. And, then you say, well, maybe enough doubt that Michael Jackson Blanos is the one who actually did it. So unfortunately, I think it's unlikely we're ever going to know who killed Samantha Woll. Although, for the Jewish community, um, the question is, do we care? And if you're just going to be like, well, it was probably Michael Jackson Blanos and he just got lucky, he got off. Maybe it's partially our fault because, we wanted to do our ritual and have next day burial. And, that's the price of following Jewish law, that Michael Jackson Blanos maybe got away with killing her and goes off. If the Jewish community feels like that, or, they're going to appeal it, they want to retry them, and they're not going to sleep, and they're insistent that they think Michael's the one who did it, versus pressure to reopen up the investigation, pressure to arrest Jeff, pressure for more information about Jeff, maybe pressure for David Wilkinson and information. Was he supposed to be there that night? What was the content of the last text message? Did she leave the door open for him who was supposed to come by that night? Will there be a media interview? Will David Wilkinson grant a media interview and make that information public? If not, will there be exposés? Will there be journalists who try to dig into that and find the truth of it? And will people keep on hounding Jeff as the potential murder suspect, that people think that Jeff is probably the one who killed her, and keep on hounding him in that sense? And like when Richard Seeger was on and mentioned, can the Jewish community rehabilitate? So a Jewish woman doctor in Detroit had written an op-ed in the Detroit Free Press in defense of Jeff and mental illness. Oh, the question is, like, is there such a phenomenon of mental illness? Is there such a phenomenon of mentally ill people falsely confessing to murder? And that may or may not be accurate. I don't know of any, if you could blame that on mentally ill. And so a lot of people are going to assume that Jeff is probably the one who did it. That, God forbid, saying that what mental illness or drug makes a person think that they killed someone when they actually didn't. Hallucination. Tracy looked in to the drug supposedly, and it doesn't have that as any of the side effects. So will the Jewish community attempt to publicly rehabilitate Jeff, publicly making a statement? They don't think it was him. They stand by him. They're completely convinced it wasn't him. And even if the Jewish community tries to publicly rehabilitate Jeff, will that change the larger public perception of many people out there just saying, I think he's the one who did it. He confessed. He looked guilty. He had, like you said, he had the motive and the means. He doesn't have an alibi. He sounded guilty on the stand. God forbid. Or that it could be some other explanation that hasn't been looked into. And that's what I said, would David Wilkinson bringing forward some information help to give the possibility of more information? So unfortunately, like I said, I don't think the murder is ever going to be solved. There will always be suspicion around Jeff. There might be suspicion around Michael, although I think generally the public is more suspicious of Jeff than Michael. There's some people that think Michael was guilty, but I think generally, from what I've seen in the trial, of the public, of people who followed the trial, they're more suspicious of Jeff than they are of Michael. But it doesn't mean that there's enough evidence to even bring a case against Jeff. But it'd be an interesting question to say, is he still a suspect? Is the case still open? So we'll have to wait to see on that. Okay, so another few interesting videos. I saw Esoterica did their part 2 on the Demiurge, and it really wasn't that interesting. Part 1 was more interesting. So, but I mean, the historical conception about how the Demiurge within Gnosticism came to be seen as the evil creator god. So I actually saw Adam Green was on Arvel, and they were also talking about this, like the, kind of the absurdity of the Christian Gnostic claim that God created, used this like evil satanic force to create the material realm, or even just this kind of Christian anti-Semitism. It's somewhat ludicrous, but it's a little bit interesting history. And then also in terms of Philo and the non-pejorative concept of the Demiurge, because the Gnostics took the Demiurge to be negative, and but Philo and some of the Jews or Kabbalists did not look at the Demiurge as a negative force. So those interpretations are interesting. Um, Useful Charts did a chart on Western esotericism. I noticed he didn't include Gurdjieff. So, Ace Worley, God bless. Good to see you. So, he didn't include Gurdjieff, but he kind of, piling in, and it's kind of just a precursory view of Freemasonry, and he just focuses on a handful. Although, if Mr. Boston pops in, he does talk about Rosicrucians and various things, paganism, neo-paganism. Although this one's pretty weak, but I saw Justin Sledge gave an interview on Bolkestein House Foundation, and that might be the group that is rehabilitating Aleister Crowley's original house. And it's kind of a history of Western esotericism. So he makes it interesting, and an interesting point related to my series on metaphysics and semiotics and metaphysics, related to esotericism and the historical debate between realism and nominalism. Uh, Nominalism in terms of semiotics, referring to words just being symbolic representation, and there not being a connection between the name that we call an idea by and the actual idea, as opposed to realism, there being a intrinsic connection between the name and the idea. And then within Kabbalah, that would be most strong because that would be the Hebrew language or the power of prayer, the permutation of God's name. And so like a realist way is that language can be magical, and the Hebrew language, the secret of the Hebrew language or the divine name intentions are magical. And I think he did his thesis research on John Dee, and John Dee creating like a new language of symbology that possibly like trying to apply the scientific method, like David Hume, um, to spiritual concepts, an empirical method towards religiosity. Although, as I mentioned, Newton kind of leads to the downfall of Western esotericism, because basically none of it's empirical. And so the nominalism versus realist debate, realism is still popular in terms of math and science. So historically, realism, nominalism was related to semiotics, science, like a form of Platonism. But modern day, like I'm going to do more in my metaphysics series about Neoplatonism. But outside of esotericism, Neoplatonism largely survives in mathematics and logic, and saying that the only that mathematics are not a social construct, that they're independently true of the human mind, and they're real. The logic in mathematics and scientific theories, which um, so once you have the rise of Newton, the solidification of the empirical method, even though Newton, like, on my series, like, Bacon and Newton are alchemists, and they're trying to imply the empirical method towards alchemy, and maybe even the biblicists and previous superstition. Eventually, the empirical method and British empiricism gets rid of all these superstitious ideas and saying they're just not empirical. There's no and there's no way to test them, or if they are testable, the tests have conclusively shown them not to be scientific ideas. So they're just magic. And so this week I did over 8 hours of Isaac Newton. We talked about Isaac Newton's philosophy, different conception of space, time, and motion, absolute space versus relative space. And we did a full overview of Newton's Principia, mathematical principles of natural philosophy, and Hume's Newtonianism for the creation of British empiricism, which was most fully developed through David Hume's interpretation of Newton and implied to say the science of man, not just the mathematics and science, but applying the Newtonian empirical method to the science of man, which David Hume says is more important. And next episode on metaphysics will probably be the week after this Tuesday's Tisha B'Av, and I'm not going to finish, but next week we'll look at the French Descartes, Mersenne, Gassendi, Bayle, and Antoine Arnauld. And there's more in that time. Blaise Pascal was also in that circle, but we'll look at Descartes and his contemporaries and the form of really continental idealism largely starts with Leibniz. We've talked about Leibniz before. We'll talk more about him in the future. But German continental idealism becomes popular with Leibniz. But the Platonic concept, where Leibniz disagreeing with Newton about empiricism and most notably the law of gravity, even this concept of absolute empty space, we're just saying that metaphysically there's paradoxical problems with empty space, gravity having action at a distance, and therefore, as some of the ancient Greeks and Descartes and Leibniz and many of the idealists rejected the concept of empty space. And what does it mean if you don't have empty space? And so Newton, in advanced on Descartes, like I said, like Galileo, you start having the concept of universal scientific laws, where Galileo starts working with acceleration, and Descartes tries to make universal laws of motion under inertia or impulse. I think impulse, Descartes tries to universalize impulse in the laws of motion. It doesn't work out. There's also like the vortex theory, claiming that it's impossible to have empty space. So, yeah, elemental, God bless. So according to Descartes and Leibniz and some of the Greeks, where empty space was a logical contradiction, it was impossible, as where Newton hypothesizes that we just have absolute empty space where you could have movement, time, and motion, and also objective mind independent space and motion and time. So why did the continental German French idealists reject that? And so we'll look over the next few months. In my series, I will cover the French. I'll look at Descartes and his followers. Then maybe I'll go back. We'll look at Galileo and Kepler and some of the more precursor thinkers to the scientific revolution. And then I want to do a deep dive into Descartes and his thoughts, and then Leibniz and his thought. And then from there, I'll probably move on to Kant and his thought. And then after I get through Kant and his thought, maybe I'll go back to the Neo-Kantians, and the Vienna Circle. Because a lot to cover, a lot of ideas, like I mentioned at the beginning. Um, but I'm feeling good about the research, putting things together conceptually. Now I'm starting to understand. Also, this week we'll look at the precursors to the Paris Royal Society of Science, which start from the Marin Messen's scientific circle, which Descartes and Pascal were part of. We'll look at Pierre Boyle, one of the first authors of an encyclopedia. I was mentioning Will Durant's in The Story of Civilization, but that's already significantly later. And I'm going to start moving into this week. I'm going to finish up on conspiracy theory, but probably the next month or two, I will continue on sociology and group identity. And after I finish conspiracy theories, I'm going to look at the sociology of religion, and then eventually I'm going to pivot back to the science of expertise. I'm going to look back at gifted education. The school year is going to be started back up. The chess club, things are going good with that. But throughout the rest of August, maybe even into September, I'm going to be dealing with sociology. I also have the stuff on Dewey and the consciousness, monism, all these topics I'm going to pivot back around to, although I feel most important to finish up my work is these basic concepts of sociology. I've talked a lot about psychology. I'm going to talk about some of the ideas in psychology that relate to sociology, but I think the most element I'm missing, and very few people really know much about sociology. So there's all types of theories. So you look at like consciousness, the individual mind. How do you have group action? What's the nature of group action? And I've been talking about this for a while, but there's still quite a bit of theories. So after I finish up with conspiracy theories, God willing, today, I'm going to pivot back. I'm going to continue in sociology, talking about important sociological concepts. I'm going to read a bunch of papers on religion, and we're also going to look at cognitive dissonance, but we'll look at cognitive dissonance as it relates to group identity. So cognitive dissonance is another important topic that we'll continue with, especially in relationship to concepts of consciousness, but we'll pivot back to cognitive dissonance in relationship to group identity. So let's do a quick look at what's happening in Israel, God forbid. So I saw Sula Adair Weinraub was on Kim Iverson. And I guess Kim Iverson said she watched his show. I guess she follows the topic and she likes the conversation. So Adair Weinraub from Sula, who Duvid's appeared multiple times, and we spoke about counter-Semitism. He spoke with Adam Green and counter-Semites. So he was a guest on Kim Iverson. So people could check that out. And, kind of like a dissident voice opposing what's happening in Israel. So thought that was interesting. History Legends today did a video about what might happen in an all-out battle between Hezbollah and Israel, and the military capabilities of Hezbollah, their rockets, and see this escalation. So anyone's been following, you had those periods of mass assassinations from Israel. I mean, God forbid, the continued genocide and bombardment of Gaza, just going on nonstop. God forbid, as I said, Netanyahu spoke to the Congress. Netanyahu basically has a free reign to do whatever he wants, probably up into the election. If there's some minor pushback from the Kamala Harris campaign, she's more pivoting towards Israel having the right to defend itself and try to destroy Hamas. So she's made like minor overtures towards like not doing it the right way. You have to be sympathetic to Palestinian suffering, but relatively she's made many more statements in defense of Israel, the weapon shipments. So God forbid, Um, we'll see if there's an escalation. So, like Israel now, it's been over a week where any day Iran could attack, and I think flights are canceled out of Israel. There's a lot of fear in Israel. Any day Iran could attack. Some people say it could be 3 or 4 days of straight bombardment. What might they target? Look at here. If it's combined between Hezbollah and um, the Houthis and Iraqi militias or more, what might that look like? Um, God forbid. So, scary situation in Israel. No one really knows what's going on. Um, it could be like Iran's just going to sit it out, not do anything. Iran said that they're hoping there's going to be a ceasefire deal, although I think it's unlikely. I think, and also the question is say, like, no one really knows what's happening in Gaza. There's no media. There's conflicting reports. There's conflicting reports out of Israel. So, people in Israel saying, like, oh, any day now they're going to destroy Hamas. Versus some people in Israel saying actually Hamas is regrouped. They're never going to destroy Hamas. There was some rocket fired, and so they keep on moving people around. They keep, continual tragedies. 100 people dying every day. Who knows the death numbers? God forbid, but there's appears to be no end in sight. It said Netanyahu appears to have a green light to continue what they're doing in Gaza, at least for the next 3 months. God forbid. The question, if Iran steps in and sends a barrage of missiles at Israel, last time they said be 10 times bigger than before. Um, who knows where that could lead? But as of now, we don't know. So America's continued their shipment of bombs to Israel. God forbid. So the New York Times, the toll of 10 months of Israeli destruction. So let me just think. I think it starts. So you see October, and these are all bombs. So almost everything has been Israel bombing um, Lebanon. So you can see, like in the red, there's been quite a few Hezbollah attacks inside of Israel, but like relatively, for like every rocket that Hezbollah has fired inside of Israel, Israel's fired like 10 into um, Lebanon. And we'll see later, it's, Lebanon, the border town has basically been completely destroyed. These 2,000-pound bombs, complete bombardment, destruction, God forbid. So let's look briefly at this article. The toll of 10 months of simmering conflict in the Israel-Lebanon border. Even before a deadly rocket strike and a round of assassinations renewed fears of a wider war across the Mideast, the steady simmering conflict between Israel and Hezbollah militants in Lebanon proved devastating. For almost a year, both sides have been carefully calibrating their tit-for-tat attacks to avoid a larger conflict, but the near-daily exchanges of fire have added up. Satellite imagery makes clear just how profound the toll has been on both sides of the border. This is what one Lebanese town, Eit el-Shab, looked like before and after it came under attack. Israel forces and Hezbollah militants, who are backed by Iran, have been fighting off and on for years, but the conflict intensified last October after another Iranian ally, Hamas, led an attack on Israel from the Gaza Strip, setting off the war there. In the cross-border fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, the most widespread structural destruction has been in Lebanon, where thousands of buildings have been damaged or destroyed. The thousands of Israeli attacks since October have far outnumbered Hezbollah attacks into Israel, according to the data collected by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, a nonprofit that studies world conflicts. About a quarter of the structures are damaged in some villages, according to an analyst of the satellite data by Core Share of the CUNY Graduate Center. Israel airstrikes and shelling in Lebanon have killed nearly 500 people, at least 100 of them civilians, according to the UN and Lebanon's health ministry. So just put the link in the chat. Hezbollah has launched 7,500 rockets, missiles, and drones since the start of the war in Gaza, according to the Israeli Prime Minister's office, killing 43 people in Israel, more than half of them civilians, and setting swaths of farmland ablaze. Northern Israel has seen more than 700 wildfires, according to the Prime Minister's office, which Israel has blamed on the Hezbollah's barrages. The satellite imagery shows what happened to the largest areas of dry brush surrounding the Makila kibbutz after it was ignited. It is not only Israel that is burning. The fighting has caused significant fires on both sides of the border, and many fear that it may cause long-lasting damage to the land that plays an important role in food production. Many villages near the border on both sides are ghost towns. Roughly 60,000 people in northern Israel and 100,000 in southern Lebanon have been displaced by the fighting along the border since in October, with no clear timeline for returning home. Now there's fear that like the wildfires, the conflict itself may spread. In the last 3 weeks, attacks have escalated, threatened a larger regional war. In July, a rocket from Lebanon allegedly killed 12 civilians in a town of the Israel-controlled Golan Heights. It was the deadliest attack on Israel-controlled territory since October 7th attack led by Hamas. Israel responded with a strike in Beirut's southern suburbs, killing a Hezbollah leader along with 5 civilians, according to Lebanese authorities. A senior Hamas figure was assassinated hours later in the capital of Iran. Both Hezbollah and Iran vowed vengeance. Lebanon's border towns with Israel, made up of mainly Shiite Muslims, are a bastion of support for Hezbollah, but there are also Christians and Sunni Muslim enclaves. Some of these border towns have borne much of the destruction in the current attacks were the scene of heavy ground fighting in 2006 when Israel and Lebanon fought the last war. Now, with hostilities heating up, some Israelis want their country to mount a full-scale invasion again. Others fear that an all-out response from Hezbollah could be devastating. The militant's arsenal of sophisticated precision-guided missiles is considered capable of striking cities across Israel, along with the critical infrastructure like power plants and ports. Israel military commanders have their own concerns. They are still prosecuting one major war against Hamas in Gaza and do not relish the prospect of a second. And with munition stockpiles dwindling, it is unclear how intense a battle the military could wage in Lebanon. So, God forbid, the situation. So, God forbid, after almost a year, 10 months, be approaching a year now. Oswald's. I was actually thinking of reading through an overview of Spengler's Decline and Fall of the West, related to conspiracy theories, and talk a little bit about history and sociology, but not sure I'm going to do that. I probably won't get to that today. So, yeah, after 10 months of war in Israel, it looks like there's about to be escalation. The war is about to expand. There's no end in sight at all in Gaza, although you keep on hearing like maybe there's going to be a ceasefire any day, a hostage deal. It seems extremely unlikely. Israel keeps on moving people around, keeps on killing people, wants to destroy every last person of Hamas, even though it appears that Hamas is regrouping and even growing. And the looming war with Iran could send a bombardment any day. Israel maintaining doing airstrikes in God forbid, all over. So if you're seeing the video, the flowers, Duvid making my flower garlands, very popular. You come to Detroit, you ever meet up, Duvid, make some flower garlands. Thanks to the Hare Krishna friends, love doing that. Okay, so let's look at one article left in the New Yorker, and then we'll get to the research. And I'm going to first start with that article about research about people referring to themselves in the third person. Okay, the radicalization of Israelis military, how the response to alleged abuse of Palestinian detainees reveals a wider ideological war within the IDF. In July, Israel detained 10 soldiers who were suspected of raping a Palestinian man at a detention center in southern Israel. This followed reports in the international press, including from the New York Times and CNN, of widespread physical abuse at the same detention center in Sdei Taman. The soldiers detained at Taman were brought for interrogation at another military base. Israeli protesters stormed both that base and Sdei Taman to demand that the soldiers be released. The Israeli Defense Forces had denied the claim of widespread abuse, and the soldiers have denied the rape allegation. The protesters have been supported by right-wing cabinet ministers such as Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, who referred to the accused soldiers as our best heroes. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister had called for an investigation into whether Ben-Gvir, who is the national security minister, purposely delayed the police from responding to the riots. Eventually, military battalions were mobilized to help protect the base where the soldiers were being interrogated. To talk about what occurred and what it means for Israel's future, I recently spoke by phone with Yehuda Scholl, the co-founder of OFEC, the Israeli Center for Public Affairs, an independent think tank based in Jerusalem. He is also one of the co-founders of Breaking the Silence, an organization made up of former Israeli soldiers dedicated to exposing what they see as the realities of Israeli treatments of Palestinians and the occupied territories. During a conversation which has been edited for length and clarity, we discussed how the Israeli military has changed over time, whether Israeli proper is at risk of becoming more like the West Bank, and what Benjamin Netanyahu really thinks of the challenges to the state's authority. How does the storming these bases fit into the history of right-wing attempts to undermine the rule of law in Israel? First and foremost, we need to keep in mind that we have had settler violence in the West Bank for many years and has been rising for years without enforcement or close to no enforcement. So the settler community has been living for decades in a reality where they can break the laws. I'll even take one step back and say the entire settlement project is a project that is drowning in criminality. This could mean building settlements against the rules, the construction of housing on private land. It can also mean settlers beating up farmers or shepherds, going into communities and attacking them, either to displace Palestinians or to create such a headache for the state that the message is it is not worth it for you to actually enforce the law. We have had decades of this kind of behavior in the West Bank and unchecked violence where soldiers were given orders to stand idly by. When I was a soldier in the West Bank during the Second Intifada, our orders were not to enforce law on the settlers. Our job was not to protect the Palestinians. Our job was to protect the settlers. Over the years, every once in a while, you would see a video of settlers attacking Palestinians with soldiers not intervening. In the past 4 or 5 years, there was a transition. We moved from soldiers standing idly by while Palestinians were being attacked to soldiers sometimes even joining the attacks. Sometimes it was soldiers who were the settlers who were back at home in the settlement or the outpost where they live or where their friends live, and the guys are organizing to go down and attack Palestinians. So they take their guns or come half in uniform and join the attack. Sometimes it's because specific military units were made up largely of extremists, nationalists, religious guys that the U.S. was even contemplating restricting military assistance to. But after October 7th, things got even worse. Now the settlers are the soldiers and the soldiers are the settlers. Spokesman for the IDF told the New Yorker that soldiers who encounter violent crimes committed by Israeli civilians against Palestinians are required to stop the incident when necessarily stall or detain the suspects until the police arrive at the scene. In cases where soldiers do not obey the instructions, the spokesman added, the incidents are thoroughly examined and actions are taken accordingly. So you're saying that the biggest change is the makeup of who the soldiers are. It's structural to the way the IDF is designed. In a full-scale war, the better equipped, better trained units go to the front line. In our case now, that's Lebanon and Gaza. So who stays in the West Bank? Reservists. But it's not only normal reserve units, it's also what are called regional defense units. The West Bank is divided into several regional brigades. Each of them has a regional defense battalion, which are reservist units made of local settlers. So settlers who live in the area of Hebron, for example, many of them are mobilized in the area of Hebron. And remember, as a soldier, the settlers are on our side and Palestinians are the enemy. So we're not going to protect the enemy because the settlers host us for Friday night schnitzel, because they speak our language, because they have political power. But it's also because they're completely integrated into the system. On Friday night, they host us for schnitzel. On Sunday morning or on Monday morning, their security officers sit in the briefings at the headquarters and get updates on what's happening. On Tuesday, they go out and use our shooting range and stay in good shape, whatever. And on Thursday, we're going to arrest them. Lawlessness and violence was allowed because the relationship between the military and the settlers on the ground became so symbiotic. And now it's so symbiotic that it's not clear anymore where the military starts and ends and where the civilians start and end. Can I stop you for a second? Well, 2 more things are happening. One is the sociological change in the army. What we see is a significant shift within the army, a change from the old school secular labor party oriented people to nationalist religious people, and especially the ultra-Orthodox nationalist people like Smotrich. In 1990, only 2.5% of the graduate officer cadets in the infantry were nationalist religious. In 2015, it was nearly 40%. That's about 3 times their size in society. So you have this change, the sociological change of middle, high-class, secular, better educated military people going into cybersecurity and signal intelligence, more into positions that can advance their status in the economy post-military service, while the combat rank and file is being fulfilled more with the ideologues, the nationalist religious guys, as well as blue-collar people. In the past decade, there's been a big fight in the IDF about who is the real authority. Is it the rabbi or the commander? In 2016, two Palestinian attackers stabbed a soldier, wounding him. The Palestinians were shot. One of them was killed. The other one was neutralized, laying on the ground. Minutes later, a military medic called Elor Azari arrived, and he shot one bullet into the head of the Palestinian, basically executed him. And it was filmed by a Palestinian activist who was living nearby. Once this came out, there was outrage. Ultimately, Azari was indicted, but there was outrage about the fact that he was indicted. And it got to a place where even Netanyahu, who was the prime minister, called the shooter's parents to show support. Ultimately, Moshe Yaalon, who was the minister of defense at the time, a right-winger and a former chief of staff of the IDF, had to resign, among other reasons, because he supported the indictment. Azari was sentenced to 18 months for basic execution. That was filmed. That was the moment where the rank and file within the army, plus the political base of the Likud and the Israeli right, essentially rebelled against the old guard, who want to say that the IDF is a professional army with discipline, who want to tell a story to the world of adherence to international law, checking ourselves, investigation, accountability. Now it became in our army, we have different ethics than you, and we have a different idea of the rule of law than you have. And it is unacceptable that a soldier will be indicted for this. For me, that's the threshold where you understand that at least the level of the rank and file, the ideas have changed. Let's bring the story up to today. How would you describe the current situation in the military, and then what happened this past week? We have this clash between the old guard and the institutionalist on the other hand, and the rank and file and the nationalist religious people on the other. The latter want to change the nature and the spirit of the soul of the army, but I wouldn't underestimate the importance of the International Criminal Court and the international accountability mechanisms here, because the ICC is looming over us. You can hear this in the political debate in Israel. Many who are trying to defend the military advocate general, which oversees the investigation of soldiers, frame it as important because that's how we are protecting our soldiers and commanders from the ICC. We have to show the world that we have the rule of law and we investigate alleged crimes. And all these testimonies are coming out about the abuse of detainees. This gets out in CNN and the New York Times and all over the world, and there's pressure to actually investigate and look into this. So the military advocate general sent the military police to go and detain a few soldiers for questioning, and right away the call on the network of the Israeli right is they're coming after our soldiers. Everybody comes out. It's the rank and file. It's the base of the Likud and the national religious ideologues. They want to change what's acceptable in the IDF. And you can see from October onwards that the amount of videos of soldiers talking about rebuilding settlements, all this kind of stuff, right? The erosion of discipline within the IDF is very strong. And suddenly there is this real clash between rule of law or the story the institution wants to tell the world versus where the rank and file is. And you get what you saw, which is hundreds of people breaking into military bases in Israel, led by politicians, ministers supporting them. You could barely find ministers here who are actually criticizing it. Netanyahu seems like an interesting case here. At one level, it's very clear what he's doing in Gaza, and he has a long history of bigoted remarks and trying to make undemocratic changes to the judicial system. But he also has some interest in being a leader on the world stage who has at least a certain level of respect. When you hear him speak to Congress or whatever else, he doesn't sound like Smotrich or Ben-Gvir, whatever his actual views are. So I'm curious what his role is, because it seems like the tensions you were describing in Israel society is in some ways manifested within him. I think that's a great question. Look, I fully agree with you. I don't think his politics are the politics of Smotrich or Ben-Gvir. I think that in a way Smotrich represents the more ideological national religious shift in terms of demands of where the army should be and what its value should be. And Ben-Gvir really represents more the working class rank and file. And I think that Netanyahu is where he is not only because Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are holding his leash, but because there's massive frustration from the lack of achievements in the war. Months ago, after the horrendous massacre on October 7th, we were promised that we were going to wipe out Hamas. We were going to bring all the hostages home. We're months into the war and we haven't wiped out Hamas. So now what do? If you're a center-left person in Israel, you blame Netanyahu and his government because they're not willing to talk about the day after, because these goals are unachievable by force alone, which, by the way, I fully subscribe to. That's part of why we see a growth in the protest movement against him. But if you're a right-winger, you basically start to blame the lefty, weak generals who are not willing to do what it takes. You say people in the military are playing a game with the Europeans, with the Americans, with the international community to protect people from the ICC. The far right says you're tying our hands. That's why we're not winning. You saw what happened in Rafah for weeks. They were holding us back. They don't allow us to go in. Before October 7th, the big demon was the courts. Now the far right is channeling a lot of its frustration towards the old guard in the army. And that, I think, is where Netanyahu comes in. If you follow the Israeli media, there's so many times where you have these leaks from cabinet discussions, ministers attacking the chief of staff, ministers attacking generals. All the attacks are part of where you channel the frustration on the Israeli right. But actually, the fact is that the program doesn't work, meaning we've almost wiped the Gaza Strip off the face of the earth and Hamas did not disappear, so you need to blame someone for the failure. Is there a point to which you think these forces could challenge the state and Netanyahu would fundamentally side with them? I'm talking about challenge to the state within Israel proper. Yes, in the West Bank, it's already happening. Right, do you see the double standard spreading, or are you afraid at some point there will be a breaking point? So look, we've seen it with the police. The Israeli police are almost completely captured right now. It is almost fully captured and fully political. It's not yet happened with the army, but you see it with the police in the West Bank. You see it with the police versus the protest, and you saw it when the police refused to show up to defend the military bases. To be honest, right after October 7th, we had many cases where Israeli peace activists were threatened. Extremist WhatsApp groups circulated the names and addresses of friends of mine to come and attack them. We reached a point where we wouldn't even contact the police because we didn't trust the police. And that was a microcosm of the bigger issue we saw this past week. The police in the West Bank were almost completely settlers and militia. This is where we are. We are now at the crossroads. This is the fight that is happening now in Israel, whether the institution will prevail or not. And if I zoom out and connect the West Bank to Israel, I would say that we are in a place where Israel will have to decide whether we are in a country that has a settlement project, a colonial project in the West Bank, or we are a colonial project that has a country. Even if our institutions will not be defeated under the government, I think the changes within the army and those sociological developments are a threat down the road. Today, the national religious ideologues are basically a dominant force up to about brigade commander level. Above it, it's still the old elite, but every 5 to 10 years, they climb up one stage. Currently, the institutional change changes them more than they change the institution, but once it continues enough, you can reach a mass where they begin changing the institution more than the institution changes them. You mentioned that there's been more pressure on the army to look into allegations of abuse and misconduct after reports started appearing internationally in the New York Times and CNN. Were those reports surprising to you or surprising to the people who study this stuff in Israel? For me, the idea that bad things are happening in Gaza, that bad things will happen in detention centers, is not surprising, but how bad they are, to be honest, is surprising. I fear that we're just scratching the surface here. And I fear that the fact that the media is largely not yet in Gaza, I fear that we're going to discover that we've reached serious new lows in our behavior in terms of rules of engagement that were extremely permissive in the amount of collateral damage allowed, and in terms of treatments of detainees. For all these things, I fear that we still don't have the full story, but I don't think there is an outrage. I still think that there's a big chunk of Israeli society that for them, the kind of assault that is alleged against detainees actually sounds reasonable. So it sounds reasonable to keep in to people in the Knesset today. As for ministers in the government, you saw thousands of Israelis standing and defending these soldiers, and even what is alleged that they've done. That's how we've reached. That's how low we've reached. An entire section of Israeli society and the political class and government have actually stood up to defend those actions. Okay, God forbid. So that concludes. Gandalf, you're back in Chicago. Link is in the chat if you want to talk real quick, Gandalf. You're welcome to join. I have a lot of research, a lot of reading to do, but I've covered the news section of my show. So you're welcome to hop on now if you want, Gandalf. The link is pinned. I'll put it in one more time. Otherwise, I have a lot of research. I was actually first going to read a semi-long paper, probably take me 30 minutes, on the use of referring to yourself in the third person. So after I finish up on conspiracy theory, I'm going to stick with sociology, and I'm going to move into the sociology of religion. And related to the sociology of religion, I had found research that showed that people who are converts are more likely to refer to themselves in the third person, and it connected to general research that people who've been through life-altering changes, such as losing a lot of weight, cancer survivor, major life events, have a tendency to refer to themselves in the third person. And Duvid, uh, infamous for referring to myself in the third person, um, thought that was pretty interesting. And these are from the next batch of articles that I'll probably start next week, related to sociology, group identity, and religion. So unless Gandalf is taking the link and popped in the chat right away, I'm going to start reading. Otherwise, this will probably take me about 30 minutes to read through. Then I have some shorter Wikipedia. Then I have 2 long articles to close the chapter on conspiracy theories, and some more basic research into sociology. So okay, Gandalf, you're eating. You're welcome to join in about 30 minutes. So you can enjoy this article. It's pretty interesting. And you can see the benefits of referring to yourself in the third person. You're a Richard Nixon fan. And maybe we could set up a stream with Church of Entropy to talk about your trip in Israel also. Looking back in time, self-concept change affects visual perspective and autobiographical memory, by Lisa Libby and Richard Eibach from Cornell University, 2002. People who change often report their old selves seem like different people. Correlation, study 1 and 2, and experimental studies 2 and 3. Studies showed that participants tended to use third person observer perspective when visualizing memories of actions that conflicted with their current self concept. A similar pattern emerged when participants imagined performing actions that varied in self concept compatibility. Study 4, the author concludes with an online judgment of an action self concept compatibility affect the perspective used for image construction. Study 5 shows applied implications. Use the third person perspective when recalling past episodes of overindulgent eating was related to optimism about behaving differently in the upcoming Thanksgiving dinner. The authors can discuss the effect of the self-concept compatibility on cognitive and emotional reactions to the past actions, and consider the role of causal attribution in defining the self across time. And I had to use Sci-Hub for this, but people want the link. I'm completely different. I've been through a metamorphosis. I feel as if I woke up in the morning to find myself completely different. I'm not just the same person I was 3 months ago. I look back and I cannot believe that I was her. Changes in gender role expectations brought on by the feminist movement opened up a new possible identities for people in the 1970s, and spurred many personal transformation. The quote above is one woman's account of the effect that this transformation had on her perspective of her past self. The past self seems like a different person. That's not me. Reaction in response to a discrepant past self occurs as a result of personal transformations in a wide variety of domains. The rhetoric of rebirth and religious conversion suggests such a disconnect between past and present selves, and the practice of adopting a new name on induction into a religion symbolizes the new religious identity. Cancer patients' life narratives reveal the same theme. Many cancer patients refer to a dichotomy between the old self before cancer and the current self after diagnosis. When talking about the time before diagnosis, they often make comments such as, "I was really a different kind of person." Part of recovering from an addiction involves adopting a new non-addict identity. As a result of participation in a 12-step program, for example, recovered addicts attest that we became different people and we were reborn. Such identity transformations seem to affect the way recovered addicts regard their past behavior. Bioecological 1986 reported that a common observation made by many recovered addicts was that they felt funny talking about their addiction because it is no longer was them. These examples imply that the experience of thinking about a past self is influenced by the degree of consistency between that past self's action and the present self concept. It is possible to relive a past experience in memory, focusing on re-experiencing a past reaction to the environment. However, when people recall behaviors that are discrepant from their current self, their talk about the past self suggests that instead of reliving a past reaction to the environment, they are focusing on the past self as an object distinct from the present self. The idea that people can consider the self as either an agent or an object is not new. William James differentiated between two facets of the self, the I, or the self as knower, and the me, the self as known. Cooley, Mead, and Bem have also proposed theories involving the notion that people can consider themselves from the outside perspective of others. This interest in different standpoints of the self has continued into present theorizing about the self and consciousness. Regarding memory in particular, research shows that these different perspectives on the self have literal manifestations in the visual imagery that accompanies autobiographical memory. Nigro and Neisner, 1983, found that people who adopt two different visual perspectives when remembering event field memories, first-person memories, are visualized as if one is looking through one's own eyes. Observer memory, third-person memories, are visualized as one is looking at oneself through the eyes of a bystander. We hypothesize then, like their verbal comments, people's memory images of discrepant past images would focus on their past self. Specifically, people should be more likely to use the third-person memory perspective when recalling actions that are incongruent with their current selves than when recalling actions that are congruent with their current selves. We propose that the critical element in producing disidentification with the past self and visual focus of the past self in particular is the online perception of inconsistency that accompanies the recall of the discrepant past behavior. Our prediction and reasoning are consistent not only with anecdotal observations, but also with previous research and theory. As we discuss, in light of the relationship among the personal past, present, and future, understanding the determinants of people's experience of the past could provide insight into the entire range of the temporally extended self. Self schemas and disidentification with a past self. It may be argued that when people claim that the past self seems like a different person, they are merely using self-presentation linguistic devices. However, we think that the examples we have cited may indeed point to a true phenomenology of disidentification with a discrepant past self. In particular, we propose that this not me feeling stems from a mismatch between one's present standard and one's remembered behavior. This mismatch inevitably follows from a defining feature of personal transformation, the adoption of new schemas with which one views the world. Tolstoy describes this aspect of personal change in his book My Religion, which chronicles his religious transformation and details the mindset with which he subsequently came to view the world. For 35 years of my life, I was a man who believed in nothing. 5 years ago, faith came to me, and my whole life underwent a sudden transformation. What had once appeared to me right now became wrong, and the wrong of the past I beheld as right. My life and my desires were completely changed. Good and evil interchanged meanings. We propose that the mismatch between present schemas and past behavior that produces the feeling that the past self was a different person. One reason for this feeling of disidentification stems from the way a change in schema can influence a person's present reaction to remembered events. Interpreting a past situation with new schemas could cause one to react to the past situation differently in the present that one recalls having reacted in the past. William James argued that being able to re-experience a past reaction is a key element of memories that are considered part of the personal past. To make this point, he gave the example of the dimly recollected experiences which lack this revealing of past emotion. We hardly know whether to appropriate these memories or to disown them as fancies or things heard or read about and not lived through. Their animal heat has evaporated. The feelings that accompanied them are so lacking in the recall or so different from those that we now enjoy that no judgment of identity can be decisively cast. James' reasoning is consistent with more recent work investigating the link between internal experience and identity. Susan Anderson and Lee Ross, 1984, found that people believe in internal aspects. Thought and feelings are better indicators of what someone is really like than their actions. If one's current emotional and motivational response to a past situation do not map onto one's past emotional reaction and behavior, one may feel as if one has lost touch with the past self. and thus sense that a change has occurred. As James proposed, if a man wakes up someday fine and he only recalls the facts of his biography in a cold and abstract way as things he is sure once happened, or if his bodily and spiritual habits all change during the night, each organ giving a different tone, and the act of thought becoming aware of itself in a different way, he feels and says that he is a changed person. The examples we cited earlier are consistent with James' idea when talking about their pre-changed lives. Changed people appear not to focus on their past environments or on reliving their past experience. Changed people seem to focus on their discrepant past selves instead. Self-focused thoughts and memory perspective. Self-focused thoughts are associated with reports of taking the third-person perspective in memory. In the original study, Nigro and Neisner, 1983, specified different types of events for participants to recall. The events that had a strong situational inducements to self-awareness, like giving a public talk, were most likely to be recalled from the third-person perspective. In a later study, Rosette, 1986, allowed participants to choose the events for which they reported memory perspective. She also asked participants why they had recalled the particular events that they did, compared to the reasons for recalling first-person memories. Reasons for recalling third-person memories more often focused on the past self's actions and included more self than other references. Conversely, first-person memories more likely than were third-person memories to have been recalled because of the significance of some other object or person. I remember my first grade teacher. She was really friendly and nice. I remember her being really pretty too. Reasons for recalling first-person memories also included more other references than self-references. Finally, viewpoints in memory is related to attributions in some way that actual visual focus is. Frank and Gilovich, 1989, found that when people's attribution for their own past behavior focused on the self rather than on the situation, they tended to report having third person rather than first person memories. Research on individual differences has also shown self focused thoughts to be related to the prevalence of participants' self reports of third person memories. Recent research on gender differences shows that, in effect, uh, women who typically experience greater physical scrutiny and self objectification than do men had more third person imagery in their autobiographical memories, especially when recalling experiences at university parties where sexual objectification of women is particularly intense. The temporally extended self, past, present, and future. On the surface, the idea that people would be so sensitive to discrepancies in the self may seem peculiar given the consistency motive of the self. However, objective consistency over time does not appear to be a necessary condition for maintaining a coherent identity. In general, people are quite good at creating coherence and meaning where they arguably is none. Ross, Lepper, Stack, and Steinmetz, 1977. Regarding the self in particular, Michael Ross and Catherine McFarland, 1988, wrote, people perceive unity in the face of a change by constructing a bridge between the two selves by explaining how the present state emerged from the earlier one. This is evident in life narratives, which often include turning points and pivotal experiences invoked in the account for changes in the life course. Recent research has even shown that when change in the self implies improvement, discrepancies between the past and present are more self affirming than is consistency. This is likely related to the role of attribution in defining the temporally extended self. Invoking the notion of old self when describing past discrepant behavior implies that the past self actively determined that behavior and was not simply forced to behave that way by external forces. However, because the notion of an old self creates a disjunction between the past and present selves, attributing past behavior to this old self means that the discrepant actions are not indicative of who the person is today. A dramatic example of this point comes from convicted murderer Stephen Roach, who was sentenced to death row and apparently went through an identity change. He dedicated his life to redemption by studying the Bible, getting married, and writing letters to wayward juveniles. Regarding his crime, he asserted, I know what I did was wrong. I put the blame on myself, but I'm not the same person I was then. Previously, researchers have documented tendencies to attribute self-discrepant actions to situational causes. That not me reaction is similar to the tactic in terms of implications for the present self. In both cases, the behavior in question is not indicative of the current self. However, despite the similarity, the two explanations for discrepant past behavior are fundamentally different when future expectations are considered. Blaming past discrepant behavior on situational forces implies potential to behave in the same way again, given those circumstances. On the other hand, attributing past discrepant behaviors to an old self suggests that if the same circumstances arise again, the new self will act differently. Thus, compared with the inmate who blames his crimes on external forces, the inmate who attributes his crime to an old deviant self probably believes that if put in the same situation again, he would be less likely to behave in an illegal manner. The differences could also be observed in more mundane contexts, compared with the dieter who blames a past Ben & Jerry's ice cream binge on the presence of a pint in the freezer. The dieter who blames such an incident on an old overeater self should have more optimism for the abilities to restrain ice cream eating if another pint should find its way into the freezer again, because perceptions of change in the self from past to present have implications for belief in the future. The visual perspective that one adopts in memory may be informative not only about one's present state, but about one's anticipated future as well. To test our hypothesis that past actions that are discrepant from the present self concept tend to be recalled from the third person perspective, we conducted a series of studies incorporating both correlational and experimental designs. In all of the studies, participants recalled or imagined events that were either congruent or incongruent with their present behavioral standards, and then reported the visual perspective from which they saw the events in their mind's eye. Our last study suggests that applied implications of our results. In the study, we investigated the full range of temporally extended self by testing the relationship between visual perspectives in memory of negative past behavior and participants' expectations of avoiding such behavior in the future. Together, 5 studies addressed discrepancies that may arise out of changes in the self from past to present across social contexts in the same time frame and from the past, present to an imagined future. So maybe we'll see whether we have a new Gandalf here. Study 1. Remember the days of the old schoolyard. While the transition from high school to college may entail no radical break with the past, it has profound and enduring implications for the individual's future. All aspects of a person's life are subject to significant change as a result of becoming a college student. Though less dramatic than a true conversion experience, this example highlights powerful and enduring changes. As McAdams explained, young people experience substantial changes in the self on entering college, changes they perceive as significant in determining the future direction of their life. However, because there's no radical break with the past, there are also likely to be aspects of the self that remain stable over the transition to college. In a straightforward test to our hypothesis, we asked undergraduates to report the perspective of high school memories related to aspects of themselves that have since changed, and to do the same for high school memories related to aspects of themselves that have remained stable over the same time period. We also asked participants to rate the extent to which they feel they were reliving each event as they recalled it. We predicted that, compared with memories related to stable aspects of the self-concept, memories related to change aspects were more likely to be visualized from the third-person perspective and accompanied by less reliving of the past experience. Method. Participants were 12 female Cornell University students enrolled in Psychology of Human Development classes who received extra credit for their participation. Materials and procedure. Participants were recruited for a study of self and memory. They arrived in the lab individually or in groups of up to 4, were seated on separate desks, and were given a questionnaire. Instructions. The first page directed participants to nominate the aspects of themselves that had changed the most or changed the least. Order was counterbalanced since high school. The instructions explained that this could be anything connected to their self-concept, like religious beliefs, political attitudes, the nature of their relationships. Participants then thought and wrote about this aspects of themselves for 5 minutes. Next, they were asked to retrieve 5 memories from high school that were related to the aspects of themselves they had just thought and written about. As participants recalled each memory, they wrote down a cue word for the purpose of identifying the memory throughout the questionnaire. When all participants had recalled 5 memories, the experimenter introduced the first-person, third-person memory perspective distinction. And with the following words, sometimes we see a memory from the first-person perspective. In a first-person memory, you see the event from the same visual perspective that you originally did. In other words, in your memory, you are looking out at your surroundings through your own eyes. However, at other times, we see a memory from a third-person perspective. In a third-person memory, you see the event from an observer's visual perspective. In other words, in your memory, you can actually see yourself as well as your surroundings. After checking whether participants had any questions about this distinction, none did. The experimenter asked participants to indicate the perspective from which they remembered each of their 5 memories. Then participants received a booklet and that asked 3 questions about each memory. Participants completed all the questions for one memory before going on to answer those same questions about the next memory. Participants, using a scale ranging from 0, not true at all, to 4, very true, answer the first question: when I remember this event, it felt as if I was reliving the experience. The next question asks for the approximate date of which the event occurred. 4 pairs of contrasting adjectives, emotional, unemotional, happy, sad, pleasant, unpleasant, and hot, cold, were presented in the last question with instructions to circle the one adjective from each pair that best characterized the associations the participant had to the memory. The exact procedure was then repeated for the aspect of the self-concept the participants had not yet addressed, the most or the least changed. Results in discussion. Consistent with our hypothesis, participants reported a third-person perspective for a larger proportion of memories related to change aspects of themselves. The data also supported our intuition that past behavior that is incongruent with the current self is recalled in a more detached way than the past behavior that is congruent. On average, when participants remembered events that were related to changed aspects of themselves, they reported less reliving of the past experience than they did when remembering events that were related to stable aspects of the self. A similar effect is evident when we compare memories recalled from the third person perspective and those recalled from the first person perspective, consistent with past research on memory, perspective, and emotional reactions. Third person memories were accompanied by less reliving of past experience on average than were first person memories. Several researchers have found that memory age is related to memory perspectives. Old memories are more likely than in our recent memories to be visualized from third person perspective. In general, one would expect memories to become less vivid over time. Thus, a plausible alternative explanation for our results is that memories related to aspects of the self that have since changed are remembered but from the third person perspective until less reliving of past experience simply because they are older memories. However, we found that the mean age of memories related to change aspects of the self did not differ significantly from that of memories related to stable aspects. Our results are well summarized by the comment of one of our participants made when writing about the aspect of herself that had changed the most. Looking back, I see myself as a very different person. My outlook has changed. Consistent with our hypothesis, we found that subjective perception of change in the self is associated with measurable effects on the imagery and emotional experience, the accompanying autobiographical memory because of its correlational design. Study 1 provides no empirical evidence about what caused participants to recall changed aspects of themselves from a third-person perspective. Participants were allowed to pick the particular dimension on which they changed and stayed the same. Therefore, it is possible that participants were recalling different kinds of behaviors when thinking about change aspects than when thinking about stable aspects. However, we believe that memory perspective effect was due to participants' online perceptions of inconsistencies between the recalled behaviors and their present self-concept. These perceptions of inconsistency arise from a particular defining feature of self-change, change in the schemas people use to interpret the world. When a change in schemas occurs between the time an action is originally performed and the time when it is later recalled, reconstruction of this behavior is likely accompanied by an online perception of its inconsistency with the present self-concept. An online perception of inconsistency do indeed cause the third-person memory perspective. Then we should be able to produce results parallel to the study 1 by experimentally manipulating participants' present self-concept to vary its consistency with the particular kind of past behavior. We tested this prediction in studies 2 and 3. So I'm going to read study 2 because it's on religion, and then maybe I'll skip to the end because it's pretty long. In study 2, participants were induced, study 2, losing my religion. In study 2, participants were induced to consider themselves as either relatively pro or anti-religious. Then they were asked to recall memories of religious behavior. For participants who were induced to feel pro-religious, memories of religious action should be consistent with the current self-concept. In contrast, these same kinds of actions should seem abnormal to participants who were induced to feel anti-religious. If online perceptions of inconsistency do produce third person remembering, we should find participants in the anti-religious condition to be more likely than those in the pro-religious condition to experience the third person perspective when remembering examples of past religious behavior. Participants were 32 Cornell University undergraduates, 20 women, 12 men enrolled in psychology or human development classes who received extra credit for participation. Procedure: participants were recruited for a study of religion in your life. On the arrival at the lab, each participant was escorted into an individual cubicle and given a questionnaire packet containing the manipulation and dependent measures. The packets differed by condition: pro-religious, anti-religious. 16 copies of each version were randomly ordered in a stack, and participants were assigned to condition as the experimenter handed out the packets in this random order. The experimenter remained unaware of each participant's condition. The manipulation of pro or anti-religious self-concept adapted um, required participants to circle yes or no to indicate whether each of the 18 statements pertaining to religious thoughts and feelings were currently or had at any time been applicable to them. These statements pertain to religious participants' attitudes toward the same behavior in the pro and anti-religious versions, but were worded to reflect either a pro or anti-religious sentiment. In both conditions, all statements were preceded by qualifiers such as occasionally or at least sometimes to encourage participants to answer yes to most of the statements and thereby adopt the appropriate religious self-perception. Like at least occasionally, I felt like devoting time to religious or spiritual activity, versus at least occasionally, I felt like not devoting time to religious or spiritual activities. When participants finished this part of the questionnaire, the manipulation was complete and they went on to the dependent measure. The questionnaire explained that participants would be asked to recall some religious events in their life. The directions specified these can be events having to do with your own religion or if your participation in someone else's. For example, a religious event could be attending a religious ceremony or religious function. It is important that each event be one that you participated in or witnessed firsthand. In addition, try to think of events from the past 5 years or so. Instructions directed participants to think of one such religious event and to write down a cue word that would identify the memory. The next page introduced the distinction between first and third person memories. Using the same wording as in study one, participants indicated the perspective from which they saw the religious memory they had recalled. Participants then went on to recall and indicate the perspective for three more religious memories. Following this, participants wrote short descriptions of each of the four events they had recalled. On the next page, entitled Biographical Information, were demographic questions. Among those questions were two that required participants to assess their religious values. How religious or spiritual do you consider yourself to be? And to what extent do you feel that religion is generally a positive force in society? Participants answered these questions using scales ranging from -5, not at all, to +5, extremely. Anderson, 1986, found that when these questions were answered immediately after the manipulation, participants in the pro-religious condition made significantly higher ratings than did participants in the anti-religious condition. Lastly, our participants reported the month and year in which each of the four religious events they recalled had originally occurred. Results and discussion. Table 1 displays the number of participants who recalled the first memory from each perspective in the two conditions. As expected, participants who had just been induced to feel anti-religious were significantly more likely to recall their first religious memory from a third person's perspective than were participants who were induced to feel pro-religious. To control for the effect of the age and memory on visual perspective, we concluded a logistic regression predicting memory perspective from conditional pro or anti-religious and memory age and month. This model predicted that in the data significantly better than chance alone, and although the effect of memory age was marginally significant, the effect of condition was was significant. Even when we controlled for the length of time that had passed since the event originally occurred, participants in the anti-religious condition were significantly more likely to use the third-person memory perspective than were the participants in the pro-religious condition. Finally, our predictions was based on the assumption that participants in both conditions were recalling the same class of behaviors, pro-religious behavior. Two research assistants who were unaware of our hypothesis coded participants' description of the recalled behavior as either pro or anti-religious. Disagreements were settled by a third coder who was also unaware of our hypothesis. 90% of the recalled behaviors were pro-religious in tone. Dropping the few anti-religious behaviors only makes the effect stronger. One of the 14 participants in the pro-religious condition recalled from the third-person perspective, whereas 8 of 14 did so in the anti-religious condition. Overall, these results are consistent with the findings from Study 1 and support our hypothesis that causal elements is the compatibility of past behaviors with the present self-concept. Participants were more likely to adopt the third-person perspective when remembering actions that were incongruent with the current self-concept when they were remembering actions that were congruent with it. Figure 1 shows the proportion of participants who adopted the third-person perspective on each of the four religious memories. In the pro-religious condition, the proportion remained low and relatively stable over the course of the four memories. In the anti-religious condition, the proportion of the participants recalling from the third-person perspective started at high but decreased over the course of the four memories, ending up with equal to the proportion in the pro-religious condition. This apparent interaction between condition and memory number can be explained by our hypothesis that online Judgments about the self-concept compatibility of past behavior influence memory perspective. Fazio, Efren, and Philander, 1981, have shown that recalling examples of trait-relevant behavior has an influence on a person's self-concept. In our experiment, recalling religious memories probably weakened the manipulation of the anti-religious condition. If recalling religious memories supports a religious self-concept, and if the congruency between self-concept and past action influences memory perspective, then it makes sense that any initial difference in preferred memory perspective between the two experimental conditions would diminish over the course of the four memories. In particular, this diminishing difference between conditions should be due to a decrease in third-person memories for participants in the anti-religion condition, compared with a stable low rate of third-person recall in the religious condition. To test the significance of apparent interaction between condition and memory number, we create an index variable for each participant that indicated the tendency to switch perspectives over the course of recalling the four memories. We coded first-person memories as 1 and third-person memories as -1 for the first two memories. Okay, I'm going to skip a little of this. This is a little tedious and long, the mathematical. So I got to note, this doesn't actually talk about referring to yourself in the third person, but just memories from the first versus third person perspective. I will look in the future for studies that actually talk about referring to yourself in the third person, but I would assume that that is along the same lines, but even more extreme. Study 3, a double life. Let me just look at the very introduction. I'm going to skip through part of this. We'll see if Gandalf is finishing up. It'll probably be another 10 minutes on this article. A man has as many social selves as there are distinct groups of persons whose opinions he cares. There results what practically is a division of man into several selves, and this may be a discordant splitting, as when one is afraid to let one of his acquaintances know him as he is elsewhere. William James. Modern empirical research is consistent with the idea that our goal, ideas, and expectancies of our own behavior vary dependent on the social setting in which we find ourselves. Baldwin 99 has used the term relational schemas to describe these different representations of the self and social behavior in different relationship contexts, because the behavioral patterns and attributes that define the self under one set of circumstances may conflict with the behaviors and attributes that are salient in another set of circumstances. The same behaviors can be seen more or less appropriate depending on the relation schemas that the activated at the time processing. We claim that participants' use of third-person memory perspective in studies 1 and 2 was produced by a mismatch between their present self-schema and their past behavior. If this is the case, then we should also find that people tend to use the third-person memory perspective when they recall a behavior that was originally carried out in a different social context than the one that defines the relationship schema at the present. One group that is particularly likely to hold starkly contrasting relational schemas is teenagers. In American culture, at least, when teenagers are with their friends, they attempt to assert their self-sufficient identities. However, in the context of their home and family, these same teenagers often seem happy to act just like children. The motivation to keep distinct the separate worlds of home life and peer life appears to be quite strong in children and adolescents. According to Baldwin, a distinct discrepancy between relational schemas should cause behaviors and reactions that are customary in one context to appear abnormal in the other. Indeed, Baldwin and Holmes, 1987, found that undergraduate women whose relationship with their parents had been primed found a passage depicting promiscuous sexual behavior to be less enjoyable and less exciting than did undergraduate women whose relationship with their peers had been primed. In study 3, we used a technique similar to Baldwin and Holmes to manipulate teenage participants' relation schemas. We asked our participants to describe in detail what they were like when they were with their parents and what they were like when they were with their friends. After this manipulation, we presented activated relation and schemas. We asked the teenagers to recall the report, the memory perspective for the event that originally occurred, either in the same relational context that they just described, parents or friends, or in the contrasting relational context. Our prediction was that participants would be more likely to use the third-person perspective when they recall the memory from a contrasting relational context than when they recall the memory from the relational context that had just been activated. So I'm going to skip a little bit about this, but these show along the same findings. Study 4, Imagine. Memory and all the life of images and words which go with it is one of the age-old acquisition of distant senses. And with that development of constructive imagination and constructive thought, wherein at length we find the most complete release from the narrowness of presented time and place, from Bartlett, 1932. Memory is a reconstructive process, thus, as Bartlett noted, remembering and imagining share some fundamental similarities. We propose that the results from our previous studies are due to the effect of perceived self-concept compatibility of the perspective used to construct visual images. If this is the case, then we should find the same effect when participants are asked to construct images of themselves engaging in activities that vary in self-concept compatibility. In study 4, we asked participants to imagine themselves performing 10 different acts, and for each activity to report the perspective from which they saw the image. Participants also rated the degree of emotion and vividness with which they imagined each of the activities, as well as how likely they would be to engage in the activity in the future. We expected that the less likely participants believe they would be ever to engage in the activity, the more likely they would be to use the third person perspective to imagine it, and the less rich the imagined experience would be. And study 5, Over the River and Through the Woods. A subjective perception on change in the self over time can be defined as a belief that one should behave differently in the present and future than one used to behave in the past. The results from our previous study suggested that the third person memory perspective signals a subjective perception of change in the self since the time when the remembered behavior originally occurred. If this is true, then memory perspective should also be considered with optimism about avoiding the past behavior in the future, should one choose to do so. Study 5 tests the prediction and domain of attempted self-change that is familiar to many diet reform. In the week before Thanksgiving, participants in study 5 recalled and reported memory perspective of past instances of overindulgent eating. Then they all made predictions about their eating behavior at the same upcoming event, Thanksgiving dinner. Our participants had identified themselves as wanting to avoid overindulgent eating. At this event, we predicted that compared with participants who tended to use the first person perspective to recall past overindulgent eating episodes, those who tended to use the third person perspective would be more optimistic about avoiding overindulgent eating in the upcoming Thanksgiving dinner. Okay, in general discussion. People tend to focus visual attention on their past self when recalling behaviors that are discrepant from the current self. In study 1, participants were significantly more likely to use third-person memory perspectives when recalling high school memories related to aspects of themselves that have since changed than when recalling memories related to aspects that have remained stable. Results of studies 2 and 3 provided empirical evidence that patterns observed in study 1 is due to the effect of self-change on people's online judgments of the consistency between their past behavior and their present self-concept. Experimentally producing incongruency between present self-concept and remembered behavior caused participants to recall from the third person perspective. Study 4 strengthens our explanation of the phenomenon observed in study 1 by establishing a link between online judgment about the likelihood of engaging in future actions and the visual perspective participants adopted to construct imaginary images of themselves engaging in those actions. Additional data showed that the recollection or imagining of ego-discrepant activities is associated with less reliving of past experience and less richness of imagined experiences than is the case for ego-congruent activities. Study 5 provides converging evidence that the third-person perspective in memory is an indicator of subjective judgments of change in the self, and also suggests that clinical relevance of our research. Participants also who tended to recall past overindulgent eating from the third person perspective also were more optimistic about their ability to avoid such behavior in the upcoming Thanksgiving dinner. Our results have implications for understanding the influence of the self-concept on memory processes. They also speak to the nature of the relationship between the present self, past, and future. Influence of the present self on reconstructive memory. Ever since Bartlett's 1932 seminal work, psychologists have recognized that memory involves constructive processes that go beyond the mere retrieval of stored information. The messages from this research as a whole is that memory is malleable when one recalls at any given time, depends on the influence of present factors on reconstructive processes. For example, stereotypes, schemas, scripts, expectancies, and implicit theories of change can all influence the contents of people's recollections. Many of these findings also apply to cases of autobiographical recall. Most of the research in The reconstructive tradition is focused primarily on the content of memory. Our findings extend this body of research by demonstrating that the present self can also influence the subjective experience of recalling events. We have demonstrated that just like the content of memory, the structure of the visual imagery in memory is malleable and can be influenced by one's present state. When people think about their past behaviors that are incompatible with their current activated self views, they recall them from a different visual perspective and with less subjective feelings of reliving them when they recall compatible past memories. The results of studies 2 and 3 are particularly important, demonstrating that the effects we have observed are the result of reconstructive processes that occur in the moment of recall. By experimentally manipulating the congruency between the present self concept and the remembered behavior, we influenced the visual perspective from which people reconstructed their memories. A change in the self causes a person to perceive inconsistency at the moment he reconstructs the pre-changed behavior that is relevant to the changed dimensions. This online perception of inconsistency causes the third person memory perspective. Study 4 strengthens this claim. The imagination of events relies heavily on constructive processes. We found that the self concept compatibility of an action had the same effect on visual perspective in imagination as it did in memory. These subjective aspects of remembering past experiences are important to consider because, as Study 5 suggests, they appear to offer insight not only into a person's present state, but into his future as well. Third person perspective, causal attribution, and the not me phenomenon. Our studies show a measurable correlate of perceived self change that is a literal manifestation of the comments people make when they experience a major change in the self. Change people say that they feel like their past selves were another person. Our results suggest that people actually see the past self in memory from the vantage point they would have when looking at another person. In the introduction, we pointed out when people change they adapt a new set of schemas for interpreting the world and thus may have a different reactions to the past events than they remember having had originally. Study 1 provides data that are consistent with this claim. When recalling events related to changed aspects of themselves, participants report less reliving of the original experience and were more likely to use third person memory perspective. However, one may ask, why would a mismatch between present standards of past behavior cause visual focus on the present self in memory? A possible reason is related to the attributions people are likely to make about a past action depending on the consistency of the current self. A mismatch between one's present reaction to a past situation and the way one actually reacted in the past should prompt one to wonder, why did I behave that way in the past? At the same time, the very factors that led to the curiosity should bias the kind of answer one considers. Because one's present response to the past situation diverges from one's remembered past response, the past situation should not appear to provide sufficient justification for the behavior. Therefore, one would tend to focus on characteristics of the past self to explain the behavior. Research in social judgments have shown a link between attributional explanations and visual forces. Moreover, as Frank and Gilowich 1989 found, dispositional attributions of one's own past behavior are associated with the use of third-person memory perspective. Our explanation of the link between mismatched reaction and the focus of causal attribution is analogous to the finding in the realm of social judgment. The false consensus effect is the tendency to overestimate the commonness of one's own behavioral choices and attitudes. As a result, an observer pays little attention to a target person's personal characteristics when that person acts in accord with the observer's own choice. However, an observer makes overly dispositional attributions about a target person who behaves differently. This research shows a mismatch between one's own and target person's reaction to a given situation leads one to focus on characteristics of the target person as responsible for his or her behavior. We propose that when one is thinking about a past situation, a mismatch between one's own present reaction and one's remembered past reaction leads one to focus on characteristics of the past self as responsible for the past action. This discussion of our findings suggests one way the third person perspective could contribute to the distance, not me, feeling that change the person's report when recalling their old behaviors that are inconsistent with their new selves, simultaneously judging a past behavior to be unnatural and attributing it to characteristics of the past self highlights the contrast between a past self that was responsible for the behavior and the current self that would never dream of acting this way. Under such circumstances, one would not be able to help feeling that the past self was not me. The result would be a positive feedback process in which sense discrepancies between present and past selves encourage third-person memories, and these third-person memories support dispositional attribution for discrepant past behavior, further enhancing the perceived difference between the present and past selves. As we discussed below, the such subjective perception of change in the self could be beneficial in the context of attempting to change oneself for the better. Clinical implications. In study one, participants were more likely to use third-person perspective when recalling events related to aspects of themselves that had changed than when recalling events related to aspects of themselves that had remained stable over the same time period. In clinical context, people are trying to change themselves so that they no longer engage in the behaviors or emotional reactions that were problematic in the past. In our study 5, the more likely participants were to call past instances of problematic behavior overindulgent eating from the third-person perspective, the more optimistic they were about behaving differently in the near future. This results points to a way our research is relevant to applied clinical context. The tendency to take the third-person perspective when recalling past behavior may be a valid diagnostic indicator of subjective perceptions of change in the self. Because we recruited participants for study 5 who specifically wanted to avoid overindulgent eating, all participants in the study considered overindulgent eating to be a negative behavior, and all had motivation to think they were presently the kind of people who did not eat overindulgently. Even though this was the case, participants' tendency to recall from the third-person perspective varied depending on the beliefs about whether eating overindulgently was the kind of thing that they would in fact do. A case study in one woman's narrative over the course of psychological treatment shows a similar link between recovery and objectifying a past problematic self. As the woman began to change and overcome her problem, she shifted from using subject pronouns to using object pronouns when referring to her pre-treatment self. Another issue that is relevant to clinical context is the relationship between subjective and more objective changes in the self. Our research focuses on subjective perceptions of change. However, there is reason to believe that these could contribute to actual observable change in the person. Optimism for the future that results from subjective perceptions of change may in fact be beneficial in the quest to achieve actual change. Self-efficacy research has documented the self-fulfilling consequence of expectancies for goal obtainment. Other research has shown that fears of relapse can complicate therapy and lead to a number of secondary problems. Thus, the optimism for future improvement that is associated with subjective perceptions of change may contribute to the achievements of objective improvement in self. In essence, all autobiographical remembering involves a split between the present self that is remembering the past selves that is remembered. This makes autobiographical memory a convenient context for studying the distinction between the self as an agent and the self as object, which has been a topic of theoretical interest among psychologists of the self from William James to the present. It has been suggested that the salience of this distinction between the present self that is remembering and the past self that is remembered is influenced by the magnitude of the discrepancy between the two. For example, Prosser, 1998, wrote, autobiography, like the transsexual's first look in the mirror, breaks apart the subject into the self reflected upon and the self that reflects. In transsexual autobiography, the split between the I of the bios and the I of the graph, the past self written and the present self writing, is heightened into the story of sex change. Transsexual history brings into gendered relief the difference between present in all autobiographical biography between the subject of the enunciation and the subjects enunciating. The examples in our introduction are consistent with this idea. Across a variety of domains, people indicate that they feel like a different person as a result of major life changes, commenting that the old self is not me. Our studies provide empirical evidence for the effect of self-change on memory. We found that people tend to adopt the third-person perspective in memory when recalling behaviors that are discrepant with their present self. This result suggests that claims of feeling like a different person after life changes are probably not mere self-presentational devices or empty metaphors. They're likely to stem from a real effect of self-congruency on the experience of thinking about a past self. A respondent in Matheson's and Stam's 1995 study of cancer patients' life narratives perhaps changed the effect best when she explained that the life-changing diagnosis of cancer makes you look at yourself, your perception changes. Because the memory perspective effect we have documented is a product of present influences on the way people reconstruct the past, the implications of our results extended beyond just in understanding the way people experience the past, we have demonstrated that the visual perspective between people adopt when recalling an event is influenced by online judgments about past behavior. Moreover, our data also show that the more likely people are to take the third person perspective in memory, the more optimistic they are about being able to avoid such behavior in the future. Together, our results suggest that the way people see the past in memory illuminates the relationship they currently perceive between the past and present, with implications for where they anticipate heading in the future. Okay, so there you have it. I thought that one was really interesting. Um, if Gandalf wants to hop on and chat, we could do that now. I have a bunch of small things on sociology. So that one study didn't actually talk about referring to yourself in the third person, but from visual memory experience. And I'll have to look into in more depth. So hopefully in the future, I will cover more in depth some of this first and third person perspective. If there's an oral, and you maybe on an extreme level, someone like Duvid referring to myself in the third person. I'm not sure if, God forbid, if Israel is under attack. Um, so I have a lot more research to go. If Gandalf wants to hop on, you could hop on at any time. These first ones are shorter. So the first ones will take like 10 minutes each. And then eventually I have some longer papers. But, I'll be streaming till at least midnight, maybe later. So if you want to talk, feel free to share on any topic. Doesn't have to be the current thing I'm researching. And the Colombia, the protests, India, Hinduism, elections. But definitely what interests me most are my research on mind and sociology, group identity. Okay, so that was just a little precursor of the next direction of my research. So after I hopefully close the chapter today on conspiracy theories, I will next be going into more sociology, the sociology of religion and cognitive dissonance in relationship to group identity, before I pivot back around to gifted and talented education and the science of expertise and more things on the mind and philosophy, and obviously my ongoing metaphysics series. But I found that there's so many interesting ideas in sociology that I really didn't know about. I mean, because I'm relatively well read, I'm constantly reading. I've came across some of these names and some of these ideas, and some of these I'd written about when I studied identity in depth. But relatively, these are ideas that I haven't looked into in depth, and I think for the future of my research, these theories of sociology are probably the most important. As a chess coach, say like, well, in order to be a master, you have to master all aspects of the game. In order to be a scholar, you should know a little about a lot of things. You should know a lot about some things. If you could, if it takes 10,000 hours to master something, you're not going to be able to master that many things. But when you want to improve at chess, in terms like winning and rating, one of the things you could do is focus on your weak point, work on your weak points. So in that perspective, like working on my weak points in order to forward the progress and pace of my research, I think at this point, for things importantly related to my research and just general conversation, related to politics and philosophy conversations, is sociology. So I just have a bunch of things on sociology. We'll talk a little bit about theories of racism, group conflict. So we're going to continue with the aspect of group identity formation and group conflict, because a lot of people talk about Judaism. That's still my most, probably my biggest area of expertise. Still is Judaism, and one of the topics that I'm constantly bringing up is group strategy. And most people have never thought about group strategy. And therefore, I have to learn the best sociological um, terminology to phrase it. So I don't know if Gandalf is still around or plans on joining, but the link's in the chat. So whenever you want, I'll take a break from what I'm doing. I'll just probably finish reading the thing that I'm on. These first ones will maybe take like 5 minutes each, moving up to like 10, 20 minutes as I get closer. And then eventually these long ones on the conspiracy theory will probably take like a full hour to get to, a full hour to read. Okay. So first, group threat theory. Group threat theory, also known as group position theory, is a sociological theory that proposes the larger the size of the outgroup, the more the corresponding in-group perceives it to threaten its own interest, resulting in the in-group members having more negative attitudes towards the outgroup. It is based on the work of Herbert Blumer and Herbert Bleilack Jr. in the 1950s and 60s, and has since been supported by multiple studies. Other studies have found no support for the theory. Its predictions are contrary to those of the contact hypothesis, which posits the greater proximity between racial ethnic groups under appropriate conditions can effectively reduce prejudice between majority and minority group members. Origins of research. Herbert Blumer's race prejudice and sense of group position. Well, heading the Department of Sociology at the University of California, Berkeley, Blumer wrote a paper on race prejudice and as a sense of group position. Blumer posited that racial prejudice primarily comes from the relative position of an in-group and an out-group rather than individual perceptions of certain races. He investigated the 4 types of feelings which he said are prevalent in the dominant group within racial prejudice, which include feelings of superiority, foreign and intrinsic differences in subordinate races, proprietary claim of advantages and privileges in the majority, and fear of taking of prerogatives from the dominant race. Upon conclusion of his paper, he noted the implications of continuing to understand and explore the group position in tackling the origins of racial bias. Herbert Bleilack Jr.'s Towards the Theory of Minority Group Relations. As a professor at the University of Washington, Bleilack studied the relationship between ethnic groups which seemingly had a majority-minority group dynamic and observed their interaction and relationships. Through his findings, Bleilack further established the racial threat theory, which refers when a minority ethnicity group is growing faster than the majority ethnicity. It leads the majority ethnicity group forcing social control over the minority ethnicity group. He brought to focus 3 main forms of threat perceived by the majority population: economic threat, which includes the loss of job opportunities; political threat, which includes the fear of giving up political control to minority groups; and symbolic threats, which bring about esteem symbols in minority populations. His study dealt with various different races, but focused mainly upon Negro-white relations with reference to other ethnic groups such as the Jews in the Union of South Africa. The empirical study showed a consistency in the perception of threat found in individuals of the majority group, leading to responses of violence and discrimination, efforts to maintain their own security. So God forbid this research coming out the 50s and 60s, very relevant till today. Israel, Palestine, the riots in the UK, US elections. Further findings. The group threat theory was not only found prevalent in the United States, but also included in a much wider intercultural scale. Studies within a European context found similar results that related to social, economical, and political standing rather than solely racial differences in groups. There was found to be a relation between the identity which people identified with in terms of the majority or minority group and the effect of the group threat theory they felt. The study also focused on observing immigrants and citizens as majority or minority groups. On the other hand, studies have also shown that those in majority groups who have more contact with the minority group individuals show tendencies of lower feelings of threat. Approachability was found more common in a study on contact hypothesis on Black anti-Semitism with individuals who have had the least one contact with those of the minority demographic. It was also found that within criminal prosecutions with majority groups, against minority group defendants, that there was no significance in the threat found by majority groups. More people did not find a connection between the prosecution and a minority race. In an extended study, the effects of the group threat theory due to stereotyped threats were measured by performance in the workplace. It was found that the prevalence of a stereotype threat imposed by majority groups led to lower performance scores in jobs in studies specifically of African American workers. Performance scores, the difference between scores of the majority racial ethnic group and the minority racial ethnic groups tended to be lower without the presence of the stereotype threats imposed by the majority. There were observations of the possible effects of the group threat theory on the minority group rather than just noticing the present differences caused by the group. So I'm not going to go through, but it's mentioned the other competing hypothesis, the contact hypothesis. So it's mentioned in psychology and other social sciences, the contact hypothesis suggests that intergroup contact under appropriate conditions can effectively reduce prejudice between majority and minority group members. And this one's from Gordon Alpert in the 30s and 40s. Who we've discussed Alpert in other theories, I think, about identity formation in general. Okay, so let's look at another theory, the realistic conflict theory for just group dynamics, group relations. Realistic conflict theory, also known as realistic group conflict theory, is a social psychological model of intergroup conflict. The theory explains how intergroup hostility can arise as a result of conflicting goals and competition over limited resources. And it also offers an explanation for the feelings of prejudice and discrimination towards the outgroup that accompany the intergroup hostility. Groups may be in competition for a real or perceived scarcity of resources, such as money, political power, military protection, or social status. Feelings of resentment can arise in the situation that the group see the competition over resources as having zero-sum fate, in which only one group is the winner, obtained the needed or wanted resources, and the other loses, unable to obtain the limited resources due to the winning group achieving the limited resources first. The length and severity of the conflict is based upon the perceived value and shortages of the given resources. According to realistic conflict theory, positive relations can only be restored if superordinate goals are in place. History. The theory was originally named by Donald Campbell, but has been articulated by others since the mid-20th century. In the 1960s, this theory developed from Campbell's recognition of social psychologists' tendency to reduce all human behavior to hedonistic goals. He criticized psychologists like John Thiebaud, Harold Kelly, and George Homans, who emphasized theories that place food, sex, and pain avoidance as central to all human processes. According to Campbell, hedonistic assumptions do not adequately explain intergroup relations. Campbell believed that these social exchange theorists, which emphasizes cost-benefit analysis to determine risk and benefits, oversimplified human behavior by linking interpersonal interaction to animal behavior. Similar to the ideas of Campbell, other researchers also began recognizing the problem of the psychological understanding of intergroup behavior. These researchers noted that prior to Campbell, social exchange theorists ignored the essence of social psychology and the importance of interchanges between groups. On the contrary of prior theories, realistic conflict theory takes into account the sources of conflict between groups, which include incompatible goals and competition over limited resources. Robbers Cave Study. The 1954 Robbers Cave experiment by Muzaffar Sharif and Carolyn Wood Sharif represents one of the most widely known demonstrations of realistic conflict theory. The Sharif study was conducted over 3 weeks in a 200-acre summer camp at Robbers Cave State Park, Oklahoma, focusing on intergroup behavior. In the study, researchers posed as camp personnel, observing 22, 11, and 12-year-old boys who had never previously met and had comparable backgrounds. Each subject was a white 11 to 12-year-old boy of average to slightly above average intelligence from a Protestant middle-class two-parent home. The experiments were conducted within the framework of irregular camp activities and games. The experiments were divided into 3 stages, the first being the in-group formation, in which upon arrival the boys were housed together in one large bunkhouse. The boys quickly formed particular friendships. After a few days, the boys were split into two approximately equal groups based on a random basis. Each group was unaware of the other group's presence. The second stage was the friction phase, where the groups were entered into competition with one another in various camp games. Valued prizes were awarded to the winners. This caused both groups to develop negative attitudes and behaviors towards the outgroup. At this stage, 93% of the boys' friendship was within their in-group. The third and final stage was the integration stage. During this stage, tensions between the groups were reduced through teamwork-driven tasks that required intergroup competition. The sheriffs made several conclusions based on the three-stage robber cave experiment. From the study, they determined that because the groups were created to be approximately equal, individual differences are not necessarily or responsible for intergroup conflict to occur. As seen in the study, when the boys were competing in camp games for value prizes, the sheriffs noted that the hostile and aggressive attitude towards an outgroup arises when groups compete for resources that only one group can attain. The sheriffs also established that contact with an outgroup is sufficient by itself to reduce negative attitudes. Finally, they concluded that friction between groups can be reduced and positive intergroup relations can be maintained only in the presence of superordinate goals that promoted united cooperative action. However, a further review of the Robbers Cave experiment, which were in fact a series of three separate experiments carried out by the sheriffs and their colleagues, revealed additional deliberations. In two earlier studies, the boys ganged up on a common enemy, and in fact, on occasion, ganged up on the experimenters themselves, showing an awareness of being manipulated. In addition, Michael Billig argued that the experimenters themselves constituted a third group, and one that is arguably the most powerful of the three, and that they in fact became the outgroup in the aforementioned experiment. Lufty Diab repeated the experiment with 18 boys from Beirut, the Blue Ghost and Red Genies groups. Each consisted of 5 Christians and 4 Muslims. Fighting soon broke out, not between the Christians and Muslims, but between the red and blue groups. Extensions and applications. Implications for diversity and integration. Realistic conflict theory offers an explanation for the negative attitudes towards racial integration and efforts to promote diversity. This is illustrated in the data collected from the Michigan National Election Studies Survey. According to the survey, most whites held a negative attitude towards school districts' attempt to integrate the schools via school busing in the 1970s. In these surveys, there was a general perceived threat that whites had of African Americans. It can be concluded that contempt towards racial integration was due to a perception of blacks as a danger to valued lifestyles, goals, and resources rather than symbolic racism or prejudice attitudes formulated during childhood. Realistic conflict theory can also provide an explanation for why competition over limited resources in communities can present potentially harmful consequences in establishing successful organizational diversity. In the workplace, this is depicted by the concept that increased racial heterogeneity among employees is associated with job dissatisfaction among majority members. Since organizations are fixed in the communities to which their employees belong, the racial makeup of employees' communities affects attitudes towards diversity in the workplace. As racial heterogeneity increases in a white community, white employees are less accepting of workplace diversity. Realistic conflict theory provides an explanation of these patterns because in communities of mixed races, members of minority groups are seen as competing for economic security, power, and prestige within the majority group. Realistic conflict theory can help explain discrimination against different ethnic and racial groups. An example of this is shown in the cross-cultural studies that determine that violence between different groups escalates in relations to shortages in resources. When a group has a notion that resources are limited and only available for possessions by one group, this leads to attempts to remove the source of competition. Groups can attempt to remove their competition by increasing their group's capabilities, like skill training, decreasing the abilities of the outgroup's competition, expressing negative attitudes, and applying punitive tariffs, or by decreasing proximity to the outgroup, like denying immigrant access. An extension to unequal groups. Realistic conflict theory originally only described the results of competition between two groups of equal status. John Duckett suggested the theory to be expanded to include competition between groups of unequal statuses. To demonstrate this, Duckett created a scheme of types of realistic conflict with groups of unequal status and their resulting correlation with prejudice. Duckett concluded that there are at least two types of conflict based on in-group competition with an out-group. The first is competition with an equal group and is explained by realistic conflict theory, thus being group-based threat that leads in-group members to feel hostile towards the out-group, which can lead to conflict as the in-group focuses on acquiring the threatened resource. The second type of conflict is domination of the out-group by the in-group. This occurs when the in-group and out-group do not have equal status. If domination occurs, then the two responses the subordinate group may have. One is stable oppression, in which the subordinate group accepts the dominating group's attitudes of some focal issue and sometimes the dominant group's deeper values to avoid further conflict. The second response that may occur is unstable oppression. This occurs when the subordinate group rejects the lower status forced upon them and sees the dominating group as oppressive. The dominant group then may view the subordinate's challenge as either justified or unjustified. If it is seen as unjustified, the dominant group will likely respond to the subordinate's rebellion with hostility. If the subordinate's rebellion is viewed as justified, the subordinates are given the power to demand change. An example of this would be the eventual recognition of the civil rights movement in the 1960s in the United States. An extension to nations. When group conflict extends to nations or tribes, regality theory argues that the collective dangers lead citizens to start having strong feelings of national or tribal identity, preferring strong hierarchical political systems, adopting strict discipline and punishment of deviance, and expressing xenophobia and strict religious or sexual morality. Okay, so moving right along, ecological systems theory. Ecological systems theory is a broad term used to capture the theoretical contributions of development psychologist Yuri Bronfenbrenner. Bronfenbrenner developed the foundations of the theory throughout his career, published a major statement on the theory in American Psychologist, articulated in a series of propositions and hypotheses in his most cited book, The Ecology of Human Development, and further developed it in the Bioecological Model of Human Development and later writings. A primary contribution of ecological systems theory was to systematically examine contextual variability in developmental processes. As the theory evolved, it placed increased emphasis on the role of the developing person as an active agent in the development and on understanding developmental processes rather than social addresses like gender and ethnicity as explanatory mechanisms. Overview. Ecological systems theory describes a scientific approach to studying lifespan development that emphasizes the interrelationship of different developmental processes, cognitive, social, biological. It is characterized by its emphasis on naturalistic and quasi-experimental studies, although several important studies using this framework use experimental methodology. Although developmental processes are thought to be universal, they have thought to show contextual variability in their likelihood of occur in different constellations in different settings, and can affect different people differently. Because of the variability, scientists working within this framework use individual and contextual variability to provide insight into these universal processes. I'm not sure the difference if you're saying how I'm pronouncing it, the stress mark. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Oswald. The foundations of ecological systems theory. If you're talking ecological systems, a theory of ecological systems, or it's a systems theory of ecology. I think it's ecological systems theory, meaning it's a theory of ecological systems. The foundation of ecological systems theory can be seen throughout Bronfenbrenner's career. For example, in the 1950s, he analyzed historical and social class variations in parenting practices. In the 1960s, he wrote an analysis of gender differences, focusing on the different cultural meanings of the same parenting practices for boys and girls. In the 1970s, he compared childbearing rearing in the US and the USSR, focusing on cultural differences in the concordance of values across social institutions, change parent influences. The formal development of ecological systems theory occurred in three major stages. A major statement of the theory was published in the American Psychologist. Bronfenbrenner critiqued then current methods of studying children in laboratories as providing a limited window on development, calling it the science of strange behavior of children in strange situations with strange adults for the briefest periods of time, and calling for a more ecologically valid study of developing individuals in their natural environment. For example, he argued that laboratory studies of children provided insight into their behavior in an unfamiliar, strange setting that had limited generalizability to the behavior of the more familiar environments, such as home or school. The ecology of human development articulated a series of definitions, propositions, and hypotheses that could be used to study human development. This work characterized developmental processes, beginning with genetic and personal characteristics through proximal influences that the developing person interacted with directly, social relationships to influences such as parents' work, government policies, or cultural value systems that affected them indirectly. As the theory evolved, it placed increasing emphasis on the role of the developing person as an active agent in development and on understanding developmental processes rather than social addresses as explanatory mechanisms. The final form of the theory, developed in conjunction with Stephen Ceci, was called the Bioecological model of human development and addresses critiques that previous statements of the theory underemphasized individual difference in efficacy. Developmental processes were conceived as co-occurring in niches that were lawfully defined and reinforcing. Because of this, Bronfenbrenner was a strong proponent of using social policy interventions as both a way of using science to improve child well-being and as an important scientific tool. Early examples of the application of ecological systems theory are evident in Head Start. The five systems. So, this diagram here. Microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, macrosystem, and chronosystem. Microsystem refers to the institutions and groups that most immediately and directly impact the child's development, including family, school, siblings, neighbor, and peers. Mesosystem consists of the interconnections between the microsystems, for example, between the family and teachers, or between the child's peers and family. Exosystem involves links between social settings that do not involve the child. For example, a child's experience at home may be influenced by their parents' experience at work. A parent might receive a promotion that requires more travel, which in turn increases conflict with the other parent, resulting in changes in their pattern of interaction with the child. Macrosystems describe the overarching culture that influences the developing child, as well as the microsystems and mesosystems embedded in those cultures. Cultural contexts can differ based on geographical location, social economical status, poverty, and ethnicity. Members of cultural group often share a common identity, heritage, and values. Macrosystems evolve across time and from generation to generation. Chronosystem consists of the pattern of the behavior events and transition over the life course, as well as changing social historical circumstances. For example, researchers have found that the negative effects of divorce on children often peak in the first year after the divorce. By 2 or 3 years after the divorce, family interaction is less chaotic and more stable. An example of changing social historical circumstances, the increase in opportunities for women to pursue a career during the last 30 years. Later work by Bronfenbrenner considered the role of biology in this model, thus the theory has sometimes been called the bioecological model. Per the theoretical construction, each system contains rules, norms, and rules which may shape psychological development. For example, an inner city family faces many challenges which an affluent family in a gated community does not, and vice versa. The inner city family is more likely to experience environmental hardships like crime and squalor. On the other hand, the sheltered family is more likely to lack the nurturing support of extended family. Since its publication in 1979, Bronfenbrenner's major statement on the theory of the ecology of human development has had widespread influence on the way psychologists and others approach the study of human beings and their environment as a result of his groundbreaking work in human ecology. These environments, from the family to economic and political structures, have come to be viewed as part of the life course of the childhood through adulthood. Bronfenbrenner has identified Soviet developmental psychologist Lev Vygotsky and German-born psychologist Kurt Lewin as important influences on his theory. Bronfenbrenner's work provides one of the foundational elements of ecological counseling perspective, as espoused by Robert Conine, Ellen Cook, and the University of Cincinnati Counseling Program. There are many different theories related to human development. Human ecology theory emphasizes environmental factors as central to development. And we'll also look at the bioecological model, which is the mature, revised version of Bronfenbrenner's theory. The bioecological model of development is the mature and final version of Urie Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory. The primary focus of ecological systems theory is the systematic examination of contextual variability in the developmental process. It focuses on the role outside the developing person and how they were affected by it. After publication of the Ecology of Human Development, Brofenbenner's first comprehensive statement of ecological systems theory, additional refinements were added to the theory. Whereas earlier statements of ecological systems theory focused on characteristics of the environment, the goal of the bioecological model was to explicate how characteristics of the developing person influenced the environments to which the person was exposed and how they were affected by the environment. The bioecological model is strongly influenced by Brofenbenner's collaboration with Stephen Ceci, whereas much of Brofenbenner's work had focused on social development and influence of social environments on development. Ceci's work focused on memory and intelligence. The bioecological model reflects Ceci's work on contextual variables in intelligence and cognition, and Brofenbenner's interest in development in instigative characteristics, how people help to create their own environments. Evolution of Brofenbenner's theory. Brofenbenner's initial investigations into contextual variability in developmental processes can be seen in the 1950s in the analysis of different methods of parental discipline as a function of historical time and social class. It was further developed in his work on the different effects of parental discipline on boys and girls in the 1960s, and the convergence of socialization process in the US and USSR in the 1970s. These works were expressed in the experimental variations built in the development and implementation of the Head Start program. Informally discussed new ideas concerning ecological systems theory throughout the late 1970s and early 1980s during lectures and presentations to the psychological community. Brofenbenner published a major statement of ecological systems theory in American Psychologist, articulated it in a series of propositions and hypotheses in his most cited book, The Ecology of Human Development, and further developed in the bioecological model of human development in later writings. Brofenbenner's early thinking was strongly influenced by other developmentalists and social psychologists who studied developmental processes and contextually bound and dependent on the meaning of experience as defined by the developing person. One strong influence was Lev Vygotsky, a Russian psychologist who recognized it was that learning always occurs and cannot be separated from social context. The second influence was Kurt Lewin, a German forerunner of ecological systems model who focused on a person's psychological activities that occur within a kind of psychological field, including all the events in the past, present, and the future that shape and affect an individual. The centrality of the person's interpretation of their environment and phenomenological nature was built into the work of Thomas and Thomas. If men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. Brofenbenner was also influenced by his colleague Stephen Ceci, with whom he co-authored the article Nature Nurture Reconceptualized in Developmental Perspective of Bioecological Theory in 1994. Ceci is a developmental psychologist who redefined modern developmental psychology's approach to intellectual development. He focused on predicting a pattern of associations among ecological, genetic, and cognitive variables as a function of proximal processes. Together, Brofenbenner and Ceci published the beginnings of the bioecological model and made it accessible framework to use in understanding developmental processes. History. The history of the bioecological systems theory is divided into two periods. The first period resulted in the publication of Brofenbenner's theory of ecological systems theory, titled The Ecology of Human Development in 1979. Brofenbenner described the second period as a time of criticism and evaluation of his original work. The development of ecological systems theory arose because Brofenbenner noted a lack of focus on the role of context in terms of development. He argued the environment in which children operate is important because development may be shaped by their interactions with specific environment. He urged the colleagues to study development in terms of ecological context, that is, the normal environment of children, school, home, daycare. Researchers heeded his advice, and a great deal of research flourished in the early 1980s that focused on context. However, where prior research was ignoring context, Brofenbenner felt that current research focused too much on context and ignored development. In his justification for new theory, Brofenbenner wrote that he was not pleased with the direction of research in the mid-1980s and that he felt there were other realms of development that were overlooked. In comparison with the original theory, bioecological systems theory adds more emphasis to the person in the context of development. Additionally, Brofenbenner chose to leave out key features of the ecological systems theory during his development of the bioecological systems theory. As a whole, Brofenbenner's new theory continued to go through a series of transformations as he continuously analyzed different factors in human development. Critical components of bioecological systems theory did not emerge all at once. Instead, his ideas evolved and adapted to the research and ideas of the time. For example, the role of proximal processes, which now recognized as a key feature of bioecological systems theory, did not emerge until the 1990s. This theory went through a series of transformations and elaborations until 2005 when Bronfenbrenner died. Process, person, context, time. Bronfenbrenner further developed the model by adding the chronosystems, which refers to how a person and environments change over time. He also placed a greater emphasis on the processes and the role of the biological person. The process person context time model has since become the bedrock of the bioecological model. The process person's context time includes four concepts. The interaction between the concepts forms the basis of the theory. Process. Bronfenbrenner viewed proximal processes as the primary mechanism for development, featuring them in two central propositions of the bioecological model. Proposition 1, human development takes place through processes of progressively more complex reciprocal interactions between an active, evolving biopsychological human organism and the person's objects and symbols in its immediate external environment. To be effective, the interaction must occur on a fairly regular basis over extended periods of time. Such enduring forms of interaction in the immediate environment are referred to as proximal processes. Proximal processes are the development processes of the systematic interaction between a person and environment. Bronfenbrenner identifies group and solitary activities such as playing with other children and reading as mechanisms through which children come to understand their world and formulate ideas about their place within it. However, processes function differently depending on the person and the context. Proposition 2, the form, power, content, and direction of the proximal processes affecting development vary systematically as a joint function of the characteristics of the developing person, of the environment, both immediate and more remote, in which the processes are taking place, the nature of the developmental outcomes under consideration, and the social continuities and changes occurring over time through the life course and the historical period during which the person has lived. Person. Bronfenbrenner acknowledged the role the personal characteristics of the individuals play in social interactions. He identifies three personal characteristics that can significantly influence proximal processes across the lifespan. Demand characteristics such as age, gender, or physical appearances set processes in motion, acting as personal stimulus characteristics. Resource characteristics are not as immediately recognizable and include mental and emotional resources such as past experiences, intelligence, and skills, as well as material resources such as access to housing, education, and responsive caregivers. Force characteristics are related to variations in motivation, persistence, and temperament. Bronfenbrenner notes that even when children have equivalent access to resources, their developmental courses may differ as a function of characteristics such as drive to succeed and persistence in the face of hardship. In doing this, Bronfenbrenner provides a rationale for how environments, the systems mentioned above under the original model, ecological systems theory, influence personal characteristics, yet also suggests personal characteristics can change environments. Context. Context involves five interconnected systems, which are based on Bronfenbrenner's original model, ecological systems theory. The microsystem describes environments such as the home or school in which children spend significant time interacting. Mesosystems are interrelations between microsystems. The exosystem describes events that have important indirect influence on development. The macrosystem is a feature of any group, culture, and subculture that share values and belief systems. The chronosystem describes historical circumstances that affects the context of all other events. Time has a prominent role in the developmental model. It is constituted at three levels: micro, meso, and macro. Micro time refers to what is happening during specific episodes of proximal processes. Meso time refers to the extent to which the processes occur in the person's environment, such as over the course of days, weeks, or years. Macro time, or the chronosystem, focuses on the shifting expectancies in wider culture. This functions both within and across generations and affects proximal processes across the lifespan. Thus, the bioecological model highlights the importance of understanding a person's development within environmental systems. It further explains that both the person and the environment affect one another's bidirectionality. Although even Bronfenbrenner himself critiqued the falsibility of the model, the bioecological model has real-world applications for developmental research, practice, and policies. Research implications. In addition to adding to the theoretical understanding of human development, the bioecological model lends itself to changes in the conceptualization of the research endeavor. In some of his earliest comments on the state of the developmental research, Bronfenbrenner lamented that developmental research concerns itself with studying strange behavior of children in strange situations for the briefest periods of time. He proposed rather that developmental science should take as its goal a study of children in context in order to best determine which processes are naturally developmentally generative, promote development, and which are naturally developmentally disruptive, prevent development. Brofenbender set up a contrast to the traditional confirmatory approach to hypothesis testing, in which research is done to confirm that a hypothesis is correct or incorrect, when specifying the types of researchers needed to support the bioecological model of development. In Brofenbender's view, the dynamic nature of the model calls for primary generative research designs that explore interactions between proximal processes and the developing person's environment, time, and developmental outcome. Brofenbender calls this type of research the discovery mode of developmental science. To best capture such a dynamic process, developmental research designs would ideally be longitudinal over time rather than cross-sectional, single point in time, and conducted in children's natural environment rather than a laboratory. Such designs would thus occur in schools, homes, daycare centers, and other environments in which proximal processes are most likely to occur. The bioecological model also proposes that the most scientifically rich studies would include more than one distinct but theoretically related proximal process in the same design. Indeed, studies that claim to be based on bioecological theory should include elements of process, person, context, and time, and should include explicit explanation and acknowledgments if one of the elements is lacking. Based on interactions of proposed elements of the model, appropriate statistical analysis of data would likely include explanations of mediation and moderation effects, as well as multi-level modeling of data to account for the nesting of different components of the model. Moreover, research that included both genetic and environmental components would capture even more of the bioecological model's elements. Ecological techno subsystem. The ecological systems theory emerged before the advent of the internet revolution, and the developmental influence of then available technology like television was conceptually situated in the child's microsystem. Johnson and Palampu, for instance, proposed in 2008 the ecological technosystems, a dimension of the microsystem. The microsystem comprises both child interacting with living, like peers, parents, and teachers, and non-living hardware gadgets, element of communication, information, recreation technologies in immediate and direct environments. Johnson published a validation study in 2010. Non-ecological theory, whereas the theory of the techno subsystem merely highlights the influence of the digital technologies having the development of an individual within the microsystem. Navarro and Tudge argue that the vital world be given its own consideration throughout the bioecological model. They suggest two key modifications as a way to incorporate Brofenbender's theory into our technologized world. The microsystem should be delineated to include distinct forms in which an individual lives, physical microsystems and virtual microsystems. The role of the macrosystem, specifically the cultural influence of digital technology, should be emphasized in understanding human development. Okay, so a lot to cover. Let me just say my prayer. God forbid, just making sure that war is not breaking out in Israel. God forbid, anytime, the rockets could start flying. So, God forbid. So, I'm not sure if Gandalf took off. If he, whatever, I'm going to keep on streaming. So, if he comes back around, I'm here. Okay, let's pour myself a drink. Stretch a second. Okay. Yeah, God forbid. Okay. Social dominance theory. Social dominance theory is a social psychological theory of intergroup relations that examines the caste-like features of groups based on social hierarchies and how these hierarchies remain stable and perpetuate themselves. According to the theory, group-based inequalities are maintained through three primary mechanisms: institutional discrimination, aggregated individual discrimination, and behavioral asymmetry. The theory proposes that widely shared cultural ideologies legitimizing myths provide the moral intellectual justifications for these intergroup behaviors by serving to make privilege normal for data collection and validity of prediction. The social dominance orientation scale was composed to measure acceptance of a desire for a group-based social hierarchy, which was assessed through two factors: support for group-based dominance and generalized opposition to equality, regardless of the in-group's position in the power structure. The theory was initially proposed in 1992 by social psychologist researchers Jim Sidanius, Eric Devereux, and Felicia Prato. It observes that human social groups consist of distinctly different group-based social hierarchies and societies that are capable of producing economic surpluses. These hierarchies often have a trimorphic three-form structure or description, which was simplified from the four-part biosocial structure identified by Vandenberg 1978. The hierarchies were based on age. Adults have more power and the higher status than children. Gender, men have more power and higher status than women. An arbitrary set, which are group-based hierarchies that are culturally defined and do not necessarily exist in all societies. Such arbitrariness can select an ethnicity, class, caste, religion, nationality, species, or any other socially constructed category. Social hierarchy is not only seen as a universal human feature. Social dominance theory argues that substantial evidence is shared. It is shared, including the theorizing trimorphic structure among apes and other primates. Group hierarchy. Social dominance theory argues that all human societies form group-based hierarchies. A social hierarchy is where some individuals receive greater prestige, power, or wealth than others. A group-based hierarchy is distinct from an individual-based hierarchy in that the former is based on socially constructed groups such as race, ethnicity, religion, social class, and freedoms. Linguistic groups, well, the latter is based on inherited athletic or leadership ability, high intelligence, artistic ability. A primary assumption of social dominance theory is that racism, sexism, nationalism, and classism are all manifest of the same human disposition to form group-based social hierarchies. The social tiers described by multiple intersectional theories of stratification become organized into hierarchies due to forces that social dominance theories believe are best explained in evolutionary psychology to offer high survival value. Human social hierarchies are seen to consist of hegemonic groups at the top and negative reference groups at the bottom. More powerful social roles are increasingly likely to be occupied by a hegemonic group member. Males are more dominant than females, and they possess more political power to occupy higher status positions, illustrating the iron law of angiocracy. As a role gets more powerful, Putnam's law of increasing disproportion becomes applicable to the probability the role is occupied by a hegemonic group member increases. Last Australian, God bless. Social dominance theory adds new theoretical elements, attempting a comprehensive synthesis of explanations of the three mechanisms of group hierarchy oppression. They are regulated by legitimizing myths: aggregated individual discrimination, ordinary discrimination, aggregated institutional discrimination by government and business institutions, state terrorism, behavioral asymmetry, deference, systematic outgroup favoritism, minorities favor members of dominant group, asymmetric in-group bias as status increases, in-group favoritism decreases, self-handicapping, self-categorization as an inferior becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, ideological asymmetry as status increases, so do beliefs legitimizing and or enhancing the current social hierarchy. Although the nature of these hierarchical differences and inequality differs across cultures and society, significant commonalities have been verified empirically using social dominance orientation scale. In multiple studies across countries, the social dominance orientation scale has been shown to correlate robustly with a variety of group prejudices, including sexism, sexual orientation prejudice, racism, nationalism, and with hierarchy-enhancing policies. Legitimizing myth theory. Social dominance theory believes that decisions and behaviors of individuals and groups can be better understood by examining the myths that guide and motivate them. Legitimizing myths are consensually held values, attitudes, beliefs, stereotypes, conspiracy theories, and cultural ideologies. Examples include the inalienable rights of man, divine right of kings, the Protestant work ethic, and national myths. In current society, such legitimizing myths or narratives are communicated through platforms like social media, television shows, and films, and are investigated using a variety of methods, including content analysis, semiotics, discourse analysis, and psychoanalysis. The granularity of narrative extends from broad ideologies at the highest level to middle level personal myths, positive thinking of oneself as successful, smart, dominant, or submissive, inferior, reaching the lowest level of behavior scripts or schemas for a particular dominant, submissive social situation. Categories of myth include paternalistic myths, the dominant hegemony serves society, looks after incapable minorities. Reciprocal myths, suggestions that dominance and outgroups are actually equal. Sacred myths, karma or divine right of kings as a religion approved mandate to dominate others. For regulations of the three mechanisms of group hierarchy oppression, there are two fundamental types of legitimizing myths: hierarchy enhancing or hierarchy attenuating myths. Hierarchy enhancing ideologies, racism, or meritocracy contribute to greater levels of group based inequality. Felicia Prato presented meritocracy as an example of a legitimizing myth and how the myth of meritocracy produces only an illusion of fairness. Hierarchy attenuating ideologies such as protected rights, universalism, egalitarianism, feminism, and multiculturalism contribute to the greater level of group based equality. People endorse these different forms of ideologies based in part on their psychological orientation to accept or reject unequal group relations as measured by the social dominance orientation scale. People who score higher in the social domination orientation scale tend to endorse hierarchy enhancing ideology, and people who score lower tend to endorse hierarchy attenuating ideology. Finally, social dominance theory proposes that the relative counterbalance of hierarchy enhancing and attenuating social forces stabilizes group based inequality. Interactions with authoritarian personality theory. Authoritarian personality theory is an empirical scale known as the RWA measure, which strongly predicts a substantially similar set of group level social political behaviors such as prejudice and ethnocentrism that the social dominance orientation scale predicts, despite the scales being largely independent of each other. Research by Bob Altermeyer and others have shown that two scales have different patterns of correlations with characteristics at the individual level and other social phenomenon. For example, high social dominance oriented individuals are not particularly religious, but high RWAs usually are. High social dominance oriented do not claim to be benevolent, while high RWAs usually do. Altermeyer theorizes that both are authoritarian personality measures, with social dominance orientation measuring dominant authorial personalities and RWA measuring the submissive type. Other researchers believe that the debate between intergroup relation theories has moved past which theory can subsume all others or better explain all forms of discrimination. Instead, the debate has moved to the pluralist explanation, where researchers need to determine which theory or combination of theories is appropriate under which conditions. The relationship between the two theories has been explored by Altermeyer and other researchers such as John Duckett, who have exploited the greater coverage possible by employing RWA and social dominance orientation scales in tandem. Duckett proposed a model in which the two influence in-group and out-group attitudes in two different dimensions. RWA measures the threat to norms and values, so high RWA scores reliably predict negative views towards drug dealers and rock stars, while high social dominance orientation scores do not. The model theorizes that high social domination orientation individuals react to pecking order competitions with groups seen as socially subordinate, unemployment beneficiaries, housewives, handicapped, and view them negatively, whereas RWA does not show any correlation. Duckett's research observed the measures can become more correlated with age and suggest the hypothesis that the perspectives were acquired independently during socialization and over time became more consistent as they interact with each other. Unaffectionate socialization is hypothesized to cause tough-minded attitudes of high social dominance-oriented individuals. Duckett believes this competitive response dimension in belief the world operates on the survival of the fittest scheme is backed by multiple studies. He predicts that the high correlation between the views of the world as dangerous and competitive emerged from parenting styles tending to covariance among the dimensions of uh, putativeness, and lack of affection. The model also suggests that these views mutually reinforce each other. Duckett examines the complexities of interaction between the two and a variety of specific ideological prejudices, beliefs, and behavior. For instance, social dominance orientation beliefs are activated by competition and intergroup inequalities in status and power. RWA is a stronger predictor of prejudice when the outgroup is threatening. When group status is unstable, social dominance orientation is associated with higher in-group bias than when group status is stable. Outgroup liking is best predicted by similarity to the in-group, while outgroup respect is predicted by status and technological advancement. Duckett also argued that the model may explain anti-authoritarian, libertarian, and egalitarian altruistic ideologies. Other researchers view the two as distinct. People with high RWA scale are easily frightened and value security, but are not necessarily callous, cruel, and confident as those who score high in the social dominance orientation scale. Altemeyer has conducted multiple studies which suggest that the social dominance measure is more predictive of racist orientation than the RWA measure, and that while results for the two scales correlate closely for some countries, his research and McFarlane and Anderson show that they correlate very little for others. Gender and dominance. Because patriarchal societies are dominated by males over female, social dominance theory predicts that everything else being equal, males tend to have a higher social dominance orientation score. This invariance hypothesis predicts that males will tend to function as hierarchy enforcers, that is, they are more likely to carry out acts of discrimination, such as the systematic terror by police officers and the extreme example of death squads in concentration camps. The hypothesis is supported by a demonstrated correlation between social dominance orientation scores and preference for occupations such as criminal prosecutors and police enforcers, as opposed to hierarchy attenuating professions, social workers, human rights advocates, or healthcare workers. Social dominance theory also predicts that males who carry out violent acts have been predisposed out of a condition called prepared learning. Elite theory influences Marx and others. Social dominance theory was influenced by the elite theories of Karl Marx, Gaetano Masco, Robert Michaels, and Vilfredo Pareto, all of whom argue that societies are ruled by a small elite who rationalize their power through some system of justifying narratives and ideologies. Marx describes the oppressive hierarchy of hegemonic groups dominating negative reference groups. In his example of the bourgeois owning class dominate the proletariat working class by controlling capital, the means of production, and not paying workers enough. However, Marx thought that the working class would eventually comprehend the solution to the oppression and destroy the bourgeois in a proletariat revolution. Friedrich Engels viewed ideology and social discourse as employed to keep dominant and subgroups in line, referring to this as the false consciousness whose political rationalist cure results when masses can evaluate the facts of the situation. Social dominance theory believes that social constructions employing ideology and social narratives may be used as effective justifications regardless of whether they are epistemologically true or false, or whether they legitimize inequality or equality. From the Marxian economic determinist perspective, race, ethnic, and gender conflict are sociological epiphenomenon derivable from the primary economic class conflict. Unlike Marxian sociologists, social dominance theorists, along with Masca, Michaels, and Pareto, together reject reductionism solely to economic causes and are skeptical of the hoped for class revolution. Pareto's analysis was that victory in the class struggle would only usher in a new set of socially dominant elites. Departing from elites theory, near exclusive focus on social structures manipulated by rational actors, social dominance theory follows Pareto's new direction towards examining collective psychological forces, asserting that human behavior is not primarily driven by either reason or logic. Criticism. John Turner and Catherine Reynolds from the Australian National University published in the British Journal of Social Psychology a commentary on social dominance theory, which outlines 6 fundamental criticisms based on internal inconsistencies, arguing against the evolutionary basis of the social dominance drive, questioning the origins of social conflict, hardwired versus social structure, questioning the meaning of the role of the social dominance orientation construct, a falsification of behavioral asymmetry, the idea of an alternative to understanding attitudes to power, including ideological asymmetry and collective self-interest, and reductionism and philosophical idealism of social dominance theory. The commentaries argue that social identity theory has better explanatory power than social dominance theory, and made the case that social dominance theory has been falsified by two studies. Wilson and Liu suggested intergroup attitudes follow social structure and cultural beliefs, theories, and ideologies developed to make sense of a group's place in the social structure and nature of their relationships with other groups. From this view, social dominance orientation is a product rather than a cause of social life. They questioned the invariance hypothesis and cited their own test relating strength of gender identification as a moderator of gender social dominance oriented relationship, reporting that group identification was associated with increased dominance orientation in males but decreased dominance orientation in females. Prado, Sidanius, and Levin denied that any claim was made that social dominance orientation measures are independent of social identity context, and that methodologically it would obviously make no sense to compare social dominance orientation levels of female members of death squads to those male social workers, or less dramatically to compare the social dominance orientation levels of men identifying with female gender roles to those of women identifying with male gender roles. The hypothesized evolutionary predispositions of one gender towards social dominance orientation was not intended by the social dominance theory authors to imply that nothing can be done about gender inequality of domination patterns, and that the theory provides unique approaches for attenuating those predispositions and their social manifestations. Okay, contact hypothesis. This one's also about racism. So good to see. Last Australian, always a pleasure. Slowly, I mean, these are all from Wikipedia, just collected. Contact hypothesis. In psychology and other social sciences, the contact hypothesis suggests that intergroup contact under appropriate conditions can effectively reduce prejudice between majority and minority groups. Following World War II and the desegregation of the military and other public institutions, policymakers and social scientists had turned an eye towards the policy implications of interracial contact. Of them, social psychologist Gordon Alpert united early research in the vein under intergroup contact theory. In 1954, Albert published The Nature of Prejudice, in which he outlined the most widely cited form of the hypothesis. The premise of Alpert's hypothesis states that under appropriate conditions, interpersonal contact could be one of the most effective ways to reduce prejudice between majority and minority group members. According to Alpert, properly managed contact should reduce issues of stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination that commonly occur between rival groups and lead to better intergroup interactions. In the decades following Alpert's book, social scientists expanded and applied the contact hypothesis towards the reduction of prejudice beyond racism, including prejudice towards physically and mentally disabled people, women, and LGBT plus Q people in hundreds of different studies. In some subfields of criminology, psychology, and sociology, intergroup contact has been described as one of the best ways to improve relations among groups in conflict. Nonetheless, the effects of intergroup contact vary widely from context to context, and empirical inquiry continues to this day. History. While Gordon Alpert is often credited with the development of the contact hypothesis, the idea that interpersonal contact could improve intergroup relations was not a novel one. In the 1930s and 40s, writers had already begun speculating about the outcome of interracial contact. In 1947, sociologist R.M. Williams described interpersonal collaboration with goal interdependence as a worthwhile strategy to reduce intergroup hostility. Following World War II, social scientists examined the effects of desegregation on racial attitudes in the U.S. Merchant Marine and in desegregated New York City housing projects. In 1951, his national attention turned to issues of desegregation in schools, ultimately leading up to Brown versus Board of Education. Robert Carter and Thurgood Marshall from the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund solicited expert opinions from social science. A range of social scientists from Kenneth Clark to Floyd and Gordon Alpert weighed in on the psychological effects of desegregation and conditions under which interracial contact might attenuate racial prejudice, including an amicus curiae brief filed in the Brown versus Board case. Other studies have claimed that contact hypothesis is very simple and optimistic, and that contact would most likely gravitate towards hostility rather than towards friendship. If two competitive parties were involved, if groups with a negative outlook were brought together, it would lead to increases of negative attitudes rather than positive. Alpert situated his formulation of the contact hypothesis in broader discussion of racial diversity, a precursor to interracial proximity and contact. while diversity more generally might foment conflict and prejudice, Alpert suggested that contact under four particular conditions would facilitate intergroup understanding and consequently reduce prejudice. Conditions of intergroup contact. In the years prior to Alpert's framing of intergroup contact theory, social scientists had already begun discussing the conditions of intergroup contact that would produce intergroup anxiety, prejudice, and other detrimental psychological effects. Wilner, Walkley, and Cook, 2 years prior to the nature of prejudice, studied segregation and integration in housing projects and also suggested four conditions under which intergroup attitudes would change for the better. Under the assumption that prejudice arises from racial segregation, they suggested that it would diminish when members occupy the same or equivalent roles in the situation, share background characteristics like education, age, gender, or socioeconomic status, perceive common interest groups, and when the social climate is not unfavorable to interracial association. Concurrently, Carolyn Sharif and Muzaffar Sharif developed their Robert Cave experiment as illustration of the realistic conflict theory. Their Sharifs highlighted the importance of subordinate goals and equal status between groups, but notably did not weigh in alongside other social scientists in their amicus brief for Brown versus Board Education. In Alpert's own word, prejudice may be reduced by equal status contact between majority and minority groups in the pursuit of common goals. The effect is greatly enhanced if the contact is sanctioned by institutional support, by law, custom, or local atmosphere, and provided it is a sort that leads to the perception of common interest and common humanity between members of the two groups. In other words, four conditions under which intergroup contact will reduce prejudice are equal status. Both groups must engage equally in the relationship. Members of the group should have similar backgrounds, qualities, and characteristics. Differences in academic backgrounds, wealth, skills, and experience should be minimized if these qualities will influence perceptions or prestige and rank in the group. Common goals. Both groups must work in a problem, task, and share. This is a common goal, sometimes called a superordinate goal, a goal that can only be attained if the members of the two or more groups work together by pooling their efforts and resources. Intergroup cooperation. Both groups must work together for their common goals without competition. Groups need to work together in the pursuit of common goals. Support of authorities, laws, and custom. Both groups must acknowledge some authority that supports the contact and interaction between groups. The contact should encourage friendly, helpful, egalitarian attitudes and condemn intergroup outgroup comparisons. Additionally, Alpert specified that within intergroup cooperation, personal interaction involving informal personal interaction between group members would scaffold learning about each other and the formation of cross-group friendships. Yet without these conditions, causal or superficial contact would cause people to resort to stereotypes. The largest meta-analysis of the contact literature suggested that the conditions are facilitating but not essential. However, more recent meta-analysis highlights that many configurations of the conditions have not yet been experimentally tested. Psychological processes involved in intergroup contact. A number of psychological processes have been first hypothesized to explain how and why intergroup contact is able to reduce prejudice involved intergroup relations. Firstly, Alpert, 1954, argued that intergroup contact facilitates learning about the outgroup, and this new outgroup knowledge leads to prejudice reduction. Secondly, intergroup contact is believed to reduce the fear and anxiety people have when interacting with the outgroup, which in turn reduces their negative evaluations of the outgroup. Thirdly, intergroup contact is hypothesized to increase people's ability to take the perspective of the outgroup and emphasize with their concerns. Empirical research has only found weak support for the role of outgroup knowledge in prejudice reduction. However, the effective mechanisms of intergroup anxiety and outgroup empathy have accumulated extensive empirical support. The reduction of prejudice through intergroup contact can be described as the reconceptualization of group categories. Alpert claimed that prejudice is a direct result of the generalizations and oversimplifications made about an entire group of people based on incomplete or mistaken information. The basic rationale is that prejudice may be reduced as one learns more about a category of people. Rothbard and John, 1985, described belief change through contact as an example of the general cognitive processes by which attributes of category members modify category attributes. An individual's belief can be modified by that person coming into contact with a culturally distinct category member and subsequently modifying or elaborating the beliefs about the category as a whole. However, contact fails to cure conflict when contact situations create anxiety for those who take part. Contact situations need to be long enough to allow this anxiety to decrease and for the members of the conflicting groups to feel comfortable with one another. Additionally, if the members of the two groups use the contact situation to trade insults, argue with each other, resort to physical violence, and discriminate against each other, then contact should not be expected to reduce conflict between groups. To obtain beneficial effects, the situation must include positive contact. Effects of intergroup contact. Social scientists have documented positive effects of intergroup contact across fields, experimental and correlational studies across a variety of contact situations and between various social groups. Pettigrew and Trope's canonical 2006 meta-analysis of 515 separate studies found general support for the contact hypothesis. Furthermore, their analysis found that face-to-face contact between group members significantly reduced prejudice. The more contact groups had, the less prejudice group members reported. Moreover, the beneficial effects of the intergroup contact were significantly greater when the contact situation was structured to include Alpert's facilitating conditions for optimal contact. Examples: intergroup contact and prejudice towards African Americans. The majority intergroup contact research has focused on reducing prejudice towards African Americans. For example, in one study, Brown, Jackson, Sellers, and Manuel, 2003, investigated the amount of contact white athletes had with black teammates and whether the athletes played an individual or team sport. Team sports like football and basketball, as opposed to individual sports like track and swimming, require teamwork and cooperative interaction to win. Results showed that white athletes who played team sports reported less prejudice than athletes who played individual sports. Intergroup contact and prejudice towards homosexuality. The contact hypothesis is proven to be highly effective in alleviating prejudice directed towards homosexuals. Applying the contact hypothesis to heterosexuals and homosexuals, Herrick, 1987, found that college students who had pleasant interactions with a homosexual tend to generalize from that experience and accept homosexuals as a group. Herrick and Glunt's 1993 study, National Study of Interpersonal Contact with Heterosexuals' Attitudes Toward Gay Men, found that increased contact predicted attitudes towards gay men better than did any other demographic or social psychological variables. Such variables included gender, race, age, education, geographic residence, marital status, number of children, religion, and political ideology. Herrick and Capitano, 1996, found that contact experience with 2 or 3 homosexuals are associated with more favorable attitudes that are contact experience with only one individual. Intergroup contact and prejudice towards Muslims in Europe. Savilcol, 2011, the study from the Netherlands found people living in regions with a high number of Muslims, those more exposed to unavoidable intergroup contacts, get used to and are more experienced with their integration and express lesser perceived threat. In addition, they also found that higher contact with Muslim colleagues directly reduced anti-Muslim attitudes. Similarly, Novotny and Polanski, in their survey among Czech and Slovak university students, documented that personal contacts with Muslims and experience with visiting an Islamic country associate with more positive attitudes towards Muslims. However, Edergag, 2012, report that Belgian teachers working in the schools that enroll a larger share of Muslim students have more negative attitudes towards Muslim students than the other teachers. Intergroup contact with immigrant groups within the United States. Daniel Hopkins presented the idea that local conditions within a community, or in other words, changes in local immigrant demographics, can affect the attitudes of people on immigrants. This can include the stereotyping of immigrants and a development of pro or anti-immigrant ideas. These attitudes may be shaped by experience the non-immigrant population has with the immigrant population. He believes that the idea is not necessarily universal, but that certain conditions play a role in the development of attitudes. Intergroup contact in social robots. Evidence suggests that intergroup contact theory may be applicable to social robots. Exposure to a social robot under predictable, controlled conditions can lead people to feel more positive towards that specific robot than they previously felt towards robots in general. Additionally, research has shown that even imagining interacting with a robot can reduce negative feelings. Indirect intergroup contact. One of the most important advances in research on intergroup contact is the growing evidence from the number of indirect, non-face-to-face intergroup contact strategies as a means to improve relations between social groups. While the benefit of direct intergroup contact has been empirically established, its implementation is often not practical. For example, in many countries, racial and religious groups are often residentially, education, and occupationally segregated, which limits the opportunity for direct contact. However, even when the opportunity for direct intergroup contact is high, anxiety and fear can produce a negative or hostile contact experience or lead to the avoidance of the contact situation altogether. Indirect forms of intergroup contact include extended contact. The extended contact hypothesis, established by Wright and colleagues, 1997, posits that knowing a member of one's own group has close relationships with a member of an outgroup can lead to a more positive attitudes towards the outgroup. Correlation research has demonstrated that individuals who report knowledge that an in-group member has an outgroup friend typically report more positive outgroup attitudes, while experimental research has shown that providing in-group members with this information creates the same positive effect. In the 20 years since its proposal, the extended contact hypothesis has guided over 100 studies that generally find support for the positive effect of extended contact on prejudice reduction, independent of the direct friendship with outgroup members. In the same vein, vicarious contacts involve simply observing an in-group member interact with an outgroup member. For example, positive media portrayals of intergroup interactions on television, radio, also known as the parasocial contact hypothesis, have the potential to reduce the prejudice of millions of viewers and listeners. Imagined contact. The imagined contact hypothesis was put forward by Richard Crisp and Rhiannon Turner, 2009, proposes that simply imagining a positive encounter with a member or members of an outgroup category can promote more positive intergroup attitudes. It also proposes that imagined contact can lead to a greater desire to have social contact between groups and can help improve explicit and implicit biases towards marginalized or minority groups, such as those who are mentally or physically disturbed, disabled, religious minorities, ethnic minorities, and sexual minorities. Electronic or e-contact. Skip some of this. Criticisms. While large bodies of research have been devoted to examining intergroup contact, social scientific reviews of the literature frequently voice skepticism about the likelihood of contact optimal conditioning occurring in concert, and by extension about the generalizability of correlational research and lab studies on contact, null fundings and gaps in research. Through the general findings of intergroup contact research have inspired premise, Bertrand and Duffalo, 2017, find that observational correlations between intergroup contact and non-prejudicial behavior can be explained by self-selection. Less prejudiced people seek out contact. Comparatively fewer controlled experiment study of intergroup contact exist. Of those that do, few measure prejudice outcomes larger than 1 day after treatment, leaving a gap in the literature that investigates the long-term effects of contact. Furthermore, of those experiments, none measure the reduction of racial prejudice in people over the age of 25. Similarly, in a report from the United Kingdom Equality and Human Rights Commission, Dominic Abrams highlights a dearth of good quality longitudinal research on prejudice or prejudice reduction. Gordon Allport himself suggested that the light of increasing racial contact in the United States, the more contact, the more trouble, unless scaffolded by the four facilitating conditions he proposed, distinguishing causal contact and true acquaintances or knowledge-giving contact. In political science, Alpert's work is often juxtaposed with V.O. Key's examination of Southern politics, which found that racism grew in the areas where local concentrations of Black Americans were higher. In that context, absent the specific conditions of Alpert, contact comes to produce more negative effects, namely increasing prejudice. Some social psychologists have converged with political scientists on this position. Daniel Hopkins presented the idea that local conditions within a community, specifically changes in the local immigrant demographics, can affect the attitudes of people on immigrants. This can include the stereotyping of immigrants and or development of pro or anti-immigration ideals. These attitudes may be shaped by experiences of non-immigrant population has with the immigrant population. He believes that this idea is not necessarily universal, but that certain conditions play a role in the development of attitudes. A Geerdag 2012 report that Belgian teachers working in schools that enroll larger share of Muslim students have more negative attitudes towards Muslim students than other teachers. Other studies have claimed that contact hypothesis is very simple and optimistic, and that contact would most likely gravitate towards hostility rather than friendships if two competitive parties were involved. If groups with a negative outlook were brought together, it would lead to an increase of negative attitudes rather than positive. Furthermore, ideologies, when not motivated by prejudices or negative contact and attitudes such as ethnic nationalism that profess religion or the political standings, do not simply change with greater contact. For example, ecumenism or political collaboration virtually does not operate any religious, dogmatic, or political ideal of principal change in any of the two rival sides. Negative contact. Stefano Polini, Jake Harwood, and Mark Rubin, 2010, proposed that intergroup contact may have more negative than positive effects on prejudice because it makes outgroup members' social groups more salient during encounters. The negative contact hypothesis. Recent evidence suggests that although Negative in-group contact is more influential than positive intergroup contact. It also less common than positive contact in real-world in-group encounters in 5 Central European countries. Recent research also suggested that people's past experience with out-group members moderates contact. People who have had positive experience with out-group members in the past show a smaller discrepancy between the effects of positive and negative contact. Okay. Anomie. In sociology, anomie is a social condition defined by an uprooting or breakdown of any moral value, standard, or guidance for individuals to follow. And anomie is believed to possibly evolve from conflict or belief systems and causes breakdown of social bonds between an individual and the community, both economic and primary socialization. The term, commonly understood to mean normlessness, is believed to have been popularized by French sociologist Emile Durkheim in his influential book Suicide 1897. Emile Durkheim suggested that Protestants exhibited a greater degree of anomie than Catholics. However, Durkheim first introduced the concept of anomie in his 1893 work, The Divisions of Labor and Society. Durkheim never used the term normlessness. Rather, he described anomie as derangement and an insatiable will. Durkheim used the term the malady of the infinite because desire without limit can never be fulfilled. It only becomes more intense. For Durkheim, anomie arises more generally from a mismatch between personal or group standards and a wider social standards, or from the lack of social ethic, which produces moral deregulation and absence of legitimate aspirations. Anomie is a mismatch, not simply the absence of norms. Thus, a society with too much rigidity and little individual discretion could also produce a kind of anomie. History. 1893, Durkheim introduced the concept of anomie to describe the mismatch of collective guild labor to evolving societal needs when the guild was homogeneous in its constituency. He equated homogeneous, redundant skills to mechanical solidarity, whose inertia hindered adaptation. He contrasted this with the self-regulating behavior of the division of labor based on the differences in constituency, equated to organic solidarity, whose lack of inertia made it sensitive to needed changes. Durkheim observed that the conflict between the evolved organic division of labor and the homogeneous mechanical type was such that it could not exist in the presence of the other. When solidarity is organic, anomie is impossible, as sensitivity to mutual needs promotes evolution in the division of labor. Producers, being near consumers, can easily reckon the extent of needs to be satisfied. Equilibrium is established without any trouble, and production regulates itself. Durkheim contrasted the condition of anomie as being the result of malfunction of organic solidarity after the transition to mechanical solidarity. But on the contrary, if some opaque environment is interposed, relationships are rare and not repeated enough, are too intermittent, contact is no longer sufficient, the producer can no longer embrace the market at a glance, nor even in thought. He can no longer see its limits, since it is, so to speak, limitless. Accordingly, production becomes unbridled and unregulated. Durkheim's use of anomie was in regards to the phenomenon of industrialization, mass regimentation that could not adapt due to its own inertia. More specifically, its resistance to change causes disruptive cycles of collective behavior due to the necessity of prolonged buildup of sufficient force and momentum to overcome the inertia. Later in 1897, in the study Suicide, Durkheim associated anomie to the influence of a lack of norms or norms that were too rigid. However, such normlessness or norm rigidity was a symptom of anomie caused by the lack of differential adaptation that would enable norms to evolve naturally due to self-regulation, either to develop norms where none existed or to change norms that had become too rigid and obsolete. Durkheim found that Protestant communities have noticeably higher suicide rates than Catholic ones and justified it with individualism and lack of social cohesion prevalent among Protestants, creating poorly integrated society, making Protestants less likely to develop close communal ties that would be crucial in times of hardship. Conversely, he states that Catholic faith binds individuals stronger together and builds strong social ties, decreasing the risks of suicide in the nation. In this, Durkheim argued that religion is much more important than culture in regards to economic suicide. This allowed Durkheim to successfully tie social cohesion to suicidal rates. If the individual isolates himself, it is because The ties uniting him with others are slackened or broken because society is not sufficiently integrated at the points where he is in contact with it. These gaps between one and another individual consciousness, estranging them from each other, are authentic results of the weakening of the social fabric. In 1938, Robert Merton linked anomie with deviance, arguing that discontinuity between culture and structure have the dysfunctional consequence of leading to deviance within society. He described 5 types of deviance in terms of the acceptance or rejection of social goals and the institutionalized means of achieving them. Etymology. The term anomie, a reborrowing with French spelling of anomie, comes from the Greek anomia, a lawlessness, namely the privative alpha prefix a without and nomos law. The Greeks distinguished between nomos and arche, starting rule, axiom, principle. For example, a monarch is a single ruler, but he still may be subject to and not exempt from the prevailing laws. Nomos, in the original city state democracy, the majority rule was an aspect of arche because it was rule based customary system which may or may not make laws. Nomos. Thus, the original meaning of anomie defined anything or anyone against or outside the law, or a condition where the current laws were not applied, resulting in a state of illegitimacy or lawlessness. The contemporary English understanding of the word anomie can accept greater flexibility in the word norm, and some have used the idea of normlessness to reflect a similar situation to the idea of anarchy. However, as used by Emil Durkheim and later theorists, anomie is a reaction against the retreat from the regulatory social controls of society, and is a completely separate concept from anarchy, which consists of the absence of the roles of rulers and submitted. Social disorder. 19th century French pioneer sociologist Emile Durkheim borrowed the term anomie from French philosopher Jean-Marie Guyot. Durkheim used it in his influential book Suicide, 1897, in order to outline the social and not individual causes of suicide, characterized by the rapid change of the standards of value of society, often erroneously referred to as normlessness, and an associated feeling of alienation and purposelessness. He believed that anomie is common when the surrounding society has undergone significant changes in economic fortunes, whether for the better or worse. More generally, when there is a significant discrepancy between the ideological theories and values commonly professed and what was actually achievable in everyday life. This was contrary to the previous theories on suicide, which generally maintained that suicide was precipitated by negative events in a person's life and their subsequent depression. In Durkheim's view, traditional religions often provided the basis for the shared values which the anomic individual lacks. Furthermore, he argued that the division of labor that had been prevalent in economic life since the Industrial Revolution led individuals to pursue egoistic ends rather than seeking the good of a larger community. Robert King Merton also adopted the idea of anomie to develop strain theory, defining it as a discrepancy between common social goals and the legitimate means to attain those social goals. Let's pull this out. Defining it as the discrepancy between common social goals and legitimate means of attaining those goals. In other words, an individual suffering for anomie would strive to attain the common goals of a specific social society, yet would not be able to reach these goals legitimately because of the structural limitations in a society. As a result, the individual would exhibit deviant behavior. Friedrich Hayek notably uses the word anomie with this meaning. According to one academic survey, psychometric testing confirmed a link between the academic dishonesty among university students, suggesting that universities needed to foster codes of ethics among students in order to curb it. In another study, anomie was seen as a push factor in tourism. As an older version, the 1913 Webster Dictionary reports use of the word anomie as meaning disregard or violation of the law. However, anomie as a social disorder is not to be confused with anarchy. Proponents of anarchism claim that anarchy does not necessarily lead to anomie and that hierarchical command actually increases lawlessness. Some anarcho-primitivists argue that complex societies, particularly industrial, post-industrial societies, directly cause conditions such as anomie by depriving the individual of self-determination and a relatively small reference group to relate to, such as the band, clan, or tribe. In 2003, Jose Soltero and Romeo Silveira analyzed the concept of anomie in regard to Protestants and Catholicism in El Salvador. Massive displacement of the population in the 1970s, economic and political crisis, as well as cycles of violence, are credited with radically changing the religious composition of the country, rendering it one of the most Protestant countries in Latin America. According to Soltero and Savaria, the rise of Protestantism is conversationally claimed to be a cause by the Catholic failure to address the spiritual needs of the poor and the Protestants' deep request for salvation, liberation, and eternal life. However, their research does not support these claims and showed that Protestantism is not more popular amongst the poor. Their findings do confirm the assumptions of Anomie, with Catholic communities of El Salvador enjoying higher social cohesion, while the Protestant communities have been associated with poor social integration, internal migration, and tend to be places deeply affected by the Salvadoran Civil War. Additionally, Soltero and Silveira found that Salvadoran Catholicism is tied to social activism, liberation theology, and the political left, as opposed to the right-wing political orientation, or at least passive, personally inward orientation expressed by some Protestant churches. They conclude that their research contradicts the theory that Protestants respond to the spiritual needs of the poor more adequately than Catholicism, while also disproving the claim that Protestants appeal more to women. Synome. Frida Adler coined synome as the opposite of anomie, using Emil Durkheim's concept of social solidarity and collective consciousness. Adler defined synome as a congruence of norms to the point of harmonious accommodation. Adler described societies in a synome state as characterized by norm conformity, cohesion, intact social controls, and norm integration. Social institutions such as the family, religion, and communities largely serve as sources of norms and social control to maintain synamic society. In culture, in Albert Camus' existential novel The Stranger, Meursault, the bored, alienated protagonist, struggles to construct an individual system of values as he responds to the disappearance of the old. He exists largely in a state of anomie, as seen from the apathy evinced from the opening lines, today mom died, or maybe yesterday, I don't know. Fyodor Dostoevsky expressed a similar concern about anomie in the novel The Brothers Karamazov. The Grand Inquisitor remarks, in the absence of God and immortal life, everything would be lawful. In other words, that any act becomes thinkable, that there be no moral compass, which leads to apathy and detachment. In the Ink Black Heart and the Cormian Strike novels, written by J.K. Rowling under the pseudonym Robert Galbraith, the main antagonist goes by the online handle of Anomie. Okay. I'm going to look at strain theory a different time. So I'm going to save strain theory for a future time. We want to get to these two long articles on conspiracy theory, so just have two left to go. So Madgura, I mean, anything might help. I mean, someone's got to pay for it and run it. Prosperity Center, if it's a private thing, someone with their own money wants to do and open up to everybody, or as a private club, or if the government's going to fund it. I mean, they do have such concepts. They do have things like that in Detroit, funded by tax dollars, some funded by private institutions. Social identity theory. And then last we have construal level theory. And then we'll go on to conspiracy theory for our marathon stream of educational content. Social identity theory is the portion of an individual's self-concept derived from perceived membership in a relevant social group. As originally formulated by social psychologist Henry Tajfel and John Turner in the 1970s and 80s, social identity theory introduced the concept of a social identity as a way in which to explain intergroup behavior. Social identity theory explores the phenomenon of the in-group and out-group and is based on the view that identities are constituted through a process of difference defined in a relative or flexible ways dependent on the activities in which one engages. This theory is described as a theory that predicts certain intergroup behaviors on the basis of perceived group status differences, the perceived legitimacy and stability of those status differences, and the perceived ability to move from one group to another. This contrasts with occasions where the term social identity theory is used to refer to general theorizing about human social selves. Moreover, and although some researchers have treated it as such, social identity theory was never intended to be a general theory of social categorization. It was awareness of the limited scope of social identity theory that led John Turner and colleagues to develop a cousin theory in the form of self-categorization theory, which built on the insights of social identity theory to produce a more general account of self and group processes. The term social identity approach or social identity perspective is suggested for describing joint contributions of both social identity theory and self-categorization theory. Social identity theory suggests that an organization can change individual behaviors if it can modify the self-identity or parts of their self-concept that derives from knowledge of or the emotional attachment to the group. Development, historical background. The term social identity theory achieved academic currency only in the late 1970s, but the basic underlying concept associated with it had emerged in the earlier 20th century. William Sumner, writing in 1906, captures the primary dynamics of this excerpt in his influential work, Folkways, a study of sociological importances of usage, manners, customs, morals, and morals. Loyalty to the group, sacrifice for it, hatred and contempt for outsiders, brotherhood within, warlikeness without, all grow together, common products of the same situation. Men of others groups are outsiders with whose ancestors, the ancestors of the we groups, waged war. Each group nourishes its own pride and vanity, boasts itself superior, exalts its own divinities, and looks with contempt on outsides. Each group thinks of its own folkways, the only right one, and if it observes that other groups have other folkways, these excite its scorn. By the late 1920s, the collectivist perspective had all but disappeared from the mainstream social psychology. Over 50 years later, around the time of the first formal use of the term social identity theory, Tajbel wrote, "This is the state of social psychology." Thus, social categorization is still conceived as a haphazardly floating independent variable which strikes at random as the spirit moves it. No links are made or attempted between the conditions determining its presence and mode of operation, and its outcome is widely diffused commonalities of social behavior. Why, when, and how is social categorization salient and not salient? What kind of shared constructions of social reality mediated through social categorization lead to social climate in which large masses of people feel they are in long-term conflict with other masses? What, for example, are the psychological transitions from a stable to unstable social system? Thus, social identity theory in part reflects on desire to reestablish a more collectivist approach to social psychology of the self and social groups. Aspects: the interpersonal intergroup continuum. Social identity theory states that social behavior will want a person to change their behavior well in a group. It varies along a continuum between interpersonal behavior and intergroup behavior. Completely interpersonal behavior would be behavior determined solely by the individual characteristics and interpersonal relationships that exist between only two people. Completely intergroup behavior would be behavior determined solely by the social category membership that apply to more than two people. The authors of social identity theory state that purely interpersonal or purely intergroup behavior is unlikely to be found in realistic social situations. Rather, behavior is expected to be driven by compromise by the two extremes: the cognitive nature of personal versus social identities, and the relationship between them is more fully developed in self-categorization theory. Social identity theory itself focuses on the social structure factors that will predict which end of the spectrum will most influence an individual's behavior, along with the forms that the behavior may take. Positive distinctiveness. A key assumption of social identity theory is that individuals are intrinsically motivated to achieve positive distinctiveness. That is, individuals strive for a positive self-concept, as individuals to varying degrees may be defined and informed by their respective social identities as per the interpersonal intergroup continuum. It is further derived in the social identity theory that individuals strive to achieve or to maintain positive social identity. The precise nature of this striving for positive self-concept is a matter of debate. Both the interpersonal intergroup continuum and the assumption of a positive distinctiveness motivation arose as outcomes of the findings of minimal group studies. In particular, it was found that under certain conditions, Individuals would endorse resource distribution that would maximize the positive distinctiveness of an in-group in contrast to an out-group at the expense of personal self-interest. Social identity matters because it shapes people's self-perceptions and interpersonal relations. Favorable self-perception increase the likeliness that an individual would relate well to other members of the group and experience favorable feelings about themselves. People's perceptions of themselves are shaped by the group they identify with more strongly. Getting status within the group can make people feel more confident, content, and respected, since belonging to the group becomes significant for how they view themselves and their talents. Positive distinctiveness strategies. Building on the above components, social identity theory details a variety of strategies that may be invoked in order to achieve positive distinctiveness. The individual's choice of behavior is positive to be dictated largely by perceived intergroup relationship. In particular, the choice of strategy is outcome the perceived permeability of group boundaries, whether a group member may pass from a low status group into a high status group, as well as the perceived stability and legitimacy of the intergroup status hierarchy. The self-enhancing strategies detailed in social identity theory are detailed below. Importantly, although these are viewed from the perspective of low status group members, comparable behaviors may also be adopted by high status group members. Individual mobility. It is predicted that under conditions where the group boundaries are considered permeable, individuals are more likely to engage in individual mobility strategies. That is, individuals disassociate from the group and pursue individual goals designed to improve their personal lot rather than that of their group. Social creativity, where group boundaries are considered impermeable and where status relations are considered reasonably stable, individuals are predicted to engage in social creativity behaviors. Here, low status in-group members are still able to increase their positive distinctiveness without necessarily changing the objective resources of the in-group or the out-group. This may be achieved by comparing the in-group to the out-group or in some new dimension, changing the values assigned to the attributes of the group, and choosing an alternative out-group by which to compare the in-group. Social competition. Here, an in-group seeks positive distinctness and requires positive differentiation via direct competition with the out-group in form of in-group favoritism. It is considered competitive, and that is the case of favoritism. In-group occurs at a value dimension. Was that Madgura here? 1 second. Relevant predicted to occur when group boundaries are compared in permanent, reasonable, and stable. Although not privileged in the theory, it is positive as distinctive as strategies receive the greatest amount of attention.
Got better service on this.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for joining. Is this the first time we spoke?
Yeah, I do believe.
1 second. Let me read this one last thing here. In political science, social identity theory has been incorporated into the subconsistency politic theory of representation. This theory holds that political elites are individually rational and they use identity instrumentally to cultivate minimum winning constituencies. Okay, so I'm going to come back to this at a different time. So thank God we have a guest. So God bless Madgura. If you want to introduce yourself, I'm not sure if we ever spoke or came across each other or how you came across this.
Literally just scrolling through on YouTube. I don't know. It was one of those suggested things. I didn't expect a conversation to come out of it. It was just, I don't know. So I find what piques my interest, and that's what happened.
Okay, yeah, sure. I do all sorts of content, and I do a week in review, and in periods of time I've had guests, and we talk about different issues, or you do internet debates or various interests. And if not, I tend to just read papers. And at this point in my research, I switched to kind of a new topic that has a bunch of whole new theories that I wasn't that familiar with. So I'm just kind of reading.
What's that topic?
Well, I've been doing, week in review for years now. So like my main interest is consciousness, spirituality, psychology, the science of expertise. I have a theory I'm developing called the multiple truth hypothesis, which is kind of like metaphysics, philosophy of science, say that we can't know the truth for sure. So there's competing theories that all have some element of the truth, and to hold multiple conflicting theories that all have explanatory power. Um, so I had been talking about conspiracy theories, and then I saw that conspiracy theories aren't really well defined or well researched and come out of a larger sociological context. And I focused a lot on consciousness, from the science of consciousness to like neuroscience, Hammerall Penrose, to spiritual, esotericism.
I got one. Here's a question. Why has no one questioned the ability to believe? I see plenty of people question beliefs. You see arguments everywhere about the beliefs, but the ability to believe. Where's the question about that? Is it redundant?
Some have questioned that, like, I mean, certainly, like some of the Jewish philosophers, Kabbalists, talk about whether that's in the purview of free will. Whether, I mean,
but do you take an identity with spirit or with physical, or do you take any identity? Do you step away from that, or because
I'm a dualist, so like no, I say I'm not my body. My essential identity is the spirit and the soul, which is not physical. Although I have a body, control my body. I studied in Jerusalem. I was a Hasidic Jew for about 10 years. And I've also been studying and practicing Hinduism for about 10 years. I was involved with the Hare Krishnas, and I've studied, general Vedic philosophy. I don't know if Madgura is Vedic.
Sanskrit.
What's that mean?
It depends on if you call someone it, or if it's a job, like Pearl Digger. If it's a job, but if you called someone it means like they're sickly yellow. Like someone that was like didn't look right, they'd be like because there's a fish, like a yellow belly, like a Madgura. But
Guro's a color like Guravani.
what's the yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have leanings towards Vedic philosophy, but more recently I've been trying to write and been focusing on the Western political canon and science. So
you ever check out this guy?
Yeah, David Hume. Yeah, in fact, just this last week I did a whole thing. I was talking about Newton. I just read a whole thing on David Hume.
Hey man, from your perspective on
the
this,
science of man.
From your perspective on that text, is he observing these people talk, or is he finding their literature and discourses that way? What's up with that?
David Hume?
Yeah, he's articulating this in a way like he's watching them, and I'm like, I don't know. I can't. Like, why is he articulating it in this way? But then I look at this. It's edited by Richard H. Popkin, and I can't tell if it was his editing of like the old English. I can't find, the original text. But
I haven't read that much of his original source. I mean, he has like the inquiries.
I can't tell.
The inquiries of human understanding, dialogues, the history of England, inquiry into human understanding, inquiry into. So I haven't read much of his original source material. I've read mostly
I got
secondary, and I was comparing the, so like the British empiricists versus the continental German idealists, and so
okay.
Hume is from the skepticism empiricist.
All right. See what
science of mind, and like I study, find it interesting. Although
what does it do for you?
Which is my search for truth, to understand knowledge. So just to understand the main thinkers, their ideas. So I could have my dispositions to kind of how I interpret the world, and then I could look at alternative ways of interpreting the world just in the search for truth.
What's the difference for you between truth and information? Or knowledge and information?
Well, I look at truth as like a unattainable goal for correct knowledge and information, because like knowledge and information could be levels of correct or incorrect. So truth is aiming for the correct understanding. I mean, truth is an elusive term in what it means. Like I focus a lot on metaphysics. So if you're looking at like categories or cause and effect of are there primal categories and derivatives of primal categories. So when you're looking at truth, you're looking like underlying principles that are more meaningful than others. So like information is just one thing after the next that doesn't have primal organization to determine what's more important or less important, or what's accurate or inaccurate.
Yeah, it's just information.
That's what Hume would have, the empirical method,
yeah.
that you have to go through some sort of process to empirically to determine the validity of information or knowledge.
But the knowledge piece, how do you know like knowledge is knowledge? Like do you have to go down to the back to, you say you go to another person and you have to have a collective agreement? So because what I see what goes on with religion is you have multiple sects of religion that they have services and they emulate this thing. They all get on the same page. They'll say, everyone turn to this. And so that's obviously the goal of a society, is for everyone to be one body, one mind, one accord. They play it out. Everyone on the same page. We know once we agree, we can decree. And from there, it's a process of, neurogenesis, creation from a point of steady agreement amongst a collective. That is the easiest way to get things done, is through a collective manner. You can look at the story of the Tower of Babel. That's a very clear story of how collective effort is something that is very powerful, and that's what every religion is geared towards. It's a training model, and it's slightly varied, so everyone can have there's this illusion of what we call hate. So everyone loves this concept of divinity and things, and if someone else is loving it in the same spot, it breeds this sense of a fear of a loss of love, and that's no good for anybody. But
what's your educational background?
Excuse?
Do you have like college? Did you study something? Like, do you have a degree in something? You don't have to share if you want to, but because it was like academically, like you have the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, and pragmatism, where the correspondence theory of truth is more like Hume, and it's true because it works, it corresponds to nature, and that would be determined empirically. Like if this is true, you could test it and you could correspond it to reality, and through experiment you could show it works, as opposed to the coherence theory of truth is it has some sort of logical structural consistency that's not necessarily determined by whether it works or corresponds to reality. And then you have the in between, the American philosophy, largely a pragmatism, where you kind of do what works, and you don't have to be internally logically consistent. You could mix and match and take from different things, and just practically what works, not like in the Hume empiricism, but practically what works for yourself or what works for society. And then these things, truth could change over time. In any of the systems, truth could change over time. Like correspondence, it could change because it might have appeared that it was empirically valid and that you had an idea and it worked, but then maybe it stops working. So you say, for whatever reason, or it could appear to be coherent and logically internal, structurally valid, but then all of a sudden someone figures out a problem with it. And pragmatism, like things change over time. So in the last few months I've been focusing on group identity. So I focus a lot on identity, like personal identity. I like the concept of like narrative identity. Like our identity is kind of a narrative that like we write about ourselves, and it has main characters and life-changing events. But then there's also group identity.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But all of these things, like when you get to sociology, like if you're talking the hard sciences, like physics or something. But when you're talking the social sciences, they're much less solid. And so group identity or sociological theories like economics, politics, governance, it's much more difficult to know whether it's true or not. So like in America, people they're pragmatic. Like, we'll do it while it works, and when it stops working, we'll do something else.
Yeah, and that I process of elimination, of finding the best route. It's just, we see that's it's funny though that you bring that up, because inside of that like anecdotal bubble of being a pragmatist, where you're trying different things or things like that, you don't really see it that way of a process of like titrating to this level. I running that model of like a pragmatist, I can't see a place where they ever like protract their view. And that's...
Well, I mean, religions are usually idealistic in the sense that you're saying there's this greater truth of reality, and it doesn't have to necessarily be coherent or correspond to reality or even pragmatic. And you say, well, there's this non-physical reality that I'm going to live by. And if it doesn't work, like, okay, maybe I'll die and I hope I'll go to heaven. Or, I lived according to ideals. So like, historically, like the Continental, the Germans, the French, they were idealistics. They were Platonic. And the British were empiricists, and the Americans were practical. And either one could have looked at it like, like, don't you have any like firm ideals? Don't you stand by anything? So you're pragmatic, and could be seen as a bad thing, as a person who had no morals, no solid, no base. They're just going to keep on switching.
Yeah.
As opposed to like a religious person, you look at, God forbid, like wars or irrational behavior and say, well, that's what my scripture teaches. I'm going to do it, even if it doesn't work, even if it leads to war and the destruction of the world.
Yeah, because they had the fear of being seen as like double dealing or
Well,
what is that?
There's the term idealistic, and just think there's this there's this ideal that must be, you have to try to even like chivalry or something.
Well,
Like
what's the difference between that and idolatry?
Anything else? Well, ideal is not connect. Idol is referring to like a form. Ideal, you could look at an ideal as possibly a form of idolatry, but usually
that's what I see. What happens with Christians is like they kind of took this ideal, turned it into this invisible idol, and projected this. They basically pedestalized this figure to not be accountable for certain things. And so it's like, yeah, for me, for how I'm like, it's an ideal that you have to maintain with your God-given ability to believe.
Well, in the philosophy, so Hume is in opposition to the continental empiricists like Immanuel Kant and Leibniz are idealist. In modern parlance, you're saying, well, someone's idealistic, like they really believe in something, and it's usually meant like it doesn't work. Like, okay, like he really believes in criminal reform, or like he doesn't know the reality. He's gonna, he really believes in some political, like like I'm pro-immigration and believe in open borders. Because I'm idealistic, I believe it's the right thing to do, and even if it doesn't work, I'm gonna, go down with the sinking ship. So I mean, it has some connection to the classical, and like in the Platonic realm, it meant that ideas were non-physical realities, I guess, like spirit. Like I'm not my body, I'm my soul, and that would be like like the Platonic concept, like a table or a name, like a cat. The category is an ideal. It doesn't exist in material reality. That there's some non-material conception of the category, like what is a table? The tableness of a table isn't a physical manifestation. It's in the world of ideas, which is some non-physical realm. And that that's all the way
where back. I see one, I can't call it an issue, but a source of friction for like identifying with. You said primary identity being like a soul. Would you say that that's like a truth that you have? Your primary identity being a soul?
Yeah, I mean, these are. I mean, we get into like a definitional regress with a soul, but it's like I'm whoever I am. It's not this body. So if you
Yeah,
want to call
yeah,
it
yeah.
soul, my consciousness, my mind, but I identify with that, and in my conception, it's not this body. It just resides in this body, uses this body. It'll survive death.
Okay, so from like how I see it, from where I stand, there's one thing in existence that you can, for just general operation definition, we'll call God. There's just this one thing, but it breaks off. So there's creator and creation, and then from there you can call that soul and body, and those two things dance forever. But if you start describing the dancers and whatnot like that, and you have taken identity with one of these things because one is better than the other, because like it's more savory to think like the soul, like that doesn't die, I want to be that, and like identify with it. Then like if I add, you've done this whole thing of like describing the soul, I'm like, okay, so are the soul and the body, are the creator and the creation next? Are they going to cha-cha? Or are they going to salsa? You know, what's about to happen? You know, that's kind of where it hits this brick wall and everyone's screaming about he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. So
Well, I separate them, saying like dualism, and so you have God, the creator, who's like the master of the spiritual and the material realm. So it's not like, okay, like God is in the spiritual realm. And so like, no, God's not in the spiritual realm. God's the master of both realms. Um, I'm in equally the material and the spiritual realm. So my body, the physicality parts in the material realm, and my mind, my soul is in the spiritual realm. And God is separate than both of those realms, and God interacts with both of those realms.
so if there's electricity in a fridge, which one are you saying that is more so you?
Well, no, I'm saying that electricity is probably also physical. So I'm saying, um, what spiritual is the mind.
So like the sensation of cold.
Um, the aspect of mind. So there's a physical reality of cold, like temperature, and then there's the sensation of the
Yeah,
eye.
yeah, yeah. Like the interpretation, you know, soul and body touch, and then spirit is like, oh, that's cold.
Yeah, I mean, so there's ideas, there's the category, the name. So I mean, you could say maybe there's a physical phenomenon. This is cold due to, science, to chemistry, and then there's the concept, the terminology, there's the logic, there's the mathematics, there's
And
the.
you're aware that you're neither?
Well, I'm saying that no, that I'm both. I'm both the material and the spiritual, and both of those are interacting constantly at all times. So, like the eye is the
Ah,
totality.
that's very
The eye
funny.
is the totality of the material and physical. All aspects of mind are non-physical. So,
Yeah,
like
but I think you're the interplay,
the
you
me
know?
who's
Like,
talking to you right now, like the I who's deciding what I'm going to say, the ideas that we're talking about, that's not this body. That's mental, that's spiritual. It's just using the body to make sounds and transmit it. So, like, okay, your body, your ear processes the information, but all the concepts of the idea, the conception of self, those are all happening in the spiritual realm, and those both concurrently happening at the same time. So, the totality I is the spiritual I and the material I. And so just look at
see,
like God,
I
the
see
spirit,
a difference
don't
in
confuse
our
spiritual
looking
with
at
God.
it.
So I just say separate. God doesn't mean spiritual, because God is the master of the material and the spiritual realm. And it's not like God is residing in the spiritual realm. God is residing somewhere different. So you have the material
Yeah.
realm and the spiritual realm. I reside in both the material and spiritual realm, and God resides somewhere different than those two realms where I don't reside. I mean, God is the master of both of those realms. I'm the master of neither realm. I just reside in both realms.
Well, yeah, but that's where I see what you're saying, because one can only serve two masters, but a master can be served by two. And that's why, you know, God's the master. It's because both serve God. But what I see I hear all these things. People have brought all sorts of things to me over the course of this body's growing, and like it's the darndest thing that like letting something fall away and something else come in the terms of like, let's say, a new mathematic or a new form of science or something like that. There's always this crazy process. Like, and if I see leaves falling, I would never go outside and freak out to my neighbors and be like, guys, something's going on. The leaves are falling. It's like a autoimmune response for different societies in a way. That societal thing that you were talking about, societal identity, it does not like to be attacked. So if somebody comes in and says, hey, your beliefs are wrong, the society that's there, like that's kind of a source of power. Like if like an understanding, if you have multiple people standing under the same concept, it grows. This concept's validity and power. Multiple people stand under this thing and it grows. And so right now I see, quite a bit of hoopla going on from these different understandings. And it comes to, that ability to believe and not questioning that before we run off into these things that people can give us.
We have to get into these definitional regresses, because saying like, is belief a matter of will? And they're saying, well, if something is conclusively true, do you have the choice to not believe it, or can you believe something even if it's
well, all right. So could you believe that you are neither physical or spiritual? Like you're not both. You're neither. Could you believe that? Could you run that model of thought even though you never have? Like saving your model of thought you have now, not jeopardizing it at all. No convincing of thought. Just saying, could you run that model of identity and switch back? Or has
the
it?
question is what's the relationship between belief and truth? And then if you say if something is true, it's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of fact.
But fact is just agreeance for humans.
Well, then you say that there is no such thing as undisputable fact or truth. So everything's a matter of belief. And then you say, well, is there a variance of belief where some things are much more reasonable to believe than others? That you might not know something to be certain, but some things are much more likely than others. So like statistical, and it's going to be somewhere between 1 and -1 or 0 and 1. And
it's just super simple.
It's exactly 1, it's 100%, but it's very high. And some things are very close to 0.
The truth is that every human has the ability to believe, and the proof is everywhere. It's that simple. But because like truth is something you do. For instance, if all of us stopped what we were doing and walked outside and everyone just started letting prosperity happen, the truth would just be prosperity. So it's like a matter of agreeance. Once you agree, you can decree some sort of truth, and it happens in different like pockets.
Well, that's why I asked you about your educational background. You have to share, but if you want to, like the technical, canonical, that's why I spend a lot of time focusing on, the canon of Western philosophy. So if you want to be technical about these things, say, are you claiming that truth is mind independent or mind dependent? So if you're saying truth is just an agreement of minds, as opposed to the alternative understanding that truth is mind independent, that there's an independent truth of human minds, that like something.
Well, look. Do you mind? Mind is an activity. It's like, do you mind? It's something that we get asked all the time, and English is a very it has hidden dualism. Like if I say, "How are you doing?" What's your answer? How are you doing?
I always respond, thank God, to that question.
Thank God.
If you ask me how I'm doing, I would say thank God. But I said, like philosophically, anything you come down to an definitional regress, and all definitional regresses have the potential to be infinite regresses.
And that is a point of. That's why I just want to say friction. And right now what's going on, if you look at history to antiquity, quite a bit of disputes over the validity of what's going on and what is going to go on and what has gone on are there all throughout it. So obviously, there's not one thing to hold on to, but there is one thing to hold on to. Because when you ask yourself, hey, what's the truth? You look out and you go searching for all these texts and these manuscripts, translations, this and that and this and that. And you get to your bed at the end of that day and you lay your head down and you tell yourself some iteration of the truth. And the only truth really is that you're going to get up with that and go and try to prove it, or try to find another piece that you can disprove and reprove the one to yourself. So the truth is reorganization and opinion. So you have reorganization of what you can call yourself in the world, and then opinion of that. But where we've hit this stunt in the road is this good and bad game. The tree of good and evil is not labeled. It's not pre-labeled. And then once you get over there and you start eating on it, you start labeling sections of it. This one's good, this one's bad. Maybe it tastes different to someone else. And so it's just a mess because people are trying to do right against wrong, and proving an opinion are the truth. Like, the truth is something that you prove, but that's the process, a doing. It's a do you mind? And sometimes we think someone doesn't mind right. And then now we trick them and say, you have a mind and you have a body, you have a soul. And something in there happened where it's like you are these things. And someone was smart enough to remember to say, maybe we should pick sides with just one thing. And that saved a lot of suffering for, I can't even tell you. But how do you know that's the truth? And that's another thing. You go agree. You go find the agree and the opinion, and that's the truth.
Wait, I mean, so our day-to-day activity, as opposed to our search for truth and understanding of ideas. So I mean, you might, have your family, carry on with your responsibilities, work your job, provide your societal function, and think more or less about understanding processes, understanding truth. And it may or may not help your regular functioning, the understanding of truth, like a pragmatism, that he'd be like, I want to understand truth due to some greater will or desire to understand these things that may or may not help you in your actual, so to say, life. And it's saying it's possible that the truth would actually hinder you. You still might, saying you could interpret philosophy otherwise, like those who strive for truth might have a greater function in you being leaders of society, or you creating structures, moving up the hierarchy. Maybe it'll help you be a better man, a better father, a better resident, you're better at your job, in all these various things. That's why I said that like American is pragmatism versus that if you're philosophically bent and I just want to understand these things because it interests me.
Well, yeah, like this right here, not to split hairs, but how it's like a master, the validity of their mastery. That, for instance, it can only be verified through challenge. So that, again, comes down to this matter of collective validation. So like if there's this master of chess, the only way he's going to be considered the master if he beats all the other masters of chess. There's a grandmaster now. Or if there's a master or legendary philosophical person, or someone has to come outdo them, and then the crowd agrees that, yeah, they're outdone.
I'm a chess player, chess coach, competitor, actually. But so chess is a zero-sum game that you play against another person and could be compared. Some activities are measurable in terms like economic output. If you you work, if you do construction, or you type, or you're a salesperson, it'd be performative measurement of how good you are at it. Things like knowledge of ideas, you could try to come up with methods to determine how accurate is a person, but it's much more difficult. Like he's a master of philosophy, and you say because I could correctly cite the main philosophers or break down the definitions of ideas. Maybe a person's a master of rhetoric, but it's much more difficult to measure. And saying chess, it's also difficult to measure except competitively because you can't. It's very difficult to measure like, well, how good is a person at chess in terms how well do they understand the game? You could only put them up against somebody else, like basketball or something. You're like, well, how good is he at basketball? You could say, well, let's have him shoot a bunch of three throws and 3-pointers and test his dribbling versus let's have him compete against somebody else. So like chess, you could have him, play Puzzle Rush or, test various knowledge aspects of the game versus, get a rating just from competition and any manner of expertise and human output, like cooking or something, you say, well, there's certain objective more measures of cooking, like how much could you cook, how quickly, versus is it good? Do other people like your cooking?
Yeah, I would say everywhere else I've been, it's been about connection, and here it's always about like imagine if you and me were out on a dark field and it was like a perfect clear night and I pointed up at a star and I just like could not let it go to know that if you saw the same exact star that I saw. And that's kind of what this place is like. It's like everyone wants to know if you see the exact same star that they saw. It's like, dude, do you know how many stars there are out there?
What's the definition of regress? Anytime you say a word or definition, do I understand that word or definition the same way you do? And you could never really know that for sure, because like you could only measure the output of mind. So like I could measure your actions, we could speak, and it's okay. This is what you said, but the black box, I never know what's actually in another person's mind. I only can measure it through their action and their speech. And you talk like, well, societies, you can't police thought. You could police speech, you could police action, you could try to determine like, okay, you might have a friend or know a person quite well, and so you've determined their personality character traits, that they're like this. However, to say that that's their identity and saying, well, that identity is their soul versus just saying, well, based on knowing the person for, that I've just patterned their behavior and their speech patterns into, some, whether they even have a personality or there even is a them. You said like, okay, maybe a person's an atheist, yeah. So there is no soul.
Yeah.
Like, and you could also, maybe there is no mind. We're just, that like, okay, I think there's an I that's thinking about what I'm going to say and then says it, and that's based on something. But like, there's the black box not only of your mind, there's the black box of my own mind. And so like I don't even know the reality. I was reading earlier paper about like a third person perspective, and I often refer to myself in the third person because I recognize like, well, there's still the black box of my own mind that I don't even know if I know myself that much.
Do you ever draw out models of thought, like just like systems thinking, like that kind of you draw out your mental model?
Yeah, but that's what I focus on. So I mean, that's my main area of research is consciousness, and I mean, there's what's called cognitive architectures. So I mean, if you're looking at like I mean, one thing like, okay, I'm a universal humanist, so you think that what's ever happening in my mind is similar to what's happening in your mind versus all minds. I might have a certain mental technique, or I might have like you said, chess, like my system. I have a system for various things. In some of those systems, I could elucidate, like, well, how do I think about things? How do I approach it? And then maybe I could explain it to you, and be like, oh, that makes sense. My system's a little bit different, but like conceivably, we could take adaptions. I'm an engineer by training, so if you're talking like a discrete event modeling, something like to model the mind into discrete event is like neurology. The mind's too complicated of a phenomenon to create a computer program or make a discrete event model of something, but you could have a limited discrete event model of certain processes.
That's not how I remember it. So, like, if I were to say, my experience is like your body there and soul, or they interplay with each other. You observe this interplay, and that's quite a time. But when it comes to how it works, stuff like that, my experience is it's streamed like a streaming service. So like the body, it's like a PlayStation, right? And you know, like cloud gaming. So there's this cloud that comes in this form. And helium is what I've deduced it to, if I have to use those words. It's like the function of the how the cloud works. But if I say that to you, just from my experience, the consciousness is streamed to this vessel. What say you?
Well, I mean, you're just making a simplified model that might be explanatory, but you're saying, is it truth? Is it accurate? So, saying like Hume, you're like, if you're going to,
Well, that's where it comes into a process of
if you're going to
your
try to do an
experience.
empirical, theory, like have a scientific theory, something that can be independently tested and measured, that's based on the best current understandings of neuroscience and various things. So just that's what I said, like, my system. You have your system of understanding things. You have your model that has some explanatory benefit to yourself. I'm saying, so naturally, like, you're an independent agent in the world that has to act for your own self benefit. So you have a system that you do that works as well as your life outcomes, and versus the actual truth of how human nature, like how minds and brains and physicality that is beyond our understanding, versus something that you could express to me. So like your own system of your heuristics or operative system that you use to get by in life versus your ability to express that versus someone else's ability to conceptualize your expression of your system.
I see, and that's where it comes down to a matter of saying, hey, this is the system, here's the proof, like interacting with, like, let's say what I could say is the server of consciousness, and there being an effect that's an immediate effect here. That I'd have to prove something, and that's just ridiculous. But again,
there's levels of proof. So I'm saying, if you're trying to write or like make a new theory that's going to be accepted and that could be independently tested and modeled in different experiments and run through all the various levels of neuroscience, brain imaging.
Yeah, what humanity has been doing for how long?
Empirical testing, versus you're just like giving me like a heuristic. Here's how I do things, and then I could be like, oh, I met this guy, Madgura, and he told me this interesting.
No, that would never be. I just like to have a conversation.
I've been, like I incorporated, like, okay, like I'm a chess player, so for example, if we played and like you beat me, I might incorporate, like, wow, like I never saw that before. You used this technique that I never saw before, but since you used it to beat me, then I would maybe be able to figure out the technique and incorporate it into my game. It's like, oh, where did you learn how to do that? Well, like I played this guy Madgura, and he used this technique against me, and I was able to assimilate it, and now I've incorporated it into my techniques.
Understandable, and that's, I think, what I like to do with mental models. That's a real fun time, like talking to you, by asking you different questions that might be like, for me, asking these questions, what it does is, let's say you have this mental model of yours. If I ask you a question that doesn't have an answer within the model, you'll give me inconclusive, whatever it is. So now I can map your mental model and save that for later if I ask enough questions, and then think in a way that I can say is conclusive to how you would think. Unless something is inconsistent, then I'd have to come back and have more conversations and map your mental model more. Or that's kind of what I like to do.
Well, I mean, if you have big ambitions and saying like you're not just you want to if you believe in universal human nature, like so Hume questions whether there are universal laws, but you're saying like no, here's a mental model for how all minds operate. Like, okay, like not just I've analyzed my own minds, I've spoken to some people but I'm proposing that this is some model that isn't. It's explanatory of how all minds operate.
Okay, so where do you think your mind is?
Well, I mean, we can back to this definitional regress because I think my mind is independent of my body. But let's say you disagree. Let's say you're a materialist and you think the mind is a product of brain, but we could still have some conceptually. So, okay, so mind is incorporative of cognitive functions like thought processes, emotions, and the controller. So, like, there's an I that controls my actions, controls my thought, action, and speech. That's part of my mind, the controller. And then there's the cognitive aspects that like is able to incorporate sense perceptions, understand the worlds, but also abstract thought. So my mind includes the ability to think about mathematics, philosophy, any abstract ideas, appreciate aesthetics, art, music. And my mind also incorporates things like emotions, for the totality. So like it's and so the mind generally is the catch-all, like the soul, uh, that incorporates all of these into an integrated entity. Like the me, the duvid that includes, the sense perceptions of the body. That's the controller of this body. That has the cognitive functions that could think about abstract ideas. That has the emotions that are related to the body and the function and the ego, um, and probably other aspects also, but it's that integrated whole that we call the mind or the soul.
See, I
And even if we disagree, they say, well, that I mind,
don't
I don't think
disagree.
it's part of my body. And someone else say, well, I agree about the integrated mind, I just think that it's part of my body. That we could still, generally, just like like are we pointing at the same star? Like, what do you mean by red? That even if we have a different conception, like, okay, I'm a dualist and think the mind is non-physical, and the other guy's a physicalist and thinks that the mind is completely a product of brain, but we still have a general agree upon conception of what the mind is.
So, would you say, in your experience, your mind doesn't leave you alone about what people are agreeing is the truth?
We say, okay, the mind.
Like, in your experience, would you say that your mind doesn't stop interjecting with this? What's the agreement of the truth? So, like research is a constant staple in your life, in your experience.
Yeah, I mean, so because there's different, we'll say the mind is always running, whether willfully or unwillfully. So sometimes I could willfully control my mind and run it in its own direction. And then sometimes my mind is running without willful control. And some things like, okay, like I could choose to like, pick up David Hume and read about it, as opposed to like, my neighbors or the people I deal with and their opinions um, are just part of my sense perception. So if I decide to, go to sleep and, read this certain book that's willful, as opposed to I go out tomorrow, or like, once this video's uploaded and some person makes a comment on my video, that's not willful. So like all these things will be floating around in my mind in like a relationship to truth. Like, well, here's my own perception of how I understood reality, but there's a dissonance between how I perceive the world and my interaction with others. So it's like, well, here's my model, but once my model gets out there, and then it's gonna like, well, what about all these other people that have different models who disagree with you? And then that enters my mind, and those will be fluctuating in my mind. I can either try to push them out, and that's where you have like cognitive dissonance. Like, no, I mean my model's right, even though there's all these other ideas that
Yeah.
disagree with me. And that's why I created like the multiple truth hypothesis, because I could willfully try to control my mind, or I could just observe my own mind and just say like, well, all these things are floating around in my mind, and then I'm just this observer of my mind that occasionally tries to take control for certain certain reasons. Like, okay, So if I'm working, I'm doing something, my mind is not willfully thinking about something, and then maybe it's really bothering me, like Madgura told me something, and like it completely opposed the way I saw the world, and like anytime I'm not willfully controlling my mind, like what this person said is entering my mind and causing me doubt. So I mean, these like just like a model of how the mind works, where
Yeah. And I see that as like autoimmune, like what you described there. If someone said, this destroyed my beliefs, or like if
living
someone
rent free in your like living rent free in your mind.
yeah, like that's something like, this is bothering me. It's the same thing as having a fever, like in like your body, like something, there's an illness in your body, and that way, like there's like something is in there with your belief system, because like those things are useful. Belief systems are very useful,
Yeah, I mean,
and
probably
so
like
like
conspiracy theory, where like
yeah.
conspiracy theories, like things that should be general knowledge but are not general knowledge, and they're usually looked at as important. Like they could be, like I was saying, like this isn't fair. Like like they're these people have taken over the system and they're creating rules that don't benefit me and benefit other people. So he's like, I'm just going on my daily life and I follow the rules. I don't know the origin of necessary rules. I just do my best. And then like, oh, it's really bothering me. Like, could be any of the political issues of like abortion, immigration, law and order, taxes. And so like you pay your taxes and it's like, well, like I don't think that should be the rule, but what are you going to do about it? You're going to enter politics and try to change these larger social functions. So if you're just considering like some philosophically conception of truth that may or may not matter, I mean, it might matter somewhat versus things that do matter, like the speed limit or the tax rate or immigration policy.
Well, for instance, like what I've been doing here in this small town in the South is I've been going from church to church and asking what they think about a prosperity center. And I've been pitching that same idea, just getting them very riled up about this. Because, look, prosperity and knowledge are free. It's opportunities and information that have a fee. And I see these people just giving mammon all this power, and I'm like, ugh, I'm tired of it. So,
When you can
yeah,
start a
this
YouTube channel is like, I mean, like if you're just talking ideas as a
no,
prosperity, but you're talking like a technical center where you're going to learn how to do like 3D printing or like an actual place or
because I
location.
see people trying to teach, but they're not willing to learn anything. Teaching and learning is a push and pull. It's breathing. It's in and out. Like if you're not willing to learn while you sit there and teach, you're not teaching at all. You're doing something much different. You're stealing a mind, and I won't have that. So around these parts, I see all this willing participation, and they just need to see some fruit. So that's what I'm doing. And I find these conversations useful because I could build these other models, and the more models that I'm just banging around with each other, it's the more different kinds of fruit there are, and the more fruit there is, it's I don't know, it's got a process of intrifying. It's not complicating, but it's making it more intricate so that then eventually it's just smooth like a blanket. Like if you just or a loom. If you watch a loom go by, it looks kind of choppy, but eventually it turns into this great sheet. It's smooth. And yeah. I mean, this whole thing's kind of just like this beautiful instrument at first, like string theory, that's you plucking these strings, but eventually that keeps going and it's back into this smooth sheet of water until we get bored and slam it with a rock and become like us, and then there's strings attached and we did the whole thing over.
So like the mind, the integrated whole. So if you're looking in,
Yeah, that's my experience. That's what I'm saying.
if you're
That's
looking like, okay, like the multiple aspects of the you, and the you includes your duty
see
to.
what multiple, that part kills me because I can't really have a straight conversation with a lot of people because I can't agree or I can't deny because that'll be a lie. And
Well, I'm saying there's
so
the so there's the you that could like you're like be a son, a brother, a father, a husband, an
that's a
employee, a
game.
boss, versus the ideas that we're talking about where it may not be related. So we're just talking about abstract ideas. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're from, what you know, what you're trying to do. We're just trying to get the truth of abstract ideas versus you in your social function that, you're going to be a son, a brother, a father, an employee, a worker, a community member, and the knowledge of these abstract ideas will be relevant to those identities. But you could argue that those identities might also be relevant to your conception of how you understand these abstract ideas, more like a bias.
Well, the relevance is evident here.
Like the I that's not this body. So like whatever this body did, whoever I came in contact, or my duties, my affiliations, my associations, versus the me that just tries to understand the world and abstract ideas, versus the person who's actually trying to interact with the world, who's trying to interact with other humans or accomplish things socially. So eventually there's going to be the integrated you, where all these things are together. The you that just sits around thinking about things, and how the world works, how the mind works, versus the integrated you that's also the same person, that's like a son, a brother, an employee, a boss, a member of this community, so on and so on.
Yeah, because I think it might be what I chose to identify with, that there's this, what did you say earlier that was nice, dissonance, like when it comes to conversation, because I'm never agreeing or disagreeing or saying something's right or wrong or trying to interject a new thought. And a lot of the times I get into conversations where it comes to what you say, like a digression of definition. And I find that so, it's a source of entertainment, because I'll say something and then it gets to the point of someone kind of squinting at me. And especially now in these times, it's like this, there's this societal momentum that is like picking up, and like this great recap is happening of all these events, and everyone wants to know the events that they didn't know about and things like that. And that's just the intrification of what's going on, to kind of feed into that nothing is speeding up. So you just have more information thrown at you, and you don't feel the feeling. Because like if you were on a clock hand that was speeding up, you wouldn't observe anything speeding up. You would just be there. But this is that played out. I just digressed.
Operate concurrently. So like the integrated I or you, the identity, all of these things operate concurrently.
Yeah. So it has to be played out, though. It has to be observed. Like centrifugal force kind of is a form of energy, but if you're on the inside and fully integrated, it wouldn't be an experience in that way. It would be like this, how we're doing, like how it's just this kind of hyper personal yet abstract, distant thing, and the only way that we can do it is through experience. And then for some reason we have this need to come define it, validate it with each other, or whatever we're doing. This is just kind of a infinity.
A lot of things are conducive to the internet. I just want to talk about ideas, and so if you're meeting in person and you're going to create like a philosophical club where people are going to get together and they're just going to talk about ideas, it might be more difficult because people they have life responsibilities.
It's like a den of lotus eaters.
Like in Detroit, I'm in Metro Detroit. You have a lot of these prosperity centers, and most of them focus on vocational skills. So saying like the goal is to learn some sort of vocational skill, so you'll be able to you'll get a job and make some money.
No. You
look like, okay,
that's not prosperity.
Well, if you look like religion and like prosperity gospel versus like you're talking like a vocational training center.
No, I'm talking you. No. You learn how to.
In Detroit, like you use the word definitional regress. So
yeah. Okay, I got you.
Where they're going to teach you how to use like here's like a manufacturing base. They're going to teach you how to use like 3D printers or CNC machines. And then, like prosperity mean then you're going to get a job and be able to make more money. And so it's not necessarily philosophy. You're coming to the prosperity center to learn about like ideas or philosophy or religion. You're coming there to get technical training. And then with that technical training, you're going to be able to get a higher paying job.
No, that's not the goal. That's not the goal. The point is there's no goal. You come here, there's no expectation. There's just people doing stuff. And if you want to be a part of it, cool. If you don't, cool. Because that's what life is. But there's what you just said there, how they sell you.
Well, the problem is the body. So you're just saying like it's a place to think about abstract ideas. So the body is unnecessary. The fact like, okay, my body has to go and be with other bodies versus just the mental aspect. That's why the internet is more conducive. So like I'm not going to go to like a philosophy club, and even if there was, there really isn't in university or like high school, maybe you have a philosophy club or you could create a book club, but there would be so much social dynamics. I talk a lot about like the Royal Society of London, where then you have like economical sources where you might gather the greatest minds, you might be able to pay them stipends, but then at the same time they have to be in conversation with the elite, the aristocracy, the rulers, and solve the problems of society. So that like Newton, Boyle, they might have they might have gathered together and just talked pure science, but then at the same time they had the Royal Charter where they were required to solve problems that the crown needed solved in order to govern. If it was like mapping or navigational tools or just so they're like universities similar, that you just study something for the pure science, but then it's funded by the discoveries that are implemented into technology. So like if you're talking like prosperity in terms of religion with like a self-improvement, you're going to overall make the person a better functioning person, and then they're going to be more prosperous in all aspects of life, and like so the integrated mind and body and society.
Well, this is how I'm looking at this.
Said like Vedic, some sort of like Vedic like larger integration of the material and the physical, the societal and the individual, into some, even if you have a belief like I was talking earlier, and reading on theories of group conflict, if it's things are zero sum, where you say, well, is it possible that we could be mutually prosperous, or some things are zero sum, and the more one person prospers, that could theoretically take away from another person prospering, because certain resources might be zero sum, and so prosperity is people would debate that, whether there is whether these things are zero sum, or you could prosper in a way that doesn't negatively affect others.
Yeah, that's where I see this kind of, where it comes down to definitions that you're given. Like, for instance, the training that the parents identifying with one single unit, and all this significance on family ties and things like this. You get out.
I'm saying your duty is a dharma. So you're like, okay, you're a son. Everybody's a son. You're here. You're born. You have parents, and therefore, you have duty to your parents. You have duty to yourself. You have duty to
that training though. Why?
Father, you have duty to society.
Why?
You could. That'd be the argument. If you went like from the Vedas, it's just prescribed. That's your dharma. That's your duty, and it comes from revealed scripture. Talk like Locke in the social contract, or you're saying like you don't feel you have duty to your parents, or some form of implied contract of coexistence where.
Well, I believe in their ability to believe. So if they have a set of beliefs, it's verified by all the keepers, my brothers and sisters, all the members of society say my name is what my name is, and this and that. Blah, 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 blah. How could I dare? I have an ID that has a name, and this. How could I dare oppose that? You know, that's
I mean, it's just using the Vedic term like dharma. Like I realize I have responsibilities and obligations. So
yeah, that's
besides,
dharma.
at
Dharma is
some
like
point I'm gonna have to go to
agreements.
sleep.
Your agreements. You know, like
Yeah,
and
at some point I'm gonna have to eat or go to sleep. Just to maintain my body, and then just to maintain my living standard, pay my rent, pay my bills, and then fulfill my parental familial expectations, my friends' expectations, and my societal expectations. So just put that under some larger category of duties and obligations that are incumbent upon all people. And depending on your situation and life situation of birth,
and
you
who
might have,
maintains that?
well, we all do. I mean, we all have various levels of duties and obligations.
But that is the where it comes down to picking up the family business of deciding the duties and obligations. Whereas no one has presented a feasible method that we can all agree upon. That's kind of this social dissonance that we experience. This Indians or Native Americans, whatever you want to say, they called it Watiko. Uh, During the times in the Indian Vedic calendars, what do they call it? Like the final form of Shiva, Kali, cuts her head off and stands there with it.
We have various competitive systems. There's like, well, I'm a Jew. I look at the Jewish religion and Jewish law that explains these things and try to follow these precepts, or some form of received tradition versus like an abstract philosophy. They say, well, I don't necessarily believe or strictly apply a received tradition, so I'm using abstract concepts.
All right, so
Say,
here
let's say
I'm.
America, the philosophy of America is pragmatism, which means some sort of conglomeration of best practices. So usually,
Yeah,
well, I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew, I'm a Native American, and we have a systematic method that has answers to all of these questions. So you can just look in the canonical teachings of the system that has answer to all of these, as opposed to like, well, pragmatism. I'm just I'm not going to just do everything that Judaism says. I'm going to look at as much as possible and take the best practices from the philosophers, the religions, empirical methods, but just to get one system down. So I mean, you start just with what your parents train you in, to what you might figure out from trial and error, to eventually through intellectual methods of reading and discovering who are the great masters that you should learn from, what you learn from trial and error. Maybe you become members of a group or society that has norms that you just follow due to wanting to be part of a group. You follow the norms versus what's enforced upon you.
yeah.
Like, okay, like you're inside some sort of dwelling. Presumably there's either you own the place and then there's taxes, there's a government, or you're paying rent. And should you not meet your requirement, eventually you will no longer have that lodging if you don't pay rent, or you don't pay your taxes, or you don't meet your minimum standards to maintain your place of dwelling. Eventually greater forces will force you out of it. You're just like, if you don't maintain the body, eventually sickness will come upon the body.
Yes, and those logical conclusions are a staple of just human society. Look how far we've gotten with all these logical conclusions. But the matter of stopping the debating of different things and looking at this whole unit as a single unit and go, all right, what's going on here? Because I heard you, dispense a lot of things about basically revolving around social structure, the economy. Like a lot of things revolving around the exchange of people's participation, and it's like kind of tied up in money right now. People participate for payment because that's how we do everything. But in a world that your keepers are keeping you in a way that is, your participation is the most valuable thing. Because if all of us did not agree, one day we woke up and did not agree that a dollar was valuable, whatever dollar that was, presented as holding value. If everyone woke up and said, what's valuable today? And they look at another individual and go, huh, your value is valuable. Like, what do you value? And they look at him and go, your value. And everyone starts walking around, and these things that they called valuable were not valuable anymore. They did not call them valuable. There would be a new truth afoot. It's just, you know, like I hear you present these things, and that's where it goes back to Prosperity Center. And you brought this definition of, oh, you know, they teach them the money system. No, that's not what I'm going for. There will be no talk of money. It'll actually be quite the opposite. It'll be a talk of
Well, I mean, usually they
no
teach
talking.
vocational technical training.
Yeah,
Like,
though that's that's there's no fruit in doing that if your goal is to, you're going to learn how to do something here, and then you're going to leave, and then you're going to be in this little game of Monopoly that has been going on for hundreds of years. And the only reason you came here is because before you passed go for the first time, you got stepped on. So you came to this place to try to get a leg up so you can go play the game of Monopoly that's been going on for 100+ years that you weren't there to start.
yeah, but
and try again.
You're in this game whether you like it or not.
And
The greater
that is
economy,
the best
greater
part.
society. If you look, okay, the monetization, but you're saying like of the means of production, that we're in a high-tech manufacturer society, and you go to the Prosperity Center to learn to be technically trained in something that's useful for the means of production, like 3D printing or some sort of mechanical skill. And because as an individual, you don't necessarily know what society needs, so you go to the Prosperity Center to learn what society needs, and you don't know how to do what society needs, so you go to the Prosperity Center to be trained what society needs, and saying you don't really get to determine that for yourself. So
That's where at this particular one that I'm putting together here in Mississippi is no mission statement, no goal. You come here, you delight in consciousness and social structure or whatever, but that is it, because that's really what is going on in this place is, hey, you exist and I exist, and if I tried to convince you you don't exist and tried to convince you I don't exist, we would just stop what we're doing, and there would be no point in continuing that line of dialogue.
I mean, you get into a definitional regress of just my general understanding of prosperity is different. I mean, okay, that's, you're using the word, say, okay, maybe I'm on kind of like a meditation.
Okay, what's your definition of prosperity? Like, just your personal one? Is it? Yeah. Just if I ask that.
When prosper implying like a method of getting ahead.
Oh, that's
Like a meditation. So that's why I connect like prosperity to like wealth creation, skills creation, and just thinking like I've heard the word used in relationship to like vocational training. Like, okay, you need vocational training so you could prosper, and think you prosper in relation to social economic status. And it's saying, I don't know if I connect the word prosper to intellectualism, to philosophy, or spiritual. Because like, well, how's this going to benefit you? Like, so prosperity is an implication of some sort of benefit, as where if you're selling like philosophy, spirituality, like, is it necessarily going to benefit you? So we say like, yeah, you're going to go to the vocational training center and you're going to learn the skill, and then you're going to be able to get paid more, you prospered, as opposed to like, you're going to learn these philosophical ideas. How is that going to help you? It is not less clear how it's directly going to help you. Like, well, you'll be a better, well-rounded.
That's what I'm getting at. Where if you came to this prosperity center and your grandmother sat under the nice shaded area with some other grandmothers, you went inside, you had a nice cup of coffee, your kids went over to what the teenagers are doing, and the teenagers 3D printed them some toys. You talked about your daily things that you did. You walked out, you tended to this garden that everyone is tending to, and that prosperity, my definition is, when you need to do something, you're able to do it. And when you want to do something, it is a matter of talking to your peers and seeing if everyone wants it.
I mean, Oswald in the chat is just, he's saying like, it's like wellness center, or if you're looking at like some sort of cult or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm saying like, Okay, like you like using the word prosperity. We don't have to have a definitional regress, but like when you mention the word as like that's how I connected it, and then as you're defining it, like to me, it's incongruent with my understanding of
Yeah, I see
prosperity.
that. I see that. It's pretty cool.
We don't need the definitional regress, but then you even think like things like Donald Trump and like the prosperity gospel. If you mean like in that sense where you're talking about you know I forget the name of Trump's father's preacher, but they called it prosperity gospel, but in terms of religion, but that also includes like becoming rich and powerful, combining your church and your Christian religion with like personal prosperity that includes attaining wealth and power. So that's just when I heard the word, that's what I'm connecting it to. If you're
Yeah.
taking the word and separate, like, no, that has nothing to do with what you mean. You're not talking about like, Trump and prosperity gospel or vocational training. You're in more line with like what I would consider like a wellness center, like a meditation retreat, or like an intellectual book club.
I'm more so thinking like giving water to a plant when it starts to turn dry. Because I look around this place and it's not profitable for me to help people. If there was a boy in Haiti who was dying of a headache, and 40 milligrams of aspirin would fix this death, it would cost me $842 to get there. So that's what I'm getting at with that's not a prosperous thing at all, that I would have to turn to a very cruel and way of being to obtain the amount of money to do that. So it's this you can't really put that much of a label on it. It's a zero sum game.
Well, it's just like
the
duty and
money is.
obligation to say it's not actually going to help you, but you should do it. Like idealism, to say that it's not going to. I mean, you could frame it in like a prosperity, like doing the right thing, or taking the suffering of others upon yourself, and kind of phrasing that in the term of prosperity, as opposed to colloquially saying like the Trump, the Norman Vincent Peale, the Trump's preacher of prosperity gospel, which means like no, that means like money and power coming to
Yeah,
you,
that's
not
no.
some terms of like you gave away all your money to the poor, but but you're a really good person, you prospered in that way, as opposed to like the Trump, you're saying like no, like that means like you get rich and you rise to power,
No, I don't mean any of that.
as
I
opposed
mean
to some
that
form of larger duty where it's saying even though it's not going to benefit you, you should follow these ideals.
no, I mean that when
Ultimately it benefit, even though materially maybe it doesn't benefit you, either because God runs the world in that way where if you do things that don't benefit you, it ultimately comes to benefit you, or some larger picture where you sacrifice in the material realm, and then you build up your reward in the next world, or some alternative karmatic system where you go through austerities and they make you a better person, or you learn altruism or self-sacrifice, and that you know will actually lead to prosperity of wealth and power. So because
well, see, wealth and power, that's not at all a that's not what I can call prosperity from where I stand. But also, like, from where I stand, like, if all around me were telling me beautiful things only, or just removing that definition. Let's say I walk around, my experiences, hunger came to my body, another member of the society handed me something to eat from something growing. I walked around and I looked around because realistically, if all of us humans just stopped what we were doing, stopped the education system, just stopped and looked at each other and said, huh, and then proceeded to do things a different way, the generations that came after, if they were never taught this definition of good and bad, how on earth would those generations, it would just breed itself out. The ideas that we have eventually breed themselves out. It's why you don't see certain practices, religious practices, practice it, because they breed themselves out. So if we stopped everything, stopped all teaching, things like that, and go, all right, guys, well, let's do something different, the reality would instantly change. But that, for some people that see prosperity as wealth and power, that's not acceptable, because the idea of that, of separation, is their source of power, because it's sorcery. That definition of prosperity, they build up this source of power by getting a congregation that's willing to pay a 10% tithe to their cause, and they have all these laws set up that's like, well, yeah, you donate to this, they're the the scribe, they're gonna do what they do with it, and that's it's redundant.
Prosperity could be neutral, just mean like doing well, being successful, and how people interpret that, and but yeah, but that's why I just like streaming. I just like ideas.
Yeah.
I don't think I would like. I mean, from streaming for multiple years, I think actually a lot of these things work out better.
Yeah, I see you've been on for 5 hours. I just looked at that.
I'm saying a lot of these things work out better online, and then if you're going to personalize when you have people gathering in person, and if it's centered around activism or self-improvement or just
Well, right now it's just called eclectic collective, and there's no really, because I don't believe in good or bad. Like, that's not something I've ever experienced. I know I could reorganize myself in any way, and if I wanted to call it good or call it bad, I could. But I believe in reorganization, maybe not improvement, but yeah, I don't really just set this up. I have like literally a chalkboard sign, and it's like, I'm still not in the age bracket, but that's all right, because I still have a good bit of.
I mean, pragmatism is good or bad. Just work, to.
Still wasting my time.
To look at works or doesn't work. So I mean, you can look like good as it works, bad as it doesn't work, versus an idealistic interpretation of good or bad.
Yeah, it's efficiency. It's like, is this an efficient model or is this not? And right now,
efficiently is. So I was saying like works or doesn't work versus efficiency is working better or so I mean efficiency is already from something that works, because you can't, if it doesn't work, it's not efficient. So
okay, like the model of mosques, temples.
I mean, once you get something that's working, then you could have it work more efficiently.
But
if it doesn't work, then you can't get it to work to not work efficiently. So
like
that works to work more efficiently.
That's what I'm saying with this version of Prosperity Center is, the people are kind of in it, and they're not really sitting there with a goal. So the models that I see are churches, synagogues, mosques. Those models work. Look at them. They work. So the same model of people come in, but what the model is I'm flipping the leadership inside out. So basically what's going on there is you can't find the leader, because there's teaching and learning going on each side.
Right,
and that
impulse for you to proactively be doing this.
What do you mean, what impulse? It was a choice. Like, I was like, all right, it's gotten crazy, it's gotten murky, and that's fun. And I
mean, just why? I'm saying why, because you're alive and you need to accomplish something, or why? Because you feel that society's coming apart.
Come here.
And if you don't do this, things are collapsing, and you'll have to.
Okay, so you're gonna tell him why I'm here.
Huh?
You're gonna tell him why I came here.
I don't know.
We have a partner in your Prosperity Center.
What do you
No.
mean? What do you
This is my wife.
What do you mean? Why you came here?
Yeah.
What do you?
Okay.
You're just here.
I love you.
You're here to help. There.
How did I get here?
What do you want me to say?
The truth.
I said, why do you want me to say?
Why?
Yeah.
Because it's time.
Why are you good? How did you get here?
Yeah.
Because I wanted you here.
And it really is that simple for me. But like that's not acceptable. It's acceptable for me and my wife. but see, it's these kind of moments that I love the most, like these moments in between the Madhaya. Like it's my favorite. And it's kind of like one of what I say, you could almost call that truth. Like the Madhaya, what's a good way to say that?
What?
The space in between. So like that, think about like an in-breath and an out-breath, and an in-breath and an out-breath. And it's like, the comparison is only, available because of that pause in between. And like how the distinction between a canvas, the paint, and the brush, it's like, what about in between all that? That's kind of like one of those truths that you can't ever examine it. So it's like, that's kind of like the truth. What really makes a song? The notes that are played or the spots in between those notes.
Well, I mean, I lived in New York for over a decade, and I think like Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Like, because I ain't got no worries, because I ain't in no hurry at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Mississippi's moon, won't you keep on shining? But
Yeah.
I lived in New York for like 10 years. It's like it's not Mississippi. Like I'm always in a hurry, and so I'm thinking like people always have what to do. There are always goals or ambition, and you're saying like Mississippi, you're just like you're not in a hurry, ain't got no worries. I mean things are different in time and location, place, and I mean some they specific models of mind ideas are universal. So they're saying if you're saying that whatever mechanisms are operative in one person's mind are universal, and you have different places, locations that might have different
Even different time frames.
your applications, or even sense like what prosperity is. And you're saying like, well, could you're in New York, like things are expensive, constantly moving. Time is a commodity of a different resource, or even ambitions, what you're trying to do with your life, what your societal obligations are, what motivates people and what's expected of people of varies in time and location. But, I wanted to read these two articles. I want to get back to my research. Did you have anything else you wanted to say or talk about? I mean, I do this stream every Sunday, so we could talk again at some time, or you keep me posted on the success of your endeavors. But do you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, I just found what you were saying extremely interesting, and I appreciate even the engagement, the dialogue we exchange. Like that's what I find valuable. It's this kind of push and pull, this back and forth. I value it, and I appreciate that you're willing to do it.
Okay, yeah, I mean it's always good to talk with people, work through ideas, and cooperation. So I appreciate you coming on and sharing some of your thoughts and what you're doing. So wish you best wishes with that. I had these 2 long papers on conspiracy theory that I wanted to, like at least, so like I try to keep like I do my week in review and I try to keep myself. I like talking to people, but I like to have like a certain amount of weekly research that I get through. So I got these 2 long papers that when I got to read through. So
Well, brother, I guess the Indians would say your dharma is calling. So you have a good one.
okay, yeah. So every Sunday night, you want to keep me posted, and I'll link your channel. It looked like you just had a few shorts. I'm not sure if you have contact to what you're doing, but I'll link your channel in the description.
No, that's coming because right now it's one of those trickle things. It's a slow trickle of water, but it's really all you need.
Okay, so God bless. I'm going to pour myself a drink, and then I got these 2 long papers I want to read through. It'll probably take me like 2 hours. So
well, I'll probably be hanging out on the live stream, watching, listening, stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm just going to pour myself a drink, and I find the activity of just reading through, saying these out loud, so like, I want to put myself in the greater community of ideas and expertise. So, like discuss things a little bit, but I just want to read through what the experts say. So, know what the experts say, and so just go through the process of actually reading the papers and voicing what the experts. So I was reading a bunch of stuff on sociology, just random research. It's good to actually speak to people. It's good to see people find the channel, find this useful. So God bless Madgura for coming on. Wish him the best with his prosperity center. So let me just pour a drink. And tomorrow is Tisha B'Av, so the Jewish fast day of mourning, the 9th of Av. So I've been okay. God bless. So I've been reassessing my position in Judaism, but I will fast for the Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, tomorrow night. I got these 2 long papers on understanding conspiracy theories, and then individual, intergroup, and national level influences on belief in conspiracy theory. So, pretty interesting. Karen Douglas, Uscinski, there's some of the big experts on the modern understanding of conspiracy theories. And this one's pretty technical. It's over 30 pages. So let's jump right in. It'll probably take me an hour. It'll probably take me over an hour it'll probably take me 2 hours to read these. So let me just pound through, if this is useful, if you enjoy hearing this, I link the papers in the chat. You could read it on your own or like a book on tape. You're active in the chat. You want to discuss this, I'll definitely read back the comments tomorrow. So let's go. Understanding conspiracy theories. Scholarly efforts to understand conspiracy theories have grown significantly in recent years, and there's now a broad and interdisciplinary literature. In reviewing this body of work, we asked 3 specific questions. First, what factors are associated with conspiracy beliefs? Our review of the literature shows that conspiracy beliefs result from a range of psychological, political, and social factors. Next, how are conspiracy theories communicated? Here we explain how conspiracy theories are shared among individuals and spread through traditional and social media platforms. Next, what are the societal risks and rewards associated with conspiracy theories? By focusing on politics and science, we argue that conspiracy theories do more harm than good. We conclude by suggesting several promising avenues for future research. Conspiracy theories are abundant in social and political discourse, yet a coordinated research agenda to grapple with the causes and consequences has only developed in the last decade. It is imperative that scholars better understand conspiracy theories for more important reasons. Across history, they have been closely linked to prejudice, witch hunts, revolutions, and genocide. Many perpetrators of terrorist attacks were known to be keen supporters of conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories have also driven people to reject mainstream medicine to the point where once cured diseases are now making a comeback in some parts of the world. Also, conspiracy theories drive people to reject scientific consensus, most notably the consensus around anthropogenic climate change. In this article, we review studies from psychology, political science, sociology, history, information, science, and the humanities. We consider conspiracy theories ranging in the topics from science, health, and environment, immigration, racism, terrorism, and politics to international relations. The research we review spans a range of methodologies, including content analysis of text, discourse analysis of political tracks and private interviews, analysis of public survey data, psychological experiments, studies in personality variables, trends with individuals over time, archival studies of societal trends, computer simulations, automated computerized coding. We believe this effort comprises the most comprehensive and interdisciplinary review yet of research on conspiracy theories. We begin by defining key terms and discussing measurement. We then delineate the psychological, demographic, and political factors that predict belief in conspiracy theories. Next, we address the motives, mediums, and methods of communicating conspiracy theories. Then we assess the effects of conspiracy theories, beginning with the social and political benefits of moving on to their influence and on other views and actions. We conclude by highlighting some questions that remain open for further research. So this paper has a large overview of a lot of the other papers in main studies. So, that's why I wanted to read this one. Two of the big authors and just a conglomeration of a lot of the ideas in the most recent research on these various topics. Definitions. It is first necessary to define some key terms since many arguments about conspiracy theories originate with disputes over what counts as a conspiracy theory and what does not. First, we identify conspiracy as a secret plot by two or more powerful actors. Conspiracies typically attempt to usurp political or economic power, violate rights, infringe upon established agreements, withhold vital secrets, or alter bedrock institutions. This definition goes beyond simple criminal conspiracies such as conspiring to rob a corner shop. Conspiracies such as Watergate scandal do happen, but because of the difficulties inherent in executing plans and keeping people quiet, they tend to fail. When conspiracies fail or otherwise exposed, the appropriate experts deem them as actually occurred. Conspiracy theories are attempts to explain the ultimate causes of significant social and political events and circumstances with claims of secret plots by two or more powerful actors. While often thought of as addressing governments, conspiracy theories could accuse any group perceived as powerful or malevolent. Conspiracy theories about the 9/11 terror attack accuse the Bush administration, the Saudi government, the corporations, the financial industries, and the Jews. Conspiracy theories about climate change accuse scientists, communists, the United Nations, Democrats, the government, and the oil industry, among others. While a conspiracy refers to a true causal chain of events, a conspiracy theory refers to allegations of conspiracy that may or may not be true. For a history of the term, see Mackenzie, Harrod, and for critical usage, see Walker, 2018. Another term we will use throughout this review, conspiracy belief, refers to a belief in a specific conspiracy theory or a set of conspiracy theories. For example, about 60% of Americans continue to believe that the CIA killed President John F. Kennedy, and in the run-up to the 2016 European Union membership referendum in the United Kingdom, about 46% of those intending to vote leave believe that the vote would be rigged. Many of the social scientific studies on conspiracy theories focus on beliefs about the assassination of President Kennedy, the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, 9/11 truther theories, chemtrail conspiracy theories, and theories about Barack Obama's citizenship. Other studies have looked at beliefs that are less specific about the plot, but accuse groups of conspiring more generally. Another suggestion made more recently by scholars is that there may be such a thing as a tendency towards conspiracy thinking or a general conspiracy mindset. This idea largely stems from the finding that people who already believe in particular conspiracy theories are likely to believe in others, even unrelated ones. This may indicate an underlying tendency for some people to prefer conspiracy explanations because of a bias against powerful dislike groups and official accounts. Other terms used to refer to this idea include conspiracy predispositions, conspiracist ideation, conspiracy ideology, conspiracy mentality, and conspiracy worldview. Finally, the term conspiracy theorist refers to a variety of concepts in both popular usage and the literature. For some, the term refers to a person who believes in a particular conspiracy theory or has a strong tendency towards conspiracy thinking. It is sometimes used more specifically to denote a person who propagates conspiracy theories professionally, or to people who advocate strongly for conspiracy theories, such as former Florida Atlantic University professor James Tracy, who claims that the 2012 killings at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut in the United States were a hoax, or Piers Corbyn, brother of UK Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn, who claims that climate science is a fraud. We avoid this term in this review in exchange for a more precise language. It is important for scholars to define what they mean by conspiracy theorist and conspiracy theory, because by signaling irrationality, these terms can neutralize valid concerns and delegitimize people. These terms can thus be weaponized, and because of this, people often deny that their ideas are conspiracy theories, even though they clearly qualify. Politicians sometimes use the terms to deflect criticism because it turns the conversation back onto the accuser rather than the accused. The exact effect of the term conspiracy theory and its variants is open to debate. Some people are clearly repulsed by these terms, while others are attracted to them. Nonetheless, conspiracy theories are a controversial subject, which can arouse passions both in and out of academia. Measurement. To measure belief in conspiracy theories, scholars and polling houses often ask respondents through surveys if they believe in particular conspiracy theories such as 9/11, the assassination of JFK, or the death of Princess Diana. For example, one item from Douglas and Sutton's 2008 scale measuring conspiracy belief in Princess Diana is: there was an official campaign by M16 to assassinate Princess Diana, sanctioned by elements of the establishment, where participants responded on a scale from 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. Some scholars create scales using several questions about belief in various different conspiracy theories, like those mentioned above, to come up with an overall measure of beliefs in conspiracy theories. To address issues of validity across time and cultural context, Wood devised a scale that could be adapted to specific conspiracy theories. Enders and Small-Page examined a wide range of polling techniques, pointed out the promises and pitfalls of polling about conspiracy theories. Other researchers have devised scales to measure the general tendency towards conspiracy thinking rather than referring to specific events. For example, Brotherton's 2013 scale includes statements like, "A lot of important information is deliberately concealed from the public out of self-interest," where participants rate the likelihood of each statement being true from 1 definitely not true to 5 definitely true. Some of these scales include as many as 15 questions and may therefore be prohibitively costly for representative polling. Other scales are significantly shorter. For example, Lanty in 2016 employed 1 question, while Uscinski and Parent 2014 used 3. One concern about all these scales that is yet to be resolved is that all combine 2 elements that may be distinct: the tendency towards believing that malevolent groups are conspiring, and the tendency to believe that official accounts are false. These 2 beliefs could substantively overlap, but they could also be separate. One could believe that an official account is wrong, but not believe that malevolent groups are out to get them. Furthermore, both of these measurement approaches assume that a belief in conspiracy theories is property that varies from individual to individual, but a property that can be measured as a dependent variable in response to experimental manipulations predicted to heighten or reduce conspiracy beliefs. Whether these scales are appropriate for both of these purposes also remains an open question. Expression of beliefs can also be captured by measuring discourse. For example, Wood and Douglas 2013 surveyed online comments made by people who both believe and disbelieve conspiracy theories about 9/11. Lewandowski, Eberauer, and Gignac 2013 gathered online comments rejecting published scientific work. Wood 2018 examined the content of tweets, and Uscinski and Parent examined letters to the editor in the New York Times. This approach is valuable because it allows those engaging in the discourse to express their conspiracy beliefs rather than researchers choosing a set of conspiracy theories and then asking respondents if they disagree with them or not. Note that we are leaving aside from the discussion that some people spread conspiracy theories for profit, like Alex Jones, political gain, Donald Trump, or as foreign relation tactics, and therefore may have a reason to transmit them other than merely express their true beliefs. All these measurement methods have their merits. For example, surveys allow large-scale and representative data to be collected. They're also evident to use and do not require lengthy contact with respondents. They're also relatively inexpensive. On the other hand, regarding discourse avoids the problems that surveys have of occasionally capturing opinions on topics that were not thought about before the survey and are therefore non-opinions. Recording discourse also provides richer data on the content of respondents' conspiracy beliefs and how these relate to the personal experience of respondents, which surveys capture. Whichever method researchers choose, the aim is typically to gauge the extent to which people adopt conspiracy theories. It is this question that we turn to in the following section. Why do people adopt conspiracy theories? Psychological factors. A small number of studies were published in psychology journals before 2007, but a significant research agenda did not develop until after that time. A significant and rapidly growing body of research since then has concentrated on the psychological factors that increase the likelihood of believing conspiracy theories. Gortzel's 1994 study used a survey of New Jersey residents in the United States that asked about 10 conspiracy theories. The data showed that some people believed in several, while others believed in none. As an explanation for this, Gortzel proposed that conspiracy beliefs comprise part of a monological belief system, where these beliefs comprise a self-sealing and expanding network of ideas that mutually support each other. Indeed, it does appear that conspiracy beliefs tend to stick together. Some conspiracy beliefs tend to correlate strongly with each other. In addition, those who believe in conspiracy theories often turn to other conspiracy theories to explain why their pet theory has amassed no positive proof or support. While the monological explanation is appealing, it has limitations. Specifically, conspiracy theories are not always mutually supportive and often directly contradict each other. For example, Wood 2012 showed that a positive correlation between mutually contradictory conspiracy beliefs was no longer significant when participants' level of agreement that there was a cover-up was taken into account. Therefore, a competing and potentially more attractive explanation is that conspiracy theories are only related to each other to the extent that they cohere with a higher order belief system. Given this, the monological account of conspiracy theories has lost traction, and the literature suggests that other psychological factors provide more compelling explanations. According to Douglas, Sutton, and Chikaka 2017, people appear to be drawn to conspiracy theories when compared to non-conspiracy explanations. They promise to satisfy important social psychological motives that can be characterized as epistemic, the desire for understanding, accuracy, and subjective certainty; existential, the desire for control and security; and social, the desire to maintain a positive image of the self or group. Note that people do not necessarily need to be conscious of these motives. We review each of these in turn. Epistemic motives. Conspiracy theories appear to provide broad, internal, consistent explanations that allow people to preserve beliefs in the face of uncertainty and contradiction. Consistent with this analysis, research suggests that belief in conspiracy theory is stronger under conditions of uncertainty. Further, belief in conspiracy theories appears to be stronger when people perceive patterns in randomness. Conspiracy belief is also stronger among people who consistently seek patterns and meaning in their environment, such as believers in paranormal and supernatural phenomenon. It is also stronger when events are especially large-scale or significant, and when small-scale, mundane explanations therefore seem unsatisfactory. People who overestimate their ability to understand complex causal phenomena are also prone to conspiracy beliefs. Conspiracy beliefs have also been linked to the need for cognitive closure, especially when events lack a clear official explanation. Conspiracy beliefs have also been linked to feelings of boredom. However, conspiracy theories might appear to satisfy some epistemic motives at the expense of others. For example, conspiracy belief has been linked to the conjunction fallacy, which is an error of probabilistic reasoning whereby people overestimate the likelihood of co-occurring events. Other researchers have shown that the projection of one's own personal belief onto others is associated with conspiracy beliefs. That is, the beliefs that they conspire is part of the result of the belief that I would conspire. Swami Vorak, Strieger, Tran, and Foreman found that lower levels of analytic thinking predicted conspiracy theories. Mikaskova, 2017, found that student teachers high in conspiracy beliefs were more likely to score lower in rational thinking style. Douglas, Sutton, Kellen, Dutry, and Harvey, 2016, found that hypersensitive agency detection, the tendency to attribute agency and intentionality where it does not or is unlikely to exist, predicts conspiracy beliefs. McCaskey, 1995, found that conspiracy beliefs may be a product of biased assimilation, accepting information that confirms one's views and scrutinizing information that disconfirms one's views. Other cognitive processes linked to conspiracy beliefs involve a tendency to accept epistemically unwarranted beliefs, a quasi-religious mentality, and lower levels of intelligence. Finally, conspiracy beliefs have been linked to factors such as non-clinical delusional thinking and schizopathy. Overall, there is evidence that conspiracy theories appear to appeal to individuals who seek accuracy and/or meaning, but perhaps lack the cognitive tools or experience problems that prevent them from being able to find accuracy and meaning via other more rational means. Existential motives. People may also turn to conspiracy theories when their existential needs are threatened as a way to compensate for those threatened needs. For example, people who lack agency and control may reclaim some sense of control by believing conspiracy theories because they offer the opportunity to reject official narratives and allow people to feel that they possess a better account. Consistent with this reasoning, studies have demonstrated that conspiracy beliefs are associated with feelings of powerlessness, anxiety, anxious attachment style, and existential anxiety. Furthermore, Bruder 2013 demonstrated a relationship between conspiracy thinking and low feelings of control in the socio-political domain. Conversely, experimentally, strengthening people's sense of control appears to reduce conspiracy beliefs. Furthermore, research demonstrates that conspiracy beliefs are correlated with alienation from a political system and anomie, a feeling of personal unrest and lack of understanding of the social world. Belief in conspiracy theories is also associated with belief that the economy is getting worse. Conspiracy theories may allow people to come to terms with particular problems, enabling them to regain some of the psychological goods that they have lost. In this vein, others have demonstrated that conspiracy theories might buffer people from threats to the social system in which they live. Social motives. People generally have the need to maintain a positive image of the self, and conspiracy theories may assist people in maintaining this positive image. For example, Chikaka, Marchaluska, and Golik de Savala 2016 demonstrated that the endorsement of conspiracy theories is associated with narcissism and exaggerated self-view accompanied by the new need for external validation. Other studies have shown links between conspiracy beliefs and the social psychological need to feel unique to others. Perhaps conspiracy theories allow people to feel that they are in possession of rare, important information that other people do not have, making them feel special and thus boosting their self-esteem. People have a strong need to feel positive about the groups they belong to as well, such as their nationalities, political parties, and religious groups. A conviction that others conspire against one's group is more likely to emerge when the group thinks of itself as undervalued, underprivileged, and under threat. For example, research by Mashuri and Zadaquisti 2014 demonstrated that beliefs that Western people have victimized Muslims were associated with belief in conspiracy theories, suggesting that Western intelligence service is instigated terrorism in Indonesia. Biluzwick, Winooski, Kafka in Wojcik 2013 showed similar findings in Polish sample with respect to conspiracy theories about Jews. Thus, conspiracy theories are linked to defensive ways of identifying with one social group. This is captured by the concept of collective narcissism, a form of in-group positivity that reflects a belief of the in-group's greatness associated with a conviction that others do not acknowledge the in-group's worth enough. Golik de Savala and Chikaka 2012 found that national collective narcissism in Poland predicted endorsement of conspiracy stereotypes of Jews. Golik de Savala and Federico 2018 found that American collective narcissism predicated conspiracy theorizing during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Also, Chikaka, Marchaluski, Golik de Savala, and Olechowski 2016 demonstrated that national collective narcissism in Poland was associated with the endorsement of conspiracy theories about Russian involvement in the Smolensk crash of 2010, in which the Polish president and several other officers died. However, mere identification with a national group without the narcissistic component predicted lower likelihood of endorsing these conspiracy theories. This suggests that conspiracy explanations of intergroup events drive the need to validate group image by denigrating outgroups. Thus, conspiracy theories are more likely to be prevalent among members of low status groups attempting to explain their status. Indeed, research shows that members of low status social groups are more likely to endorse conspiracy theories than members of high status groups. For example, Crocker, 1999, demonstrated that Black Americans compared to white Americans were more likely to believe in conspiracy theories about the American government conspiring against blacks. Given their experiences, it is not completely rational for historically disadvantaged groups to believe that dominant groups are conspiring against them. On this point, studies have shown that people are more likely to believe in conspiracies directed at their own group if they personally have experienced discrimination, such as being the victim of police harassment or racial discrimination. Thus, belief in outgroup conspiracies can be fueled by experiences suggesting that one social group has been treated unfairly. Therefore, it is important to consider the political, social, and historical context that make conspiracy theories seem plausible. Situational threats and crisis situations can also increase the likelihood of strong group attachment to foster conspiracy beliefs. Taken together, findings from research on the role of social identification highlight the fact that feelings of being undermined and threatened in the context of international relations can facilitate the development of conspiracy theories that serve to justify groups' disadvantaged position. In the end, a conviction that other groups conspire against one's own can help excuse the in-group's disadvantaged position. To sum up, research on the psychology of conspiracy theories suggests that epistemic, existential, and social motives drive conspiracy theories. Whether or not these psychological motives are satisfied by conspiracy theories is another matter, and research would suggest that they are not, and that conspiracy theories might even do more harm than good. We return to this issue later when we highlight the consequences of conspiracy theories. Demographic factors. Some studies have attempted to chart the social characteristics of those prone to conspiracy theories in the United States. Uscinski and Parent, 2014, that found that higher levels of conspiracy thinking correlate with lower levels of education and lower levels of income. A recent study analyzing historical survey data found further evidence of the relationship between demographic factors and conspiracy belief. In this study, conspiracy believers were more likely to be male, unmarried, less educated, have lower income, be unemployed, be a member of an ethnic minority group, and have weaker social networks. Similarly, relationships were found in a large sample of South African adolescents who, when surveyed about HIV/AIDS conspiracy theories. Other investigations point in particular to the link between conspiracy belief and lower levels of education. Two recent investigations have attempted to explain this relationship. Douglas, 2016, demonstrated that the relationship was explained in part by the tendency for people of lower levels of education to also be more likely to attribute agency and intentionality where it does not or is unlikely to exist. Van Prugen, 2017, found support for two additional mediating factors: greater feelings of control and a general doubt that complex problems have simple solutions. Although feelings of control and general doubt that complex problems have more solutions, although neither of these articles have established a causal link between education and conspiracy belief, they suggest that education may provide people with a set of cognitive and affective attributes that enable them to resist conspiracy theories. For example, news media literacy has been found to decrease conspiracy theory endorsement. The causal relationship between conspiracy belief and income is also indeterminate. It could be that employers shun those who advocate conspiracy theories, or that those who advocate conspiracy theories shun established jobs that offer higher pay. For example, Uscinski and Parent, 2014, found that those with the lowest levels of conspiracy thinking were the most likely to work in the financial industry or for the government or the military. In addition, more research is needed to understand how elite status affects conspiracy theorizing. Simons and Parsons, 2005, found that elites and masses are equally likely to traffic in specific conspiracy theorists, and Uscinski and Parent found that elites and masses follow similar patterns with their conspiracy discourse. Nefis has shown that political party members in Turkey endorse or reject conspiracy theories based on situation and ideological factors. With this said, insiders seem to be the scapegoats of much conspiracy theorizing in Western circles, societies, so it would seem obvious that insiders would tend to reject conspiracy thinking. Political factors. Politics presents circumstances similar to other social conflicts. There are winners and losers in a highly competitive situation. One group, usually a party, is more powerful than others, and the stakes of the conflict are real. Given the stakes, conspiracy theories arise frequently from political events, especially when those events stimulate the psychological states linked to conspiracy beliefs, such as low political trust, feelings of powerlessness, uncertainty, and unpredictability. For example, Einstein and Glick, 2013, demonstrated that political scandals diminish trust in government, which in turn result in higher levels of conspiracy beliefs. Conspiracy beliefs can also be strengthened by exposing participants to redactions in government documents or to media environments in which conspiracy features prominently in the news. Finally, conspiracy theories can be especially potent in times of uncertainty. Upcoming elections drive Americans to fear voter fraud, and polls to link conspiracy theories to portraying Jews as collective enemies to anti-Semitic attitudes. With that said, political scientists are just beginning to examine how conspiracy theories became part of political contest, what political factors drive conspiracy belief, and when conspiracy theories are used as persuasive political tools. Ideology. In general, people are more likely to believe that political opposition is involved in malevolent activity, that their own party representatives, in terms of accusing the oppositions of fraud, Democrats are more likely to believe that Republicans commit voter fraud to win, and Republicans are more likely to believe that Democrats do so. Overall, these findings suggest that political opponents are more likely to accuse each other of being involved in conspiracy theories, which might be a reflection of the in group out group mentality and be especially strong when people experience a threat to their political faction or feel that it is being undermined in some way. However, research demonstrates that certain political convictions are more strongly associated with conspiracy beliefs than others. Van Prugen, Kruger, and Pollitt 2015 demonstrated that conspiracy beliefs are more prevalent at the political extremes. They found a quadratic effect that is a U-shaped function in both the United States and the Netherlands, suggesting that conspiracy theorizing is strongest in the far left and the right, although stronger on the right. Similar effects have been found in Sweden, although it is unknown whether conspiracy theorizing may be a result of political ideology or vice versa, or both. This research suggests that extremist attitudes may be a consequence of conspiracy belief. On the other hand, Uscinski and Parent and Uscinski, Klofstad, and Atkinson 2016 suggest that levels of conspiracy thinking are stronger among those who identify as independents or with third parties. There exists a strong assumption both within and outside academia that there is evidence for conservatives being more prone to conspiracy theories than liberals. Some studies support this assumption. Furthermore, several studies reported a link between conspiracy beliefs and right-wing authoritarianism, a dimension of political attitudes characterized by preference for conventionalism, authoritarian aggression, and authoritarian submission to authorities. On the other hand, Oliver and Wood and Uscinski and Parent did not find a link between political ideology, party, and conspiracy belief, and Berinsky 2012 did not find a link between authoritarianism and conspiracy belief. How is it possible to integrate these findings? One possibility is that although both extreme left and right wingers are likely to embrace various conspiracy theories, the link is stronger on the right side of the political spectrum, as observed by Van Prugen. In other words, although both extreme left wing and right wing ideologies foster conspiracy convictions, right wingers are more predisposed to believe in conspiracy theories because they're also more likely to exhibit the personality predispositions that foster conspiracy thinking, such as the need to manage uncertainty. It is also possible, given that much of the research to date have been conducted on American samples during the Obama administration, that situational factor rather than dispositional factors affected the discrepancy between the conservatives and the liberals. For example, the research of Miller 2016 was conducted in the United States while conservatives were on the losing side at the time of the data collection. In short, the method and the timing of measurement could explain the discrepancies. On the other hand, it may be simply the case that the bulk of research has been conducted by left-leaning researchers. There have been many studies of conspiracy theories held by the right, but few studies focus on the conspiracy theories held by the left. The end result is that researchers may overlook conspiracy theories closer to home. I live around, not sure what you're saying. It just seems like, this paper is just quoting a bunch of other research and studies. So it's quoting a broad spectrum of various opinions. Motivated reasoning. An increasing line of research shows that people with different ideologies are likely to interpret the same information differently. One mechanism that can explain this consistent finding is that motivated reasoning, people resort to motivated reasoning when they are presented with facts that contradict their predispositions, and they will interpret new information in such a way as not to disturb their previously held worldviews. Scholars in the American context most often observe this phenomenon in conjunction with partisanship. Motivated reasoning has frequently been observed with conspiracy theories, particularly with partisanship and political ideology. However, just as people filter events and circumstances through the lens of their underlying political predispositions, they also interpret information through the lens of their underlying view about the role of conspiracies in political events. In a survey experiment in which researchers attempted to convince Americans of the media conspiracy, Uscinski showed that only nonpartisans who scored high on a measure of conspiracy thinking were affected by the information suggesting a conspiracy, because Republicans were already likely to believe that the media was conspiring against them, and Democrats were already likely to not believe this. This holds with predispositions outside of politics. New Age believers are more likely to believe the Da Vinci Code conspiracy theories than are Catholics, and sports fans are more likely to believe that other teams engage in shenanigans rather than their favorites. The literature strongly suggests that conspiracy theories must align with a person's existing set of predispositions to be adopted. Are conspiracy theories for losers? Situational factors such as being on the losing end of power asymmetry could lead to increased belief in conspiracy theories. Uscinski and Parent argue that conspiracy theories are for losers and tend to accuse those in power and their coalitions. Examining letters to the editor of the New York Times spanning 1890 to 2010, they found that when a Republican was president, the resident conspiracy theories tended to accuse Republicans and big business of conspiring, but when a Democrat was in office, the conspiracy theories tended to accuse Democrats and socialists of conspiring. They also found that during declared wars and the Cold War, conspiracy theories focused on foreign enemies more than during other times. Adelson found that electoral losers were more likely than winners to believe that fraud had occurred. To Uscinski and Parent, these findings indicate that the targets and timing of resident conspiracy theories follow a strategic logic based on foreign threats and domestic power. In this way, conspiracy theories are used by vulnerable groups to manage perceived dangers. They are early warning systems to keep watch over the most sensitive areas and prepare solutions to potential attacks. At bottom, conspiracy theories are a form of threat perception, and fears are fundamentally driven by shifts in power because defeat and exclusion are the highest incidents. Is it Ralph here?
Hello, shalom, my brother, David. How are you?
Well, Baruch Hashem, I was just reading this long paper, but I saw you popped in. I haven't seen you for ages. Like, you haven't streamed since like right after October 7th. God forbid.
I know I have been busy spreading a bit of Isaiah 42:6, but I thought I'd jump on just for a minute. I thought I'd share a great experiment that you might find interesting in motivated-based reasoning. I think it was at Princeton or somewhere. If you take a human and you flash an image in front of his eyes, and you give him, if you flash the rate of the image just beneath the frequency of your resolution, so I could keep showing you A, B, C. And they did this experiment where they took a bunch of people and said, if you see a B, as opposed to if you see a 3, if you press the buzzer, you get $1. And they found repeatedly that people's brains for motivated-based reasoning are wired into their cortex. People literally were seeing things that did not exist, right? They were seeing something that they were motivated to see because if they saw the 3 versus the B, they got rewarded $1. So motivated-based reasoning as a cognitive model seems wired into our cortex, which is quite a strange thing. I thought I would share that completely random factoid, David. So,
well, if it's just like predictive processing, that you can't take information in as is, you have to take information within your predetermined paradigm. So, if you're talking about like information in terms like society, sociology, people, but even just in terms of perceptual experience, like even just terming like shapes of objects, colors, numbers, ideas, that it's going to be within a paradigm of what you already know.
And I think it's more, there's absolutely, and I think it's both, there's the notion of physical embodiment. That's why the cortex is wired, literally where you are physically embodied. And just as I'd throw a little, because I'm going to have to dash for a walk in a minute, but I'll throw a little thing out for your audience as well. If you're a materialist and you are a rationalist, and you believe that the world, that God does not exist, and that the world is material and reason is supreme, then these are great examples of why rationality isn't supreme, reason isn't supreme, and should point you to the spiritual, right? Your brain is not enough, reason is not enough. We can see motivated-based reasoning, and your physical embodiment is not enough. Your logic or your reason seems to be part of your embodiment, right? Right? It seems to be literally where I'm physically and what I'm immersed in is providing a physical context. So the whole duality of this mind-body being something like a two worlds that are separated seems, I mean, from a scientific perspective, seems, I hope you'd agree with it, seems a bit incomplete, to be polite, right?
Well, I tend towards dualism, and I would even say, I mean, I agree with your statement, although I would classify reason and rationality as spiritual functions.
Yeah, sort of. I wouldn't like to use words like
they're not complete. That you need more than just reason and rationality. But certainly, I I wouldn't call reason and rationality material functions. Those are spiritual functions.
Oh man. So I should leave it there, dude, and we'll catch up at a proper time. I've not been on the internet. I should be back. I have to go for a walk in the forest.
Okay, yeah, I mean, God bless. Like, yeah, my numbers are dwindling, so, but the research stays on, and God forbid the war in Israel. It just goes on and on. Who knows what's happening? I mean, I covered that a little bit, but
Numbers do it. I think Rambam Maimonides said something is not less true if the entire world disagrees with it, or more true if everyone agrees with it. So numbers are nothing. The truth shall prevail. But I must dash. God bless. Take care.
okay, yeah, appreciate you coming by. God bless. Good to see you. Come by anytime.
Yep.
Okay, so we had Ralph, House of Comments. Been a long time, but always a pleasure. So appreciate him popping on for a minute. Okay, one assumption of the loser idea is that conspiracy theories communicate information to generate collective action in the face of a threat. To test this, small page asked a Turk sample in the United States to match a series of partisans and nonpartisan conspiracy theorists to the party more associated with each one. They found that partisans, even those who did not believe in the conspiracy theories themselves, correctly matched which conspiracy theories were owned by which party. They concluded that conspiracy theories function like calling cards, sending clear signals to co-partisans. By doing this, conspiracy theories could generate collective action. With this said, more work needs to investigate the effect of conspiracy theories on collective political action, such as voting. How are conspiracy theories communicated? The communication of conspiracy theories is of vital interest to anyone who wants to understand how they are spread, become established, and affect individuals, groups, and societies and politics. In this section, we discuss why people communicate conspiracy theories, the media they use, and the way in which they communicate those theories. Motives to communicate conspiracy theories. One of the challenges in studying the motives to communicate conspiracy theories is to tease these apart from motives to beliefs in conspiracy theories. While the psychological, social, and political factors that cause people to believe in conspiracy theories are almost guaranteed to shape the communication of conspiracy theories, much of the research seems to overlook any divergence. This is a difficult enterprise, and as much as possible, we shall concentrate on research that focuses specifically on communication per se. Nefis underlines that important social events such as big-scale protests lead to the prevalence of conspiracy talk in Taiwan after an assassination attempt on Taiwanese president Chen Shui-bian in 2004. One day before the general election, conspiracy theories about the event were ubiquitous. To understand the communication pattern of these events, Nefis conducted an online content analysis of people's comments on the assassination attempt. Perceptions of threat were associated with greater expressions of conspiracy theory, and people proposed conspiracy theories in line with their political arguments. Nefis uncovered similar findings in an analysis of the communication of anti-Semitic conspiracy rhetoric in Turkey. Further, using both quantitative and qualitative content analysis, Nefis analyzed the relationship between people's political views and online responses in the Turkish government's conspiracy rhetoric about the Gezi Park protest in 2013. The findings illustrated that people's political views predicted their acceptance or rejection of the conspiracy rhetoric. Conspiracy theories, therefore, appear to be communicated about events that are perceived to be important and relevant to people's political interest. In a similar vein, Rob Ortlieb, Gunther and Carbon argue that conspiracy theories could be viewed as a way of constructing and communicating a personal set of values and moral feelings, and Klein, Clutton, and Dunn show that anger is a precursor to the sharing of conspiracy theories. A distinct psychological motivation with a more social and political flavor was identified by Franks. They argued that conspiracy theories spread as devices for making sense of events that threaten existing worldviews. They draw on socially represented social representations theory to argue that conspiracy theories help groups to symbolically cope with threatening events by making abstract risks more concrete and by focusing blame on a set of conspirators. Franks and colleagues argue that the spread of conspiracy theories therefore allows people to challenge abstract, expert-dominated discourse about important events. They further propose that conspiracy theories are communicated as devices to cope with collective trauma. In a more political vein, Sapuntist and Condor argue that conspiracy narratives are used to dispute dominant political and ideological assumptions. A sample of Greek political party members were asked a series of questions in an interview In the interviews, participants were encouraged to talk freely with occasional prompts concerning conflicts in the Balkans. Results revealed that conspiracy narratives were typically used to challenge assumptions concerning Greece's majority status, suggesting that conspiracy theorizing may therefore be used as a way to construct causal arrangements, arguments about intergroup relations, and to dispute dominant ideological assumptions about political legitimacy and social hierarchy. Also, parents may use conspiracy theories to explain difficult events to their children, such as when their group has been marked out as responsible for a terrorist attack. Studies of political messages advocating conspiracy theories about the Islamization of the United Kingdom and Europe and the West more generally articulate the political purposes for which conspiracy theories are used. Wood and Finlay conducted a discourse analysis of articles written by prominent members of the British Nationalist Party in the months following the London 7/7 bombings. They found that these articles promoted conspiracy theories about the intention of Muslim immigrants to the United Kingdom by casting even moderates as part of a conspiracy. The rhetoric is used to represent all Muslims as a potent threat to civic life and to justify radical exclusionary policies. In this case, the mass forced deportation of Muslims. Lee found that the published statements of prominent figures in the so-called counter-jihad movement, which cast itself as the unofficial opposition to the Islamization of the West, seldom use conspiracy theories explicitly to justify extremist political action. Rather, they use conspiracy theories to create the ideological conditions for extremism and political violence. These include fear of Muslims and radical distrust of political leaders and institutions, which are represented either complicit with Islamists or their dupes' beliefs that inspire Andres Breivik massacre of left-wing youth in Oslo. Leaving aside the advocacy of particular political objectives, Allen suggests another important communicative motivation for conspiracy theories. Allen examined the conspiracy theorizing by rival Palestinian political factions in the occupied West Bank, Fatah and Hamas. In an analysis of political advertising, Allen suggests that conspiracist representation of each side reflects an underlying semantic ideology that communication, even in politics, should be sincere. The carefully crafted, hedged, and often evasive quality of conventional political discourse may strike contemporary audiences as evidence that politicians are concealing secret agendas. The internet and social media. There's been much concern about how specific communication media, most notably the internet, may promote the spread of conspiracy theories. While there is some suggestion that conspiracy theories may be flourishing at the age of the internet, others suggest that it's not that straightforward. Clark argued that while the internet may facilitate the rapid spread of more conspiracy theories, this does not mean that it also helps the development of the conspiracy theories. The speed of disinformation may even retard the progress of conspiracy theories into coherent arguments. Clark further argues that the internet may be responsible for limiting conspiracy theories, since billions of potentially critical voices are available to immediately refute conspiracy claims with evidence. Uscinski argued that for several reasons, the internet may not necessarily be as big a boon to conspiracy theories as many think. First, in Western countries, websites with the most traffic are not devoted to conspiracy theories, and conspiracy theory websites are not highly visited. Mainstream sources of news far outpace conspiracy sources in terms of reach and audience. There are many websites dedicated to conspiracy theories, but it is likely that only people seeking out those websites are those who are already predisposed. Second, in terms of online information environment, Uscinski and Perrin examined news and blog posts over the course of a year to see how the internet discusses conspiracy theories. Much of the content was negative, suggesting that if one were to simply seek out the news from the internet, one would get a negative vision of conspiracy theories. Third, there is no evidence that people are more prone to conspiracy thinking now than they were prior to the invention of the internet. Thus, it cannot be asserted that there has been an overall rise in conspiracy theorizing or that the internet is responsible for such a rise in a straightforward way. Finally, Uscinski argued that conspiracy theories do spread on the internet, but rarely in the way popularly assumed. Conspiracy theories do not bounce indiscriminately from person to person through social media as often assumed. Instead, they tend to stay concentrated within the communities who already agree with them. Nonetheless, research points to the crucial role of the internet in fostering distinct and polarized online communities. The polarization of communities on the internet is crucial to understanding the dynamics of conspiracy communication, highlighting the differences of rational and civic communication between polarized communities. Zollo found that the sentiments of users' comments and posts became more negative as they became more active, and that the sentiment of communication threads between communities were especially negative and became more negative as conversation threads persisted. Communication within conspiracy communities may be more civil, but not necessarily more rational. Bessie examined reactions to posts that deliberately parody conspiracy information. They found that approximately 80% of the comments and likes on those posts were from conspiracy users. This indicated that conspiracy users are uncritically distributing and endorsing even deliberately false, highly implausible material. Arts and media. The internet is far from the only medium at which conspiracy theories are aired. Mainstream news media expose people to conspiracy theories on a regular basis. Other medias include film, in which there is a recognized genre known as conspiracy cinema, and television. Exposure to conspiracy theories in these mediums increases receptivity to conspiracy theories, and it is entertaining for those who already believe in conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theories can also be communicated through music. Popular bands like Muse are known for alluding to conspiracy theories in their lyrics. More fringe genres like white power music postulate that whites are being undermined by internationalist conspiracy. White power musicians see themselves as victims and attempt to explain their lack of success as the result of multicultural conspiracies. Gosa studied the role of hip hop in conspiracy theorizing, particularly as a way to explain and mobilize action against the perpetual disadvantage experienced by blacks in the United States and across the globe. Gosa demonstrated that conspiracy theories are advanced at three levels: in the musical lyrics themselves and interview statements by prominent hip hop artists that are produced on TV, radio, magazines, and academic books, and the ongoing interaction between hip hop artists and their fans in concerts and on blogs, tellingly indicating the cross-fertilization of fiction, arts, and politics. The conspiracy theories uncovered by Gosa are influenced by books and films, including The Da Vinci Code and V, which before David Icke 2001 portrayed a world in which the world is ruled by shape-shifting lizards in human form. Thus, prominent artists, including Jay-Z and Kanye West, are held to belong to the hip-hop Illuminati, who, in exchange for record sales and stardom, agree to poison the minds of the black masses. Styles of communicating conspiracy theories. Thus far, we have considered why and where conspiracy messages are communicated. Next, we consider the communicative, linguistic, and persuasive devices employed by those communicating conspiracy theories. Some emerging research has examined the communication of conspiracy theories about vaccines and social media. For example, Grant examined the content of 2 pro-vaccination and 2 vaccine skeptical websites to examine what might make anti-vaccination communication tactics successful. They found that vaccine skeptical sites had links to both pro and anti-vaccination material, creating the impression that both sides of the argument were being presented openly. In addition, the vaccine skeptical sites were highly interactive, with spaces for community discussion oriented towards the creation of people affected or they think affected by vaccination. The authors argue that vaccine skeptical websites are more effective in fostering community building to achieve their ends. In contrast, authoritative pro-vaccination sites offer limited interactivity and focus on imparting evidence-based knowledge. Unfortunately, this format may fuel the conspiracy view of elites as aloof and dictatorial. Other lines of research also suggest that advocates of conspiracy theories are careful to appear rational and open-minded. A content analytic study by Wood and Douglas examined the comments made by 9/11 truthers and their opponents on a large sample of comments from 4 mainstream news sites in 2011. The majority of the comments were from a conspiracist position, again suggesting that conspiracy advocates are disproportionately active in sharing and disseminating their views online. More interesting, the conspiracist and conventionalist comments use different communication techniques, specifically that conspiracist arguments showed a tendency to spend more time arguing against the official explanation of 9/11 rather than offering any alternatives. Anti-conspiracy rationalists, on the other hand, showed the opposite pattern, advocating their own official explanation more than arguing against the conspiracy position. They also used a more hostile tone, which may contribute to the sense among conspiracy theory believers that they compromise a bully, principled minority whose opponents are using orthodox levers of power and authority to cow them. Further insights into how conspiracy theories are communicated online have been yielded by text-based analysis. This methodology analyzes the frequency of individual words that have been categorized by expert raters as emotional words, analytic words, and indicative of authenticity. Fastley, Chapman, and Martin applied this technique to 1,500 comments on a pro-vaccination Facebook post by Mark Zuckerberg. The analysis revealed that anti-vaccination and pro-vaccination comments tend to use different kinds of language. Anti-vaccination posts used more analytical but less authentic, less anxious, and less tentative language. These findings suggest that online opponents compared to proponents of vaccine use more authoritative, confident, assured, and manipulative language. To sum it up, Research suggests that people recruit conspiracy theories largely to justify their own political positions, and they do this even when their political leanings are radical or exclusionary. The internet and social media are useful in these efforts, but the conspiracy theories may not reach their potential impact because people tend to consume information from their own bubbles and dismiss what is not relevant to them personally. Scholars should make more efforts to integrate studies on the communication of conspiracy theories with studies that look at the psychological and other factors that drive individual beliefs. What are the consequences of conspiracy theories? Beliefs can drive actions. Therefore, in this section, we examine the potential consequences of conspiracy theories. Potential benefits of conspiracy theories. First, conspiracy theories may allow individuals to question or challenge dominance, hierarchies, and queries the actions of powerful groups. One positive consequence of these challenges could be that governments are encouraged to be more transparent. Conspiracy theories can also reveal inconsistencies in government or official versions of events, may open up issues for discussion that would otherwise be closed, and may even uncover real conspiracy theories. Various scholars view conspiracy theories as a result of people's and groups' attempts to understand social and political reality. For example, Knight understands conspiracy theories as symptoms rather than causes of social dysfunction, and proposes that conspiracy theories could be seen as a part of a class-based alienation from contemporary neoliberalism. Spark agrees and accepts conspiracy theories as part of the mainstream culture and that they voice the discontent in contemporary politics. Further, Jameson claims that conspiracy theories function as cognitive maps for people to comprehend social and political realities. Others go further, arguing that since elites do engage in conspiracy theories are crucial instruments for holding authorities accountable. Singh argues that globalization has resulted in increasing power and informally rather than formally networked elites, meaning that conspiracist understandings of the world order may increasingly reflect political realities. Conspiracy theories may have some benefits, so we would caution against demonization of conspiracy theories and the people who believe and communicate them. Some conspiracy theories may raise issues in society that need to be addressed. Indeed, it is possible to view conspiracy theories as an important ingredient in democratic discourse. However, as we will review in the following section, conspiracy theories have been predominantly linked to harmful social health and political consequences. It is also debatable whether or not conspiracy theories meet the psychological needs of the people adopt them for. Attitude effects. One of the first investigations into the effects of conspiracy theories demonstrated that they change people's attitudes. Butler, 1995, surveyed American adults at a cinema screening of the Oliver Stone film JFK, which presented a conspiracy hypothesis about the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Half of the participants were surveyed before seeing the film, and half were surveyed afterwards. It found that the film significantly influenced endorsement of the conspiratorial narrative. Those who had viewed the film were more strongly in favor of the idea of conspiracy than those who had not yet seen it. A similar investigation by Mulligan and Habel found that participants who had watched the outlandish conspiracy film Wag the Dog about how a government stages a fake war in a Hollywood studio were more likely to respond positively to statements such as how likely it is that U.S. president will stage a fake war in the future than those who did not watch the film. Douglas and Sutton corroborated these findings with respect to conspiracy theories about the death of Diana, Princess of Wales. They further investigated whether people were aware of the attitudes had changed as a result of exposure to conspiracy theories, finding that they were not. Research also suggests that conspiracy theories can influence political attitudes. However, this may depend on people's existing predispositions. Uscinski embedded the word conspiracy within a survey about media coverage during the 2012 U.S. presidential election for half of the participants, and half did not receive this cue. The inclusion of conspiracy only influenced people who scored higher in conspiracy thinking. Conspiracy theories may therefore influence people's attitudes, but the level of influence appears to depend on pre-existing attitudes and possibly other factors that remain to be investigated. What effects might they have on social and political behavioral intentions? Prejudice. Conspiracy theories have been linked to negative attitudes about groups. For example, Swami asked a sample of Malaysian participants to complete a scale of conspiracy beliefs, a scale specifically concerning anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, like Jews are attempting to establish a secret world government, and various ideological attitudes. It was found that belief in Jewish conspiracy theories were associated with anti-Israel attitudes and also racism towards Chinese people. Further, Gulick de Savala and Chikaka found in a Polish sample that belief in a specific conspiracy theory about Jewish domination of the world were associated with more general anti-Semitic attitudes. In a Polish representative sample, Bilowitz found that belief in Jewish conspiracy was a better predictor of anti-Semitic behavioral intentions, like legal discrimination, intentions against Jews, social distance towards Jews, than traditional anti-Semitism. Further, Imhoff and Bruder found that among U.S. sample, a tendency towards conspiracy theorizing was associated with prejudice against a variety of high-powered groups, like Jews, Americans, and capitalists. Finally, the sample of white Americans report of negative contact with African Americans was associated with expressed doubts about Barack Obama's American citizenship and eligibility to be president. This research suggests that in some cases, conspiracy theorizing may be associated with prejudice towards particular groups. In further support of this idea, Russo and Jamil conducted ethnographic research among Pakistani immigrants in Canada and Pakistan, residents of Karachi, about the events surrounding the 9/11 attack. Respondents in both countries overwhelmingly supported the conspiracy theory that the United States orchestrated the attacks and that therefore Muslims were not responsible. Conspiracy beliefs might therefore appear to reinforce the us versus them dichotomy. By questioning the official explanation, minority groups and not just majority groups could potentially reinforce differences between groups. Health-related choices. Several correlational studies have shown that belief in health-related conspiracy theories is associated with the choice to use contraception and practice safe sex. Specifically, one conspiracy theory alleges that birth control is a form of genocide against Africans and African Americans. This conspiracy theory is believed widely in the United States and South Africa. Thorburn and Bogart found that belief in this conspiracy theory among African Americans was positively associated with negative attitudes towards contraception methods and less use of contraception methods. Another study, also testing an African American sample, found that conspiracy beliefs and perceived discrimination against the group both predicted contraceptive behavior. In a similar work conducted in South Africa, Grebe and Netraus found that the odds of using condoms were halved among female African AIDS conspiracy believers. Oliver and Wood demonstrated a strong relationship between medical conspiracy beliefs and people's health choices. People who endorse medical conspiracy theories were less likely to engage with medical professionals, were more likely to trust medical advice alternative sources, and were more likely to choose unconventional medicine. Observations from medical professionals suggest that conspiracy theories mistrust the medical authority and non-expert celebrities are associated with vaccine refusal among parents. One challenge of all this research is that it is correlational. It is therefore impossible to determine the direction of causality. For example, conspiracy beliefs might drive vaccine refusal, or vaccine refusal might fuel conspiracy beliefs. However, Jolly and Douglas provided experimental evidence of the potentially negative effects of anti-vaccine conspiracy theories on vaccine intentions. Participants were presented with common anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, arguments against the conspiracy theories, or no information control. Findings showed that participants who had been exposed to the conspiracy theories were reluctant to vaccinate compared to those the other two conditions. Other researchers used focus groups and interviews to understand why some Romanian parents refused to put their daughters forward for the HPV vaccination. It was found that the two key reasons for not vaccinating were the perception that the vaccine is an attempt to reduce the world population and the perception that it is an experiment to allow pharmaceutical companies to make large profits. Science denial. Grotzel ties ideology and political commitments to conspiracy theories about science, including HIV/AIDS conspiracy theories, genetically modified food conspiracy theories, anti-vax conspiracy theories, and climate change conspiracy theories. One recent survey showed that over a third of Americans agree that global warming is a hoax, making climate skepticism very much a mainstream belief. In general, climate skeptics argue that climate change is either not occurring or at least that humans are not the cause. More extreme climate skeptics assert that climate scientists are involved in data faking and fraud so that they can keep receiving research funding. In the United Kingdom, the ClimateGate scandal concerning climate scientists in the University of East Anglia demonstrates the importance of beliefs about the climate change and the lengths that people are prepared to go to attempt to discredit climate science. These conspiracy theories continue to resonate long after the claims were discredited. There is ample evidence that conspiracy theorizing about climate change goes hand in hand with conspiracy thinking and science denial more generally. Some experimental research suggests that climate change conspiracy theorizing influences people's environmental intentions. Jolly and Douglas exposed a sample of British undergraduate students to a narrative about climate change conspiracy theories, arguments refuting the conspiracy narrative, and no arguments of the control. Participants who had been exposed to the conspiracy narrative showed lower intentions to engage in climate-friendly behaviors. Although this research has not used behavioral dependent measures, It suggests that conspiracy theorizing at least inform what people intend to do on important matters such as climate change and vaccination, as discussed earlier. It should be noted, however, that not all climate change conspiracy theories are anti-science. In fact, some of these conspiracy theories side with scientists against alleged governmental and corporate interference. Douglas and Sutton examine conspiracy theories on both sides of the climate debate and argue that some of the more debated left-wing conspiracy theories are very much in favor of the scientific consensus, arguing that scientific evidence is being hidden or at least watered down. Specifically, some environmental groups suggest that solid scientific information about climate change is being deliberately hidden for political reasons, as when information was omitted from the 2014 IPCC report about China's gas emission. Other conspiracy theories cite support for the idea that large corporations with interest in the fossil fuel industry are suppressing climate science findings. Such conspiracy theories receive much less airtime than the right-wing anti-science version, and their consequences are therefore unexplored. Political engagement. Conspiracy theories have been linked to political attitudes and behavior. Jolly and Douglas found that participants who were exposed to anti-government conspiracy theories compared to those who were presented with refuting information showed less intention to vote in the next election. Another negative outcome is decreased political trust. Einstein and Glick exposed participants to conspiracy claims or narrative disputing such claims. Exposure to conspiracy theories negatively affected trust in government and institutions, even when institutions were not connected to the allegations. Further, Butler found that participants who had viewed the conspiracy film JFK showed lower intentions to engage in the political process by voting or making political contributions. Uscinski and Parent also showed that people higher in conspiracy thinking were less likely to register to vote, to actually go out and vote, to donate money to candidates, or to put up political signs in their homes. In different contexts, however, conspiracy theories may be associated with intentions to engage in political action against elites. Im Offenbruder examined conspiracy thinking and intentions to act in support of nuclear phase out following the Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster in 2011 by showing intention to engage in protest. Among a sample of German respondents, conspiracy thinking was significantly positively associated with the intention to engage in political actions in support of nuclear phase out. Although these findings are correlational, they suggest that conspiracy theorizing may sometimes trigger behaviors aimed at challenging the status quo and those in power. Violence, radicalization, and extremism. Conspiracy theories may be associated with increased radicalization and extremist behavior. Bartlett and Miller analyzed the content of a broad range of extremist groups and found that conspiracy theories are not only prevalent throughout, but that there is a great deal of overlap between the conspiracy theories mentioned, even across extremist groups at opposite ends of the political spectrum. This evidence is consistent with Van Prugen's analysis. For instance, they found that anti-Jewish capitalist conspiracy theories were features of both right and left-wing extremist groups. Bartlett and Miller argued that conspiracy theories play an important social function or roles for extremist groups. Specifically, they may be a radicalizing multiplier that contributes and reinforces the ideologies and psychological processes within the group. More generally, conspiracy theories have been linked to violent intentions. Uscinski and Parent conducted a nationally representative survey in the United States in which they separated participants who were very low and high in conspiracy thinking. Results showed that those who were more generally inclined towards conspiracy thinking were more likely to agree that violence is sometimes an acceptable way to express disagreement with the government than those less inclined. Those inclined towards conspiracy belief are also in favor of lax gun ownership laws, show a willingness to conspire themselves, and show greater intentions to engage in everyday crime. Again, we must caution that findings from correlational research do not imply causality. Sadly, however, the world is all too familiar with the cases of people who have committed violence on the basis of conspiracy ideas and the governments committing violence against conspiracy theories based on conspiracy theories and propaganda. Workplace engagement. DeFonso, Bordia, and Rosno discussed the detrimental consequences of questionable information such as rumors in the workplace. They argue that despite appearing to be trivial notions shared around the water fountain, rumors can drain productivity, create stress in the workplace, reduce profits, and denigrate a company's image. Although rumors and conspiracy theories differ in one crucial element, rumors do not necessarily imply that the collusion of individuals and groups. Some important parallels can be drawn. For example, both can reduce trust in authorities, both more often than not lack proof, and both are often relied upon when reliable information is not available or endorsed, in particular under conditions of some uncertainty. Douglas and Leet carried out an experimental investigation into the effects of conspiracy theories in the workplace. Participants who were asked to imagine a conspiratorial workplace were more likely want to leave that workplace than those in a controlled condition. The effect was driven by lower feelings of commitment and lower job satisfaction. Sharing suspicions around the water fountain might therefore be damaging to the workplace. Future directions. The current research on conspiracy theories is broad and interdisciplinary, and as such, we believe we have a unique opportunity to consider what, from here, are the key directions that future research should take. First, we argue that some methodological issues need to be addressed. Specifically, to be more confident in the power of research findings, we would recommend the use of larger, more representative samples. While the use of student populations and crowdsourced samples may be convenient and inexpensive, these samples do not provide an overall picture of conspiracy beliefs among the general population, nor are they able to tell us how different groups in a society are likely to embrace conspiracy theories compared to others. Field experiments could also add value to the literature. Study conspiracy beliefs in specific contexts and at specific points in time could give a detailed account of the factors that determine those beliefs and what effect they may have. Furthermore, since much of the literature to date has been correlational, future efforts must focus on experimental and longitudinal research designed to examine the cause and effect of conspiracy theories more directly. Next, there are several different measures of conspiracy beliefs and conspiracy thinking, but no one accepted measure. Although scales correlate very highly with each other, the literature could benefit more from standardized measurements as exist in other research areas. Further, more work must examine how these scales translate across geographic contexts, particularly into closed societies where the conspiracy theories about government are more likely to be more rational. The study of conspiracy theories is beginning to traverse geographic boundaries. For example, see the works on Turkey, Russia, Europe, the Middle East, Latin America, and Thailand. Studies should begin integrating these various findings to develop broader theories. Also, it is important to note that the majority of studies examining beliefs in conspiracy theories have relied on self-reported survey measures. These measures raise the possibility of expressive responding, endorsing ideas to express opposition to policies and politicians rather than reflecting genuine beliefs. Some scholars argue that responses to political statements are rife with expressive responding, that the participants' response can therefore not be relied upon as their true beliefs. Other scholars, however, have found no evidence for expressive responding and argue that survey responses therefore serve as a window into the underlying beliefs and true preferences of the mass public. There is an important issue to consider in the case of political conspiracy theories, and researchers should consider additional alternative methods like interview, discourse analysis to tap into those beliefs. However, it is important to note that not all conspiracy theories are political, and therefore expressive responding is unlikely to be a significant concern in all studies. Nevertheless, this is an important issue to consider for future research. Further, although research has uncovered many personality, social, and political factors that contribute to conspiracy theory, some important controversies have emerged, and some lines of research are yet to yield conclusive answers. For instance, some research have demonstrated a relationship between pattern perception and belief in conspiracy theory, but other studies have found no relationship. More research is required to examine the role of people's ability to process information. The role of education in conspiracy belief is becoming clearer, but further delineation of the role of both crystalline and fluid intelligence is required if we are to know whether conspiracy beliefs arise from a cognitive deficit or instead from a lack of skills that education provides. Although research and theory on the relationship between political conviction and conspiracy belief is clear and even settled, or on some points but not others, as we have seen, it is clear that people on both sides of the left-right political spectrum entertain conspiracy beliefs about the other side. However, some scholars maintain that conspiracy theories are more characteristics of the right than the left. Others dispute this and suggest that conspiracy theories are overwhelmingly bipartisan, found on both sides of the political debate. Still, others find that conspiracy theories are stronger on the political extremes. A great deal more work involving comparative studies of conspiracy theories in different political epochs, of conspiracy theories in different contemporary polities, and different varieties of conspiracy belief is required. Further researchers also needed to understand the communication of conspiracy theories, the development of automatic coding of web content, of social networks in Web 2.0, and analysis of communication dynamics opens up many opportunities to study the large-scale communication of conspiracy theories and its implication for social and political processes. These technologies have much to offer the conspiracy theory literature. One of the advantages is the ecological validity. They allow researchers to directly observe the unfolding and sharing of conspiracy theories in real time in real life, rather than through the medium of self-report surveys and laboratory simulations. A related and very important advantage is that these technologies allow access to a large number of conspiracy believers who can be very hard to reach for survey and experimental studies. These methods will allow researchers to address crucial research questions that are impossible to address in other ways, such as examining patterns of conspiracy communication alongside political movements and political events in terms of small-scale communication and conspiracy theories. Many researchers' questions also remain ripe for investigation using the traditional survey, interview, and experimental methodologies of social science. One core theoretical question concerns the relationship between producing conspiracy theories, believing in them, and actively communicating them to others. As political leaders such as Donald Trump and Viktor Orban increasingly use conspiracy theories to discredit the opposition and win votes, these questions have never been more important. As the research on conspiracy theories has developed, it has become increasingly clear that conspiracy theories are likely to affect important social and political outcomes, but since most research is focused on the causes rather than the consequences of conspiracy theorizing, much more work is needed. For example, there is surprising little research into how people who espouse conspiracy theories are viewed, and while some research has revealed that people fear social exclusion from expressing conspiracy theories, one study suggests that labeling statements as conspiracy theories may not lower their perceived credibility. Future research could examine the social consequences that people who adopt conspiracy theories. Taking the opposite perspective, researchers could also examine the social consequences that face people who are viewed as the victims of conspiracies or those who are alleged to have been involved in conspiracies. Further, a good deal of research has explored the ideological variables and worldviews that contribute to conspiracy belief. Further research could begin to examine the interplay between ideology and conspiracy belief, how conspiracy theories may shape ideological variables, and how conspiracy and ideological variables may interact with each other to affect social and political behavior. For example, future research could also explore the consequences of conspiracy theories for political engagement and collective action. Past work has yielded mixed evidence showing that on the one hand, exposure to conspiracy theory decreases political engagement, but on the other, it may stimulate collective action against powerful elites. It is possible that conspiracy beliefs decrease normative forms of political engagement, but stimulate disruptive forms of political engagement. Finally, more research is needed to determine how it is possible to successfully intervene on conspiracy theories. Existing research has shown that presenting counter-conspiracy information may sometimes be effective, even among high conspiracy believers. Jolly and Douglas showed that presenting counter-conspiracy information before conspiracy information, in other words, inoculating people against conspiracy theories, can reduce belief. Orzak, Kreko, Pakuj, Toth Kirali, both in Roland Levy 2016, showed that counter-arguing and even ridiculing conspiracy claims could be effective in reducing conspiracy beliefs. In future efforts, researchers may consider some of the techniques used to address misinformation more generally: counter-arguing, retraction, pre-warning. However, research in this area will need to take into account that arguments against conspiracy theories are often ignored or even absorbed into conspiracy theory. Interventions may therefore backfire. Other methods not designed as interventions but to facilitate experimental tests on the basis of conspiracy theory show promises in small-scale settings. Education may combat conspiracy belief as well. Encouraging analytical rather than intuitive thinking has been shown to reduce conspiracy belief, as has encouraging people to think for themselves as personally moral. Future research is needed to determine whether these techniques are scalable for use as interventions to reduce beliefs in conspiracy theories. Final remarks. Scholarly efforts to understand the appeal and consequences of conspiracy theories have yielded a diverse and interdisciplinary literature. We have argued that conspiracy theories are much more than trivial notions and should be taken seriously for several reasons. First, there are a variety of reasons why a person might adopt conspiracy theories, ranging from personality traits to satisfying complex social needs. People communicate conspiracy theories by many different means, satisfying a broad set of political, psychological, and social motives. Finally, conspiracy theories have an effect on both individuals and important societal institutions. Their risk and benefits are far-reaching, and much more research needs to be conducted to fully understand the importance of the pervasive psychological, political, and social phenomenon, especially on the very vulnerable and disadvantaged groups that have been identified as most expected to benefit from them. Okay, let me just check my phone for a second. Let me see if I have strength to read that last article. Okay. I'm probably going to call it a night. I haven't seen a comment in the chat for like 45 minutes. Well, it looks like a handful of people are still watching. So okay, I think I am going to push this off till next week. So God bless. I appreciate Madgura coming on. Ralph, always a pleasure to see him. Been a while. Haven't seen him in action for a long time. So Madgura, glad you came in. Glad to meet you. Tinkle, yeah, I just don't have it in me to read another hour. It'll probably take me a full hour to read that. It's already been going 6.5 hours. So thank God I had some guests. I covered less material than I hoped. Just trying to internalize. I'm feeling good about my sociological research because if you want to hop on and chat a few minutes, you could hop on. If you want to hop on and chat a few minutes. I'm not, because I think conspiracy theories are political in general. Just the phraseology of the term has a hidden agenda. So, like when I covered last week, all conspiracy theories is an alternative source of cause and effect. So, is that you, Isle?
Yeah. And hold on a sec here.
Okay, yeah. So I was gonna finish up. Like I'm not sure if you followed the last few weeks, but this is the third week I've been talking about conspiracy theories, and I'm also putting that together with a lot of research just into sociology and social theories, and so looking at this article that was just like a conglomeration of collections of studies. Most of them have been done in the last 10 years. And like since the Obama administration, the rise of Donald Trump, there's been a huge amount of research into conspiracy theories. And, so it's kind of a new topic. And I guess you could probably be classified as what would be called a conspiracy theorist. You're just someone who looks for alternative cause and effects explanations opposed to the dominant narrative. If you're looking at more, like I said, like like a definitional regress where you want to read more into the words than are there, like like the creation of the terminology conspiracy theory. Who created the term conspiracy theory? Why did they do it? I went through the history of the first use of conspiracy theory, and then you had Karl Popper, who used the language, and then you had Douglas Hofstadter, and then like the JFK assassination, possibly the CIA usage, where there's an official like terminology conspiracy theory that's usually largely to discredit alternative explanations versus just kind of a general phenomenon. What does it mean that people are looking for alternative causal explanation? Is it just a natural phenomenon of consciousness, political activity, a vibrant democracy? Is there something more nefarious going on? So I tend to just want to classify it within the larger realm of consciousness, human nature, trying to solve the mysteries of cause and effect.
That makes sense. I mean, I generally, it's like that saying that I can't remember the exact saying, but something about
the Napoleon. I quote the Napoleon one, like never
Look it up.
assume conspiracy that when it could be explained by incompetence.
Yeah. That's kind of that's what I was thinking of. I generally think a lot of it has to do with that, and I think
I talk about group conflict of interest. So I don't put that as conspiracy theories, but just recognizing people behave as members of groups, and groups have conflict of interest. Like, specifically we talk like the JQ, and the Jews as an independent group who act collectively, and what's collectively in the best interest of Jews is not always is often in direct conflict with what's in the best interest of other groups. And so, I mean, you could call that a conspiracy theory, but I just say, like, well, of course, there's a whole bunch of groups, and of course, different groups want to move society in different directions that may benefit or negatively affect different groups in various patterns, and that's just a good way to understand the world. But where do you get from that to more nefarious conspiracy theories or causal implication? Like, well, the reason why society is moving in this direction is because one group is winning and the other group is losing. There was evidence that the losers in society are the ones that are likely to believe in conspiracy theories to explain why they're losing.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, and I also think another part of it is it kind of mentioned the people who wrote that paper you were reading from mentioned it.
Those are the two big, Karen Douglas and Uscinski. Those are probably the two most prominent names in the science of conspiracy theories, and both of them have a view that conspiracy theories are somewhat dangerous.
Well, the fact that government secrecy exists, I think, generates conspiracy theories amongst people who are, have been wronged by government. That's kind of just a basic sort of pattern that I've been seeing.
Well, they're hard to define, but I mean, if you look at the most basic building block, is there something that should be public knowledge, is useful to the public, but it's not public knowledge, and it's not public knowledge because there's a conspiracy to cover it up. So the most likely group to be conducting that conspiracy is the powerful or the government. And so if you just have like a majority group, saying, well, the majority, they're the powerful, or the olden days where maybe had the royalty or the crown or clear aristocrats. But in these days, you could like the Jews or the globalist or secretive powers of the shadow government to just explain why these what should be well-known troops are not well-known, and who benefits from covering up. I always mention people like the Q Bono, who benefits. Like that's always an important question to ask, but it's not determinative. Just because someone benefits is not necessarily a causal link.
No, I mean, I think one of the main causes has to do with the whole idea of secrecy, though, with the whole idea that I mean, it's not just an idea; it's an actual thing that happens with government. There's like one thing I can point towards is various laws that have to do with back when I was working for an environmental organization, we would there would be campaigns on right to know laws that as far as what kind of pesticides are being used on foods and so on, and the kind of toxic chemicals that are dumped into rivers and streams and so on. And I mean, that kind of stuff, if you look at like people involved in the Green Party, for example, they campaign about that stuff, and it just so happens that a lot of people involved in the Green Party are pretty known for pushing conspiracy theories. Like take Jesse Ventura, for example. Jesse Ventura even had a show called Conspiracy Theory. It all ties together as far as I see it. And I think that's, for example, with Julian Assange, and like one of the reasons I followed whistleblowers is because they kind of seem to be the people who respond, not necessarily respond to conspiracy theories, but they respond to government secrecy. They are that's literally their role is to is to expose government wrongdoing or corporate wrongdoing, and expose that which is kept secret. And so it's also no wonder why a lot of conspiracy theorists tend to kind of put whistleblowers on a pedestal, because they're revealing that which is kept hidden, and they're revealing corruption, and they're revealing all these different other things that the government and corporations are doing that violate human rights, that violate people's health, and environmental issues, things like that.
The phrase the research showed, again, it empowers the powerless, that somewhat of just saying, well, I'm powerless and there's nothing I could do about it, but having some sort of secretive information is empowering. And so it looked like there's considerable evidence across that in any forms, and that's to say, like, there's some evidence that showed that there was more conspiracies on the far right than the far left, but there's conspiracy across the board. And one of the clearest, there was like our conspiracy theories were losers, in that generally powerless people are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories as the other things people with less analytical logic or education, or a series of it's like Luke Ford's always kind of belittling like and then you could also say, well, if you're educated, wealthy, from the dominant class, you're more likely to be part of the power structure. And then if you're part of the power structure, you're less likely to believe in the conspiracy theories, and you're more likely to just believe in like basic meritocracy, like I'm here because I deserve it. And like I'm the real power, like I worked hard, I went to the good schools, I took high birth, and like, yes, we're the real power structure, we deserve it.
Sure, and it's kind of funny too, as far as whistleblowers go, and specifically Assange publicly stated that he thought 9/11 conspiracy theorists were dumb and things like that. He wasn't at all he isn't at all a conspiracy theorist, and I'm neither here nor there on that. I mean, I think 9/11, there was obviously a lot of things that went wrong, or else it wouldn't have happened. And I tend to think that there is a lot that we're not being told. But I'm not one of those people who believe that, obviously I don't believe any one group of people in terms of, when people are talking about blaming Jews or blaming Muslims or, whatever. I don't think any one group of people was involved. I think it was possibly allowed to happen for different reasons. But other than that, I don't blame Jews. I don't blame Muslims. I don't blame any one group of people for what happened. But where was I going with this? As far as Assange goes, and the idea that he's not a conspiracy theorist, it's like, I don't know. I think
Well, so that there is no clear scientific way. That's a question, like in terms for a study of to actually clearly define conspiracy theories.
Well,
that should be measurable. So
that's
you was talking
what I
about
was going to mention. What I was going to mention
colloquial
was
understanding.
Julian Assange is he holds Popper to really high regard. He's a huge fan of it's called scientific journalism, is what he calls it, and so from that perspective, it's like you could say that some of Popper's philosophies on scientific journalism are kind of like a counter to conspiracy theories. And I do believe that, like I said earlier, part of the reason why conspiracy theorists exist is due to government secrecy. And the way to, counter quote unquote conspiracy theories is by, one, setting a precedent for, government transparency, and two, being able to approach different events from from a scientific kind of perspective.
Where you're still looking at it, there was the question whether conspiracy theories are bad. And saying like it's a problem that needs a solution. That your conspiracy theories exist. And there was the other piece of evidence. One of the largest correlations of conspiracy belief was the need for closure. So I'm just saying, like, it's natural to just say there's uncertainty and you're not going to know the truth. And even say, like, like Julian Assange, who releasing classified information. So it wasn't necessarily like he was uncovering conspiracy theories. He was more just airing the dirty laundry. So it's saying, like, of course there's dirty laundry, and it's just whistleblowing the dirty laundries that connected to conspiracy theory. And I mean, obviously there's some overlap between the type people who follow that stuff to legitimate conspiracy theories, to say like, well, see that the government did a whole bunch of messed up stuff and never revealed it, to does that actually legitimate the conspiracy theories? And versus just saying, well, yeah, there's a lot I'm never going to know. And like, yeah, if I was an elite and had privileged information, I wouldn't share that. Or like the type like the president, like he's not going to tell you what he's saying in those negotiations, like of course not. Versus someone who's like, I need that closure, I can't just I can't just deal with the uncertainty. That but I'm saying those were very high correlates, and much of the research was type people who believe in conspiracy theory. One, people who are disagreeable, and two, people that have larger need for closure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, if you're looking like, okay, like, yeah, like the truth, like, the truth is eventually going to be revealed, but you're saying those are the type of people who believe in conspiracy theory, as opposed to saying like, yeah, like I'm sure there's a bunch of bad stuff happening, and like, of course they're not just going to reveal that information, or there's a lot of things that are just ununderstandable, and the conspiracy theories are simplistic and causal mechanisms that say, well, maybe it's just chance or randomness, like, okay, or okay, like, statistically so many people do messed up things and are corrupt, and this happened to be the person that was messed up or corrupt, but versus, and even just universal human mechanisms of human nature, saying like a tendency towards corruption, and a better understanding of probabilities than the typical simplistic causal mechanisms of conspiracy theories, and also the over reliance on who benefits analysis.
Well, I think that overall, in most, I mean, it's funny too, because people actually like there's a video Dan Dix put out where he was basically questioning as to whether or not Julian Assange is controlled opposition and all this thing and all this and that. Excuse me, I'm kind of tired, but yeah, as far as the whole, yeah, but there's conspiracy reality, which I tend to I think that there are conspiracies that happen, and I do believe that they're kept under wraps intentionally in some cases, and maybe even for good reasons, as far as what the people who are engaging in conspiracies believe might be national security or something to that effect. And I think generally, kind of like what you're saying, as far as seeking closure goes, when some kind of horrible event happens, where a lot of pain and suffering happens, where people are killed, where, you name it, and people want closure, I think it's perfectly fair for people to theorize about what happened. I don't believe that unless they're, I think what the mistake a lot of people make is kind of like what I was saying earlier. I don't believe like a whole group of people are to blame for something. If like that's one of the issues I have with E. Michael Jones, for example. He writes about the Jewish revolutionary spirit. He wrote the book The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, but he seems to basically put the Jews into one, just assign blame to the Jews, a whole group of people. He doesn't take into account individual responsibility. He's a collectivist, basically. He uses collectivist arguments, arguments based in collectivism.
He has, you just say, if it's a classical Catholicism, it's just a causal mechanism for him, that the largest determinant of causal mechanism of the culture wars, his webpage, is the Jews, and the explanation is there's a nefarious element of the Jewish revolutionary spirit, that it causes Jews to collectively degenerate society. And so, anti-Semitism, that's why, like I was saying last week with Claire Call, that most of the modern scholars on anti-Semitism, like Deborah Lipstadt, Brett Stevens, Barry Weiss, it's always framed anti-Semitism is unique form of racism or hatred because it's based on a conspiracy theory. But then you have the flip side of this new, like, well, conspiracy theories are dangerous because it causes bad action. Like if it's a science denial that causes people not wanting to be vaccinated, or rejecting climate change and not doing responsible action, to anti-Semitism, where it becomes dangerous because people believe it and then are more likely to be anti-Semitic and commit hate crimes against a minority group. So it's like, okay, well, E. Michael Jones may not be a dangerous person. He might even theologically think like the Jews need to be protected, but him expressing this causal connection between bad things happen in society, the causes the Jews, is dangerous, and therefore he needs to be censored. And that's why you have Jews at the forefront of censorship. And you're saying free speech is dangerous because if people are allowed to speak freely, they're going to causally connect Jews with negative occurrences or having too much power, and then average Jews are going to be in danger. And so, I mean, that's a pretty typical direction. And I'm not sure, like, if Uscinski and Douglas from the article, would be like testifying in front of Congress and saying, like, therefore, like, you need censorship and therefore you need to limit freedom of speech because of the danger of spreading false information. And that's why you have like the troops are, and then you have the people in power need to have an official narrative and endorse an official narrative, versus what's wrong with being wrong, and what's wrong with being wrong in if you're wrong is a way that negatively characterizes others. And then even saying, let's say you're right, that maybe anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have truth to it, but they're still dangerous to the Jews. Whether they're true or false, it's still dangerous for the Jews to have people expressing it. So if you're going to say, like, well, the problem is that they're false, but the problem is that they're dangerous, and it doesn't matter whether they're true or false, they're still dangerous.
I think it's more dangerous to keep people silent. Personally, I think unless somebody is specifically calling for violence against people, then I don't see why somebody, like the BDS laws or the anti-BDS laws that I don't remember when they were put into place, if they're even still a thing in the U.S. But
yeah, I mean, they've almost became normalized. Although that's economic, that's not really speech. So I mean, the anti-BDS is actually economic boycott. They're not necessarily anti-speech laws.
Yeah, it's a weird sort of
you have push for just censorship,
slippery slope, I guess. But
I mean, like the college protests, the encampments, any of these levels, and I mean, let's say, and even if you're just looking at to say anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory because people believe that Jews have power we don't actually have, and that power that we don't actually have is being manifested to cause society to move in the wrong direction, and therefore it's dangerous for Jews because people feel like if they do bad things to Jews, it will make society better. It's like, here, what's the cause of these bad things that happened? So the conspiracy theory, God forbid, says it's the Jews, and then for just a person to take that one step further, if they commit hate crimes against Jews, God forbid, then they're alleviating the problems from society.
I think it's more likely people are going to when you, it's like the whole idea of just look at who you're not allowed to criticize. When people aren't allowed to criticize somebody, it creates more anger and more hate. And whereas when I mean, you've talked to people like what's his name, the guy, I can't remember his name.
I talk to all sorts of people still regularly, but
the guy who is going off about the Noahide laws. I can't remember his name right
Bruno.
The guy with the long blonde hair.
Adam Green.
Adam Green. Yeah, you talked to Adam Green. I mean,
I still, because he does Twitter Spaces now, I still speak to him semi regularly. But I mean, God forbid.
I mean, do you think
if you accept group conflict theory and you're saying, well, Jews had influence in society, Jews have their own interest, and Jewish interest is counter to, or at least part of Jewish interest is counter to the interests of other groups. And like, so if as a Jew, like, well, I acknowledge that there is group conflict, and a lot of the culture wars, a lot of them are zero sum. And as a Jew, it would benefit me to move society in certain directions that, maybe as a white Christian Gentile, it is against your interest to have the society moved in that way. Or it's like, as a Jew, it's more beneficial to have more Jews in position of power. As a white Christian Gentile, it's not beneficial for you to have Jews in positions of power. And you would say, well, that's not even a conspiracy theory. That's just kind of like group dynamics. But then if you're looking at it, you're just saying, well, there is actually a group that, the Jews, and they have disproportionate power, and they use that disproportionate power to push society in a direction that benefits them, and that direction that benefits them is not to your benefit. Their interests are not your interests. And you say, well, is that conspiracy theory, or is that just basic sociology? And then saying, well, if you're going to try to learn, well, what is what you try to understand the Jews, start reading their own texts, reading their own religion. What are the Jews really up to? So I usually, it's not, there's diminishing returns for a counter-Semite, for a Gentile to keep down on that path. But you're saying, is it a good idea to just deny the group conflict, that group conflict doesn't exist, to deny that there is collective Jewish group interest, and even say unconsciously or without conspiring, Jews act collectively in collective Jewish group interest, and that has conflict with other group interests, such, like obviously, like in this case we discussed last time, like the supporting the war against Gaza, where like if Jews have power in America, that collectively Jews push America to support Israel, even though you could make reasonable arguments that it's not in Americans' best interest to support Israel. I mean, so John Mersheimer's, the reason you have an Israeli lobby is because it's not in America's best interest to support Israel. If it was in America's best interest to support Israel, you wouldn't need an Israel lobby. America would naturally do it without a lobby. And then when you call it conspiracy theory, like, it's a purpose to diminish it. And that's where you have, like, the negative, like, no, it's in your best interest, Goy. Well, it's not that Jews have disproportionate power and leverage that disproportionate power to push society in a direction that benefits Jews. It's these alternative reasons.
One of the things that I see, as far as the people who push a lot of anti-Zionist conspiracies and so on is that they tend to take the anti-colonialism side, and that is, I mean, it's not a conspiracy. I mean, there are people who speak openly about how Israel is, without any Israel, there won't be a West. And
I mean, the U effect between the left and the right. So if you have like Nicholas Fuentes, who in many ways is pretty mild in his counter-Semitism, it's just kind of focused on, Jews have too much power in America because their interests are not the interest of most Americans, and with that power, they try to influence America for their interest, which goes against other interests. Versus on the left, you kind of like, well, the Zionists, they don't really very rarely on the left are they going to collectively blame Jews, and they're going to say, well, there's a Zionist conspiracy, and the Zionist conspiracy is not necessarily a Jewish conspiracy, but you do have that U effect where, said the studies have shown there's more conspiratorial beliefs on the right than the left, but there's also high amounts of conspiratorial beliefs on the left, and also just being disempowered. So like Palestinians, or just people, it's like, well, clearly the war against Gaza is wrong. They're killing all these civilians. Why is the U.S. supporting it? Why can't they stop it? There has to be a conspiracy. So if you're just like, well, because the Jews, why else would we be supporting a war that makes no sense? That's obviously killing a bunch of innocent civilians, and so it lends towards some sort of conspiratorial thinking, because it's like, it's clearly not in anybody's best interest to be doing this. So you have like a who benefits analysis. Well, maybe it's in the Jews' best interest, and therefore we're doing something that only benefits the Jews and doesn't benefit anybody else.
And not just the Jews, but specifically the European Jews, and the white Jews. I use quotes because I don't, there's people who don't believe that it's possible to be a quote unquote white Jew.
Well, that's more leftist conspiracy theory, but I'm not even sure they would think that. I mean, generally, saying like, okay, Israel might be a colonial project. It might mistreat darker Jews. That colorism might be an extreme problem. However, I think even most leftists would say that Israel's action against the Palestinians, maybe they think it only benefits white Jews. Certainly might benefit white Jews more than other Jews. So you could add that to, because as I said, conspiracy theories reinforce already belief patterns. And so you could separate, that's why like Zionist. So, saying like, it's not the Jews, it's not even Israelis, it's a sub-element of not just Jews, but globalist or other powerful actors. And, so dark-skinned Jews are also largely the victim of this conspiracy, because, conspiracy theories usually come in packages and reinforce each other. So if you have a conspiracy against, where the conspirators, the bad actors are white supremacists, then you're going to align your anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist conspiracies that match up with your other conspiracy theories. As opposed to if you're on the other side, the right, you're going to have to align your conspiracy theories. Because the conspiracy theories generally come in pairs, and some if you put a batch of like the type conspiracy theories people on the left believe in, so you don't have the complete you, because you can't, just because both of them are anti-Zionist on the right and the left, the right-wing conspiracy theories still have to match their understanding of it with collectively their other conspiracy theories. And the left, they have, they're not going to have the exact same conspiracy theory, because they have to match it with their other beliefs.
Did the authors of that paper get into how conspiracy theories are also a form of propaganda? Because I believe that is true, and I believe
they didn't. I don't think they mentioned that.
Yeah, I believe they are. I'm actually I've been well, I've been listening to an audiobook of the author's name is Jacques Ellul. He's a
Well, I mean, you're saying conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories.
well, I think that they are, but they're also a form of propaganda. And because what
Well,
they do
propaganda for who?
it depends on what they're about and who is popularizing them.
I mean, I guess maybe the reason they might not have used the terminology, or I wouldn't lend towards that terminology, because propaganda is usually an arm of the ruling party. So you could have, like you mentioned, like Trump or something, like politicians trying to get in power, or you could have situations where the majority, but I'm saying, like, if I mean, who benefits, who would be using the propaganda and who would benefit from it, and then if you're saying the conspiracy, the people who hold the power,
I mean, as far as
if you're looking at some sort of psyop or something where they're blaming
anti-Zionist conspiracies,
that's where you say, like Adam Green,
then I mean,
well, I mean, you take like Adam Green, like propaganda, like anti-Semitism is a Jewish psyop. Like, you're just playing into their game. You're destined to hate them. And so, if you're looking like that kind of level where you're saying anti-Semitism is actually Jewish propaganda, or you're saying something different than that.
Well, no, I'm saying in general, not just anti-Semitism, but just in general.
Would that be an example, like the Adam Green argument, that like anti-Semitism itself, like, don't fall for the game, like, don't even hate them, they want you to hate them?
That's what he says. That's what Adam Green says.
Yeah, I mean, largely. I mean, he's arguing against Christianity. Saying the only way to defeat the Jews is, but it was saying, like, don't even fall for, as opposed to just looking at them as a group who has interest counter to your interest, but that hating them is a psyop, that you only make them more powerful by hating them.
Huh. He's an interesting guy.
Even just saying their theology, saying like part of the reason Judaism is true because Judaism postulates anti-Semitism. So when you actually hate the Jews, it just causes Jews to double down in their theology, because like one of the proofs that the Jewish religion is true is anti-Semitism. You said, well, if Judaism wasn't true, why does everyone hate us? And therefore, like, anti-Semitism, therefore Judaism must be true. So just to say, like, no, it's just lies, it's just a bunch of made up stuff. People don't actually hate the Jews. They just don't like our bad behavior. They don't like what we're doing to society. But don't fall into this anti-Semitism trap.
That's interesting. I've never heard him talk about that. It's been a while since I've heard him too, but I wouldn't say
if you didn't listen, he took an anti-Christian turn in the last few years. So if you stop listening to him before his anti-Christian turn, that's his saying, like, like, just dump Christianity. So now I would say just leave Christianity, it's false, you don't need these stupid myths, as opposed to like his argument against, like, the Groypers and, like, their Christian anti-Semitism is just dumb. It's it's part of the dialectic that gives, like, anti-Semitism is what gives the Jews power. And then to put it like a conspiracy in and of itself is that like, anti-Semitism is propaganda by the Jews because anti-Semitism actually gives the Jews more power. It's like, oh, another psyop, another something bad happened to the Jews, therefore they have to do more more government, more crackdowns, more taking your rights away.
I mean, if he believes that Karl Marx was a Jew, then I can see where he's coming from. And a lot of people do. A lot of people, say that, oh, well, Jews run the world, and Marx.
His main argument is against Christianity, that Christianity is a Jewish psyop that the secret of Jewish power is Christianity.
Oh, I see.
The
So,
Jews
okay,
created
right.
Christianity to, that to solidify our power, and part of it is through anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism only empowers the Jews, and it's
Uh,
actually not his theory. I mean, these theories about Christianity have been around for a long time, but his argument's mostly focusing on um, the stupidity of Christianity, and especially Christian anti-Semitism. This like, oh, we're the real Jews. The Christians are the real Jews, and this kind of divinely mandated, because it legitimates this fairy tale chosen people status.
yeah, actually,
Like
kind of
it's
thinking of it, I think there are other people who I know who have similar views, and they also are pretty outspoken anti-Zionists, and they're just one guy who I know is who
it's
has
been a criticism against Christianity since
he
Roman
claims
times.
to be a he claims to be a what is it? He lives in Mongolia, and I think he practices their indigenous belief system.
It's been a long time criticism against Judaism, against Christianity from the time of the Romans, and like I'm on a lot of Twitter spaces and just call it like anti-Abrahamism, and just say like any form of Abrahamism, Christianity, Islam, or Judaism is negative, and even just interpreting Christianity and Islam as Jewish psyops. And so if you're looking like it's like no, like the Christians are anti-Semitic. They're not. They're like it's like no, Christianity is just to armor the Jews.
Well, I mean, I guess is according to those kinds of views, I could see how anti-Semitism could be a form of propaganda. Then
I think there's the best example.
According to that kind of reasoning, I could see how it could be.
I mean, if you're saying like 9/11 conspiracy theories are propaganda, like by who? Like propaganda by Iran? You could say like an enemy to say like, I mean, some people might say that. You're saying, well, how come all like E. Michael Jones and Kevin Barrett and like all these people are on Iranian TV?
Well, there's Freemasons who are anti.
Even Netanyahu himself said that all these guys are just Iranian idiots, and so if you're looking like propaganda that way, and to say like, okay, well, these people they're not legitimately voicing real concerns, they're just propaganda agents for Iran, or like the Russian conspiracy, and saying, well, okay, so conspiracy theories are propaganda in order to weaken America, and the agents doing it, China, Russia, or Iran, and the reason they spread these conspiracy theories is just just a method to weaken America. Cause
I think that's
the Russians, they were promoting Black Lives Matters, and they were promoting neo-Nazis at the same time, because they just wanted to cause strife in discord in America, so they would be hyping up anti-black conspiracy and anti-white conspiracies at the same time.
That's more than viable. Yeah, I could see that being true. I could see that happening.
So, I mean, you're saying the believers. So the conspiracy theory is just propaganda that's politically motivated. Even say like Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump is a conspiracy theorist, and it's propaganda for himself. So like the conspiracy theories that Donald Trump promotes is self-generated propaganda for his own aggrandizement. I don't think the word propaganda, I'm not sure it fits right to say.
Yeah,
that,
I don't,
because propaganda is, I mean, a lot like, for whatever reason, like they didn't use the word propaganda. I'm not sure. I mean, I think there's probably good reason that it has propaganda has different connotations that um, you'd be like misinformation or
The word itself, it has to do. It originated from the Catholic Church, and it means it means propagating the faith. And so it could be, any, like what Jacques Ellul writes is that like elections are a form of propaganda, and there's there's all kinds of different forms of propaganda, and it can be pushed by any
yeah, but I think it's
that
because propaganda is more like making yourself look good, as where conspiracy theories are more about making the other guy look bad. Like because propaganda.
I think conspiracies could also be conspiracy theories in making some person or some group look bad. I think they can also make other people look good.
Well, I mean, just in comparison. So I'm saying that I just don't like if it's Trump propaganda, like I don't think that's the same thing. If Trump is spreading conspiracy theories about Kamala Harris as a technique to take down his opponent, I don't think that's propaganda. Like propaganda would be something that makes him look good. So I mean, just those are two strategies that he employs simultaneously: propaganda and conspiracy theory. So I'm just saying, like, no, they didn't use that language, and I think there's a reason they didn't use that language. It might be unnecessarily confusing, or it could be that it actually has alternative connotations. Because if they're going definition of propaganda is the implication that there's knowledge that you should know and that it's purposely being withheld from the public. And I mean, you could say like propaganda, like they're trying to that the propaganda is information that you should know that's purposely being withheld. Like Donald Trump's really this awesome, great person, and it's a conspiracy theory that they don't let you know that he's this awesome, good person.
Okay, I just found this article on Substack by a guy who is a cognitive scientist at the University of Sheffield. And the title of the article is Conspiracy Theories Are Propaganda for Deep Beliefs. And it says, conspiracy theories are a form of propaganda and should be understood as political objects. Discussion of the individuals who believe them and their intellectual character is a side issue. This is the argument of Qasim Qassam in his book Conspiracy Theories, 2019. The case is worth making explicitly because it marks a change in Qassam's previous account of conspiracy theories and contradicts a lot of work in philosophy and psychology on conspiracy theories, including things I've covered in this newsletter. Previously, Qassam has written, I'll link to this too. Previously,
if he's putting it in there, he's admitting that it goes against the mainstream work out there. I'm just looking at propaganda information, especially of a biased and misunderstanding nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. And
we just link to it.
And so I could see that. I just think that it's a definitional regress where there's a reason why you would say that propaganda, because either the most likely person to use propaganda, conspiracy theories are usually the tool of the disempowered, and the people who believe in them are disempowered, as where propaganda is usually the tool of the empowered. Just looking like the basis why they wouldn't use that word. So you use like a definitional regress if you're trying to change the popular connotation of propaganda to connect it to conspiracy theory. I just don't think it's necessary, like the scholarship to.
It's later in the article. It says that conspiracy theories are propaganda isn't so much argued as asserted by Qassam. In this account, the political nature of most conspiracy theories is central. If someone believes that the Holocaust was faked, the focus, says Kassam, should not be on the reasoning flaws that led someone to that belief, but to the abhorrent moral position of that account. Conspiracy theories have the form they do because of politics and express political messages, either explicitly expressing a position like the government is evil, or implicitly legitimizing a position or perspective on the world like things aren't what they seem. Under this account, it isn't incidental that most conspiracy theories are right-wing and or anti-government, and that anti-Semitism runs through the majority of past and present conspiracy theories as a constant motif. And then he quotes Kassam from I guess his book. The way to understand what they are is to understand what they are for, to grasp their basic function. Their basic function is to advance a political or ideological objective. B is positioned to gun control, anti-Semitism, hostility to the federal government, or whatever. Conspiracy theories advance a political objective in a special way by advancing seductive explanations of major events that, objectively speaking, are unlikely to be true, but are likely to influence public opinion in the preferred direction. And so that's kind of what I was getting at, what Kassam writes about.
That's in line with the scholarship. And you're just saying just the use of propaganda. I'm saying it even makes sense. It's two-pronged, but conspiracy theories are the tool of the powerless to show that the people in power are nefarious. And, the goal might be that they should get into power. But conspiracy theories are usually an attack on your opponent, as where propaganda is to, conspiracy theories are falsely making your opponent look bad, as where propaganda is falsely making yourself look good. So, I mean, they would work in tandem together, but I'm not sure that to say the conspiracy theory itself is propaganda. If you just look at no, I mean, propaganda is to falsely make yourself look good, as where conspiracy theory is to make the opposition falsely look bad.
Okay, later
so they would go in tandem. So I mean, it's like if you're, God forbid, a counter-Semitic, if a person's like a white nationalist, and they have anti-Semitic conspiracy theories because they think that the Jews are in power and they want to dislodge the Jews from power. That's not propaganda. Propaganda would be something that makes them look good. So making the opposition look bad is different, but it works in tandem. And maybe you use that term.
I mean, I'd have to look more deeply into this. There's another thing about propaganda too. I can't remember the names of the authors right now, but there's a few different authors who have, besides Jacques Ellul, like Jacques Ellul quoted other authors who have written books on propaganda, and they put propaganda, or one of them at least, put propaganda into, I think, a few different categories. There's different types of propaganda and things like that. So I'd have to look into it more.
I'm not sure. Maybe you said like the Nazi propaganda included the anti-Semitic stuff, or that was not considered because the Nazis had propaganda, and that was a benevolent. Saying the propaganda was what the false portrayal of themselves looking good, where they made propaganda to make everything look like it was utopian, but I'm saying that I'm generally connecting that propaganda is a tool used in advertising, or like Edward Bernays, the nephew of Freud, that eventually got used in advertising to get people to buy their product. So that's why I'm connecting. Doesn't sound like, because conspiracy theories are usually an attack against someone else. They're not an advertisement. And so I'm not sure if
later in the Substack article he writes Kassam says that conspiracy theories are at heart of political propaganda. At first, I wasn't convinced by his argument. Many, maybe most conspiracy theories have a political message, but not all. So why should that be defining? what I thought about conspiracy theories about the fake death of Elvis, or about vaccinations, or other positions such as creationism, which don't get called a conspiracy theory, but seem to me like they have many of the same features, but appear scientific rather than political. One reconciliation to this objection is provided by Caufield's idea of open arguments, and particularly his claim that open arguments are now everywhere. And he writes,
he's not saying anything different than Douglas and Uscinski said. He's just using the word propaganda that they, I'm just hypothesizing why they didn't use the word propaganda, and saying they said, like, yeah, I mean, the conspiracy theories are usually related to politics, and the people who propose the conspiracy theories are the people who are not in power. Well, I mean, there are cases where the person in power has used conspiracy, but almost always conspiracy is by the group not in power, and the people in power are much less likely to believe and propagate conspiracy theories.
well,
Well,
this is what
he's not saying anything different. He's saying that, yeah, most conspiracy theories are politically motivated, and the goal of the conspiracy theory is that that the group that's not in power should get back into power. And if he wants to put that in, use the terminology of like, well, it's propaganda because the goal is to get political power. He's not saying that's not anything different than the article I just read said. They just didn't use the word propaganda, and I'm guessing that's because saying that classically you might divide propaganda as there's a two-pronged aspect to it. Like, so the conspiracy theory is largely about making the other side that's in power look illegitimate, but then there's also the part that the propaganda that would be more in line with classic propaganda is making yourself look good or legitimate. So I'm just guessing that's why they use that terminology.
He's sort of
like, I have a problem with that terminology, although we don't have to like keep on going around in this definitional regress. But it's saying that, and if what about the aspect of classical propaganda, and like how does I don't think that you could use a conspiracy theory to make yourself look good.
Well, he's also claiming that even ostensibly non-political conspiracy theories can support ideological positions indirectly, and that's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, but I mean that's
as a propaganda. Ultimately,
that's not something that's in opposition to what is said in the mainstream literature. That's not something that was said. But I'm saying there's nothing different to that from that I read in the article. He's not saying something different. He's just using a word that they didn't think that they didn't use.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to know if they did use it, because I think it is personally. I kind of agree with what he's saying here, and that's kind of what I was getting.
Yeah, but are you adding something by saying it's propaganda, or are you just using a word that you want to use propaganda, but saying that you just want to say, well, conspiracy theory is a subclassification of propaganda? Or are you saying propaganda is conspiracy theory and nothing else? Or are you saying what I'm saying, that like if you want to use propaganda is conspiracy theory would just be one prong of propaganda? And keep on mentioning the other main prong of propaganda is artificially making yourself look good, and that's usually not within the realm of. I mean, maybe you could put that in the realm of conspiracy theory to like, falsely padding, say like, okay, like, Tim Waltz, falsely padded his resume with his military credentials. But like, I don't think people would call that a conspiracy theory.
I'm just claiming
you might call that like propaganda, like military propaganda, making yourself look good. I don't think they'd call that a conspiracy theory.
No, I'm just saying that conspiracy theories can be a form of propaganda because they may at least even indirectly support different ideological positions, and propaganda exists to sway people's opinions on ideological positions.
Yeah, but the article I read,
and I mean, they don't mention
it. Agrees with that, and I'm saying, but I don't think they use the word propaganda. Like I just read through the whole thing. I don't remember the word propaganda being used once.
Okay, Well, that's kind of basically what I was
And it's saying if this guy's using the word propaganda, yeah, I'm not sure the benefit, like, you know, like is it something adding, calling conspiracy theory propaganda? I'm not sure if there's, you know, like what's that adding? You're saying,
Well, to me, it adds more of a sort of definite kind of connection with, you know, it's like, it's not just, it's like, you know, in the article that you were, or the article that you were reading from, they were, you know, relating it to different, more just, it was purely just based in social science and psychology. And I mean, like Jacques Ellul is a social scientist too, the guy who wrote the book Propaganda, who I'm talking about.
if that's his thing, if he's an expert on propaganda, so he's just putting conspiracy theory into his genre and saying, like, really, like my area of expertise, like conspiracy theory is a subfield of it, and is, you know, as opposed to, you know, conspiracy theory is a subfield of sociology or politics. And then if he's getting even more into, you know, this concept where he's claiming more conspiracy theory behind conspiracy theories, that you're saying conspiracy theory is not organic, that conspiracy theories are created by, you know, like people who are not in power in order to get in power, as opposed to, you know, conventional. So like if you're Muslim and you think that it's a conspiracy theory that Muslim, you know, that you believe in conspiracy theories about 9/11 because you don't think that Muslims deserve to be blamed for it, you don't need like propaganda. You don't necessarily need like you know, some like you know, like Edward Bernays or like some nefarious actors pushing that on you. It's just natural group identity to, you know, so if you're a Republican upset right now that the Democrats are in power, I mean, you could look at Trump conspiracy theory related to Trump and saying like, yeah, Trump, I mean, in the articles mentioned multiple times as a person who uses conspiracy theory from his own benefit. So Trump would be a prime example of conspiracy as propaganda, because Trump probably doesn't actually believe the conspiracy theories. He just uses it as a propaganda method for his own self-empowerment. And, you know, the reason why, and what he's trying to do is the people who are not in power, their, your chance to get into power to reverse the tide is through championing him. And so that's why Trump uses conspiracy theory as propaganda. However, that would just be a small element. And you're saying like, well, relatively, is that the totality? You could say, well, the conspiracy theories related to Trump, I could see as propaganda. But, you know, does that explain the conspiracy theory? So, I mean, okay, let's say like Trump vaccine hesitancy. So, like, if Trump supports science denial and, like, you know, vaccine skepticism or various things, I'm not sure he's not even doing it at this time. But I mean, maybe climate change denial. But you know, when Trump ran the first time in 2016, he made certain statements about vaccine hesitancy and autism that was an overture towards conspiracy theorists, and was that, you know, that was propaganda in the sense that he didn't really believe that. He was just using as a mechanism to trick people into voting for him. But you know, from all the people that are still vaccine skeptics, you're saying, are they just the victim of Trump's propaganda, or is the other way around, that they're so I'm not sure.
It's like he was probably using that to just buy the votes of people who were vaccine skeptics, because he knew that quite a lot of those people were also Christians, and he is clearly, you know.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's diminutive to conspiracy theory to call it propaganda, because the implication would be that, like, okay, vaccine at that, 2016, I mean, now Trump is pro-vaccine, because he is taking credit for the COVID-19 vaccine. But in 2016, you're saying that vaccine hesitancy related to autism is not propaganda from Trump.
Well, okay,
Trump was just opportunist.
Here's another element of it too that maybe you're not taking into consideration. So, like I've worked for natural foods, natural retailers before, and a lot of people who are anti-vaccine love taking supplements and love taking, that love health foods and things like that. And so in the sense of it benefiting,
you're saying it's corporate
supplement industry and health food in the health food industry, and even perhaps small family farms, things like that, it could fully be considered a form of propaganda because of the fact that
it's not political propaganda. We say that authors.
No, it's economic.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I mean, that was also mentioned in the paper, because they just mentioned all the studies. Some you have corporate conspiracy theories, but you're saying that author you just mentioned said that it appeared to be uniquely political propaganda. And I mean, so if you're trying to source, if you're just saying it's natural for people to have alternative causal mechanisms, and there's going to be various parties that benefit from alternative causal mechanisms, and the people most likely to believe in conspiracy theories or spread conspiracy theories are either the disempowered people, or we said people are disagreeable, or people who want to just information closure, or the people who benefit from it. So saying if you're a corporation that economically benefits from the conspiracy theory, but does that necessarily mean that they're the ones who spread the conspiracy theory, or they're the reason that people believe the conspiracy theory? And there might be some connection that they might, just because they benefit from it, they might promote and spread the conspiracy theory. They might even create conspiracy theories that would be to their benefit. But I think the propaganda seems to be taking away the agents from the conspiracy believers. So it's saying conspiracy believers are, if you're going to call conspiracy theories propaganda, then it's implying that people don't organically believe conspiracy theory or have their own causal mechanism explanation. They only believe conspiracy theory because they're pawns in larger political corporate games.
Well, and I think that's why this Qasim Qassam guy, he calls it propaganda for deep beliefs, because a lot of the people who push conspiracy theories may not be intending to do it for propagandistic purposes, but they're doing it more because of deep beliefs that they have about one thing or another. That that
there's only some research. If you're looking like, well, is conspiracy theory belief related to conspiracy theorists? And the reason, saying like, is Alex Jones the reason why so many people believe in conspiracy theories? It's like, no, most conspiracy beliefs are organic, where people are just spreading like, oh, did you hear this? And distrust of politics and power. So it's saying like the reason, I was looking like the Pew survey, and like African Americans overwhelmingly believe in conspiracy theories against the U.S. criminal justice system, where as many as like 75% of African Americans believe that the criminal justice system is out to get them, and even by design. So if you're like, well, okay, that's propaganda is that organic belief for various reasons, or are you saying that's propaganda that was created by conspiracy theorists, that someone just heard that, had a medium Or is that
let's
something
take let's
that
take
like black guys sitting around, looking at their reality in America or disempowerment have a tendency to believe that is not because they were tricked by some conspiracy theorist. It was just a natural structure of their disempowerment that caused them to believe, or the number of blacks who are locked up in prison. So if you say you're going to take no, it's something intrinsic about blacks that they're more violent, they're more prone to criminality, and that's why blacks have this relationship with the criminal justice system, versus to say like, well, no, it's not our fault we're disempowered, it's not our natural tendency why we have this problem with the criminal justice system, it's a conspiracy of the criminal justice system itself. And then we say, well, no, it's propaganda that someone is benefiting from black people believing this. And then look at, well, who benefits. And then if you could figure out who's benefiting from black people believing this, then you could figure out who's probably spreading these conspiracy theories. And if you could eliminate the source of the propaganda, the spreaders, then you could eliminate the conspiracy theory.
Okay, so one thing that came to mind when you were talking about that was, have you listened to the interview that Candace Owens did with Ye from 2022 that she finally published on her channel?
Yeah, I did watch that.
Yeah, so it reminded me of that because I think that was kind of a shining example of black people. Of course, Ye might argue that he's not black because he's just weird, which is in a good way, I think. But I think that nonetheless, that was a shining example of a black guy, talking about all the different, not all the different, but quite a few of the different, or at least subtopic matter that's related to Jewish conspiracies, if not directly, Jewish conspiracy theories in terms of how it relates to Hollywood and all that.
Well, he's separate. That like there didn't seem to be that much new information. I guess I'd watched that in that interview, so I didn't really learn anything new.
But in terms
he
of
expressed in the way that
understanding how he was, like, where he was coming from, though, it's
it was saying that he said that he had problems with specific Jews, so he was taking it to the larger Jewish people. Like, look, you got to rein in these bad actors. And it's saying like these people that he had issues with were clearly Jewish, and when he went out to the larger Jewish people, that was like a call to like, you got to rein in these bad actors. And if that's conspiratorial, and so if you say like, oh, it's a conspiracy that Jews run Hollywood, but is it conspiracy for Ye to say that the specific people that wronged him were all Jews?
I don't think he was saying that the only people who have wronged him were Jews, but I think
it seemed that that's what he was saying.
He was more bringing up, as far as I could discern, he was bringing up how the people who have wronged him, who are Jews, and tend to kind of get away with it, whereas other people don't. And that's one of the problems in terms of, I think, just generally people who are, pushing anti-Semitism, and, people who are black specifically, pushing what is deemed to be anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I think that's part of the problem is that does happen. Like, there are, Jews who will, do all sorts of really crappy things to people who aren't Jews, and
well, I'm saying he's disempowered, and saying even as one of the most, as one of the most powerful black people, he still feels disempowered, and he's looking at who is disempowering him, and he's putting it on the Jews, and saying that he was disempowered from the Jews who are more powerful than him. And if you put it in the nature of the conspiracy theory, and that's the nature. Well, why does Ye believe in the conspiracy theory? Why do blacks in general? It's because they're a disempowered group. And
well, now I mean, I wouldn't even say they're disempowered, at least not in the same ways they may have been in the past, because now it's like at least as far as like the whole victim hierarchy that exists right now, in terms of people being able to capitalize off of their victimhood, I think that many many do. And it's not just blacks, it's like anybody who could be in a victim.
Yeah, I mean, well, everyone might be, because Jews feel that they're a victim and disempowered, and now whites feel that they're a victim and disempowered, and so the conspiracy has to has to have some perpetrator. That's what I say. That's usually a simplistic false attribution of cause and effect that has bad actors, as opposed to just probabilistic and universal human nature. So, I mean, the nature of a conspiracy theory, there has to be a culprit that, and the culprit, in order, would generally have to be the power in party, the party in power. So, if Ye had, said white people, but he was like, no, like it was Jews. It wasn't white people, it was Jews. He had an issue with white people, as Jews. He wanted to clarify that. And then I mean, if you're saying like, I mean, so his situation, I'm not sure if you call like Ye a conspiracy theorist, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist.
I don't.
I mean, you could say like Ye is someone who has an axe to grind, and he had specific negative outcomes with specific Jews, and then through that became like an enemy to Jews in general. And if you say like, well, are Palestinians conspiracy theorists? In that general, like, I mean, yeah, you could classify it that way. Although, going back to the propaganda, you're saying, well, is Ye a propaganda agent? And you say, okay, well, Ye is running for president. So you're saying like, well, he's like, the conspiracy theory went together with his desire for power. And so he was spreading conspiracy theories as propaganda, because at the same time he's selling stuff and self-aggrandizing himself. But then you're like, well, are Palestinians, spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, propaganda agents also?
Well, I don't normally hear a lot of like 9/11 conspiracy theories coming from Palestinians. It's like Palestinians have their own thing to deal with. I'm pretty sure they're too
No, I would probably be I mean, to say like it's pretty high. Like, I mean, I would guess like probably Palestinians, if you did a survey, maybe even like 25% of Palestinians would agree that the Israel or Jews were behind 9/11.
Really? I didn't like.
I mean, I've been on spaces with like Ryan Dawson, and a huge component of a constituency of his listeners are Middle Eastern, Arab, and Muslim.
Really?
And because they have the benefit that, saying they don't want the blame on themselves. And if they could, the conspiracy theory of you blaming their opponent, so saying like the benefit of the conspiracy theory for them of being disempowered, of taking the blame away from themselves and putting the blame upon their opponent. So, I mean, I would say of all people, the Palestinians probably believe the conspiracy theory of 9/11 being done by Israelis or Jews as the highest of all people, or Muslims in general. I mean, this thing I mentioned that was a study in Pakistan, or but the Pakistanians had extremely high prevalence of 9/11 trutherism. Although whether they thought it was like the CIA or Israel, at the time of the survey. I would say now it's probably increased the amount of people on thinking it's Israel, and that's like the the Alex Jones versus who you're gonna you would say the propaganda agent of who your opponent is. So if the bad guy is the Jews or the Zionist, or the bad guy is elite whites or globalist or the US deep state, that's who you're going to pin the blame on. So I'm saying Palestinians are much more likely to pin the blame on Jews, Zionists, than some form of. I mean, you have some Palestinians be like, no, we're both victims of the white man. But I think.
Well, there's a lot of Jews who believe that it was a quote unquote inside job.
Well, that's why I feel like okay, because
dedicated to a Facebook page called Jews for 9/11 Truth.
Most Jews are not organizational Jews, so he's saying I'm also a victim of organized Jewry, and in America, like we discussed that last time, like less than half of Jews are part of organized Jewry. So like as a Jew who's a Jew but not affiliate of organized Jewry, you say, well, no, I think it was organized Jewry. Like those guys are pretty bad.
Well, I tend not to blame quote unquote Jews for 9/11 because I don't believe I have a difficult time with that because one, I mean, yeah, you could classify some of the people involved as ethnic Jews, but I don't believe. I think ultimately it had to do with worship of power, and that's what I don't know what to call that. I don't think
just saying closure. If you're content with uncertainty and no closure, versus like so, most arguments of conspiracy theory centers around who benefits. So like if you have like Ryan Dawson or some of the more informed, and then you're looking at like all the various evidence, and you're looking at like Silverstein and the ownership and the insurance and various elements, but like at the end of the day, like you're saying, well, there's not enough evidence, and so you're just not going to have closure, and saying, well, I can't handle the lack of closure, so I'm going to make my final decision based on the leaning of the evidence, and then the overarching thing that most people will close the deal on is the who benefits analysis. And in that terms, a lot of times the who benefits analysis is what points to Israel.
Yeah, and they did. And Bibi
but I'm saying
admitted it.
The actual evidence that, I mean, you say that they had foreknowledge of it, and just saying, well, causal closure. And so you're saying, well, Saudi Arabia, the people who did it, like, so who orchestrated it, who organized it, was Osama bin Laden, Al Qaeda, or these various things, and just say, well, I'm content without closure, versus I need closure, and either I got to accept the the narrative, or going to be it's a conspiracy because it's going against the mainstream narrative, and then you're leaning towards, especially now with the over the last 10 years, it's saying like trutherism against Israel has definitely increased, probably, I mean, for multiple reasons, but probably mostly the who benefits analysis. But as I mentioned, the who benefits analysis is relatively weak causal connection. They're just saying, well, because they benefited, they're probably the ones who did it. It's like you need a lot more than who benefits.
Yeah, and there was more people than just Jews who were involved too, many more, in my humble opinion. But before I forget too, as far as the what you asked about, how to deal with conspiracy theories, I personally believe that one of the main issues with people with, as far as the internet and people just believing every single thing, or, not having any filters, and not being able to think critically. I think that's the main problem. conspiracy theories are, it's like being able to approach claims to truth. And like when I was listening to you and I can't remember the guy's name who you were just speaking to before, the guy with the
Madgura. He appears like he's back in the chat.
You had mentioned the Royal Society, and the Royal Society are all, as far as I know, they're all trained in the trivium method. You could pass that off as some, kind of Christian approach to learning and to being able to approach claims to truth. But I believe that's a very valuable method in terms of reaching conclusions about claims to truth. You start with the grammar first, the logic next, and then the rhetoric. And if something doesn't fit into either one of those, always in that order, always asking the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why, then it's not true. Then the claim to truth is not true. And when I heard you talk about your I can't remember what you're calling it, the theory, I guess, that you
Multiple truth hypothesis.
The hypothesis, the multiple truth hypothesis. I was kind of thinking about the trivium when you brought that up, because I don't know how if you would.
Well, I mean, the point of the multiple truth hypothesis is saying that of all the evidence, the most likely people who need to believe in conspiracy theories are people who have a high need for closure. So, I mean, there's other contingencies of being disempowered or lack of analytical skills, but the largest reason why people believe in conspiracy theories is they want closure. So you're saying the multiple truth hypothesis is a higher recognition. You're not going to have closure. There's not enough evidence to draw a conclusion, and therefore you have multiple hypotheses that none of them are warranted. I mean, it's really like Newton. I mean, Isaac Newton. The trivium's probably, all going back to the scholastics and the Aristotelians, as opposed to the creation, the Royal Society that created the scientific method with the Bacon, Newton, Locke. But you're saying that the creation of hypothesis and then empirical testing, and that leading to closure from standing up to empirical testing, where hypothesis becomes a theory, becomes a law. But like most things, the causal connection of conspiracy theories, of I would mention the Samantha Woll case here, where we're probably just never going to know who killed her. So just the closure, the desire for closure, and then to create a conspiracy theory like, no, I know who killed her, and there's a conspiracy theory that's the reason why there hasn't been a conviction, versus just okay, like we can't always know, like and in any of these cases like 9/11, like how the hell am I supposed to know who did 9/11? Like, okay, I read the papers, I read the experts, but it could be like we just don't know. And
apparently Andrew Joseph did it. He just said it on the comment thread.
Yeah, I mean people random that, but it's saying that from a better intellectual perspective, you have multiple hypotheses, and some of the hypotheses are more sound than others, but you're not going to have closure. And as more information comes out, you might be able to reject hypotheses, or it might change the likelihood. And that mostly these things, they're not like science. You're not going to go from hypothesis to theory to law. Even the use of conspiracy theory is trying to scientize. So I mean, that's why I read a few weeks ago the history of conspiracy theory, and the first use of conspiracy theory came out in like the 1880s, related to the arisal of forensic science and murder investigation. So the conspiracy theory was a theory of an unsolved murder, that there was use even going back to the Middle Ages with the assassinations, but the conspiracy theory was for an unsolved murder, typically where there was one person being charged with the crime, that they had to have been helped. There had to have been other parties involved. And like most recently with the Trump assassination attempt, was it just this one guy, or were there other people involved? So that's the most classical historical, where you have a conspiracy theory, because the theory is that there are other people involved, that is not corroborated by the evidence. That's why it's a theory. And it also starts with the rise of forensic evidence, where it's trying to become scientific, where like in the 1880s you start having like fingerprint or photographs or various various things that are changing the nature of criminal investigations. So you have like, it's not just based on like testimony. You actually have scientific evidence to figure out who the who the perpetrator of the crime is. And that's why you have this question of theory. So it's like a who done it and what's your theory. And so a conspiracy theory is related to the who done it, that whoever did it had help and conspired with other people. And if it was actually corroborated by evidence, then it's no longer conspiracy theory. So in the God forbid, the Samantha Woll murder in my area that I covered, a wonderful woman that I knew that tragically stabbed to death. So you might have two theories. One, it's that this random black guy who was breaking the cars noticed her open door and came in trying to steal something, and somehow ended up stabbing her while trying to steal things, and he was just acquitted and can't be retried. Or it was the jealous boyfriend that some sort of like incel jealous boyfriend murder spree, that but there's not enough evidence to convict either one of them. So you have just two different theories that you could go with. And so unfortunately, just like the rational thing would just be, well, how am I supposed to know? There's not enough evidence. We're not going to have closure on this. But so that's why you have to keep on going. Well, the conspiracy theorists are the ones that demand closure, and it's a sign of intellectual weakness to think like, well, they figured it out, and they think they know. And so not only they think they figured it out, they're trying to come up with an explanation for why other people don't think they figured it out, or they're coming up with an alternative explanation to why everybody thinks they figured it out, but they're actually wrong, and this person has the correct solution.
Well, a lot of the conspiracy theorists, at least a lot of the 9/11 conspiracy theorists, myself included. I mean, I don't call myself a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe that there's a lot of truth in the whole follow the money view. And when I think that's kind of in terms of
the other evidence, the distrust of power. If you have a high distrust of power, and
not even necessarily distrust of power, it's more just looking at power in a realistic way, which is why I prefer using the term conspiracy realist, because it's like you can use money for all kinds of different purposes, and it's like an energy. That's what money is basically. It's like energy, and
but I'm saying, like, if you get back to this point of the closure element, because you're saying, well, I don't trust the people in power, I don't trust what they're telling me, but like there's closure, but I figured it out. But like these people lied, that's not the truth, and I was able to dig deep and I figured out the truth.
Yeah, well, I mean,
so you could be a conspiracy realist and just say, like,
looking at
I don't trust these people. I think that there's conspiracies going on, but how the hell am I supposed to figure it out?
When you listen to James Corbett, like James Corbett doesn't claim he has the truth, right? He just connects the dots as far as following the money goes, and he looks at people who are likely culprits as far as people who could have been involved. And
I mean, just saying that's I said the who benefits analysis is the most common thing. So you just say, right, well, who whatever the mainstream that they're telling us, like, I don't believe that. And then, well, if it wasn't what they're telling me is not true, what is the case? And so, like, you don't have the inside information, so you're just going through a who benefits analysis, and then so. I mean, saying you're probably better off. You're probably better off just accepting uncertainty.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to, I have to, or else I would just would, life would not be that pleasant. But
it doesn't even matter to you. Saying like, what? Let's say you are right. You figured out like, the Israel really did 9/11. God forbid. What are you going to do with that information? And saying, okay, maybe your trust level or how you interact with groups.
see, that's where the propagandistic part comes in, though, because if you look at how it supports different ideological views, right?
They said like, yeah, but that's like you're not going to join a synagogue.
People like, okay, so there's people who just look at like all the people who believe that there shouldn't even be government, who push 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Well, that's what I said. The highest correlation they found, that Polish study with anti-Semitism, was belief in Jewish conspiracy theories. That if you're looking, maybe it's a weak, it's kind of obvious thing to correlate, but of all the things, what's the most likely indicator of someone being anti-Semitic? And you say, well, someone who believes in Jewish conspiracy theory is by far the largest correlate with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, and Oswald Spengler brought up
I'm a philo-Semite. I love the Jews, but I do think that Israel probably was involved in 9/11, but I still love the Jews. It just happened to be that they probably were the ones who were involved in 9/11. They benefited. So it'd be less likely that would be the case. So if you do come to the conclusion that some of these Jewish conspiracy theories are true, then it's going to likely negatively affect your affiliation with that group. Just like if you're looking at whites or blacks, if you say blacks are more prone to violence and crime, you're more likely to be racist and discriminate, or on the liberal end, like the anti-white racism. So the belief in any conspiracy theory leads to prejudice, and the prejudice leads to persecution. So that's why conspiracy theories.
Well, and it can and the persecution could also lead to more boosting the security state, and passing laws that protect Jews, or pushing Islamophobia. Put like what's going on in the UK. Where people can't say anything about Muslims without, people are getting arrested now, apparently.
Yeah, so it's disempowering. So you say, well, the people in power, they're going to win. So you're just thinking about it from the people in power's perspective. Like, why is this happening to me? So, you're skirting personal responsibility and saying, well, whatever's happening to me is not in my control. And it's happening to me because the people who have power are doing this to me. And that way you avoid personal responsibility.
That's silly. That's a silly reason to believe in or not believe in, but to look into issues and go down different rabbit holes. It's like in fact, I would even argue that
if you're in Gaza right now,
the exact opposite. That part of the reason why they wanted 9/11 to happen was to create bigger government and to push, more dependence on government and people taking less responsibility over their own lives on an individual.
Yeah, but I'm saying the analysis of the conspiracy theory is that these people who currently have power are doing things to strengthen and continue their power. And as a believer in the conspiracy theory, from the unempowered people, saying, well, I have no control over these events, and just have a minimal amount of self-empowerment by claiming to understand, have some deeper understanding.
Yeah, and that's, I think, when they can get dangerous too, is when there's people who end up, using them as an excuse not to take responsibility over their own lives and to blame other people.
Well,
and that's it. And just, instead of, because I think there's a difference between
the danger. The only people who are hurt by conspiracy theories are the people that believe in themselves, as opposed to saying, well, there's a larger danger to saying like, no, like Jews are the ones who are hurt by people believing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You're going to say like the people who believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are the victim of their conspiracy theories. So like, no, Jews are the victim because that causes prejudice and eventually persecution. Versus just saying, well, the reason people believe in conspiracy theories is because they're not, because they're persecuted, because they're not empowered, and by believing in the conspiracy theories, they retain in this perpetual unempowered status. So it's only largely dangerous to the conspiracy believer. Then you say like, well, voter participation. Once people start believing in conspiracy theories, they're less likely to, socially, civically participate, and that's why the most of the mainstream authors now look at conspiracy theories as something negative, and that they, so they're trying to study it, the phenomenon, because they look at it as a danger that needs to be. I mean, if they're not politically or trying to give solutions, but it's looked at as largely a negative influence. So it's some positive aspects.
Well, I think there's plenty of people who are empowered who believe in the 9/11 conspiracy theories, that they have their own businesses, they have.
There were statistics in the studies that showed the opposite. The least likely people to believe in conspiracy theories were people who worked in financial fields, and the second least likely were people who worked for the government.
Well, yeah, and maybe the people who are empowered are
and that's what he's saying, like from the financial
anomaly.
Like I was a stock trader, and so I think about that. You're saying like, no, I mean the stock trader, you believe like, I mean there might be some sort of analysis, but I mean the stock trader is just looking purely benefit, and they're saying it's greed and fear, and you're profiting off the greed and fear of others. And so the stock trader who doesn't suffer the greed and fear could just ruthlessly profit. And so it makes sense that that of all, like statistically, the least likely people to believe in conspiracy theories are people in financial fields, because they have the most one thing, like financial, like risk management, and the acceptance of uncertainty. So my finance is all about probabilities and making the best decision under uncertainty. And then also like saying elites are much less likely to believe in conspiracy theories.
Well, look at where it started. Apparently, okay, so Mike Rupert, who I filmed an interview with a long time ago, is considered to be the father of the 9/11 truth movement. I think he was probably one of the first people to really start, pushing 9/11 conspiracy theories. So there's him, and then what's his name? The Bowling for Columbine guy.
Michael Moore.
Yeah, Michael Moore.
Kevin Barrett was there from the beginning too, but I mean, you're talking spokespeople, scholars, that people that sound reasonable. So I'm saying that, yeah, I mean, conspiracy theories among the masses for any event. So I mean, if you're looking like the conspiracy theorists that are rational, investigated, know a bunch of information, and weave a plausible explanation, versus just the masses who you were likely. So I guess there's less research on than if it would classify someone who has financial benefit that makes a living off of conspiracy theorists, as opposed to a whistleblower or concerned citizen. So
yeah, and there's plenty of people who make money off. I mean, one of the guys who I was thinking of actually owned a bookstore in Texas. That was all, he sold a bunch of books on conspiracy theories and
yeah, I guess they like from doing conspiracy theories don't particularly interest me, and that's why it's just to look at it in the field of new research. And that's what I say, like conspiracy theories are an interdisciplinary study that crosses psychology, sociology, linguistics, politics, international relations. So it's hard to even define. It's hard to even say whether there is a studyable, measurable phenomenon of conspiracy theory if it's separable from other forms of belief. I read another paper last week about you legitimately separate something as a conspiracy theory as opposed to another belief. Like, so like, well, I believe in Judaism, or I believe in various superstitions, and I also believe in conspiracy theories, and it tended to be near impossible. And then if you're looking like, you say, well, propaganda, that, what about UFOs and alien abduction and flat earth? Are those not also conspiracy theories? And so you could classify conspiracy theories in terms of not your typically things related to politics, or even like subversive groups that are vying for power, for things like UFO abductions, and if we look at like Joe Rogan or something that is more beyond just the political conspiracy theories, and the things that will, what about alien abductions? And well, it's a conspiracy theory, really the government knows about aliens and it's covering it up. Or not necessarily a conspiracy theory, maybe the government doesn't know. Or even a question like, where do the Jews fit into alien abduction? But like, I'd say like, well, alien abduction is probably more popular than 9/11 trutherism. And so you're just looking into an element of general psychology, and then you say, well, why isn't Judaism a conspiracy theory itself? And so I was looking like, you're saying, well, anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory, but you're saying, well, Judaism itself wouldn't be you actually probably couldn't define conspiracy theory in a way to say where anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory, but Judaism isn't.
Well, in a way, that book, The Invention of Jewish People, was. I mean, I wasn't.
Well, I'm just saying that race and ethnicity is a social construct. So I'm just saying, like, just the claim that there is such a thing as the Jewish people is a conspiracy theory. Let alone to say like there is a Jewish people and they're doing these nefarious things. But just the first level, that race groups as a social construct, the existence of such a thing as the group of Jews in and of itself is a conspiracy theory. So how do you differentiate something from like, anti-Semitism or 9/11 trutherism just to the belief that there is such a phenomenon as the Jewish people?
Well,
so I mean, that was kind of where I was going with my research.
Question. I mean, it's
all these sociological theories.
It's kind of. I think you're being unintentionally hilarious too, because if you think about just Jewish conspiracies in general, that quite possibly could be like the ultimate Jewish conspiracy theory.
Well, the conspiracy is that there is such a thing as Jews. And you're saying like, well, is it a conspiracy that like, no, it's saying like we were in Egypt and we were slaves in Egypt and we came out and we all descend from Jacob. So you're saying you wouldn't call that a conspiracy theory, like our foundational myth. And that's, kind of like Adam Green in his, new take in like the anti-Semitism, like it's just all nonsense. Don't even play into that game in the first place. But just the terminologies, like conspiracy theory is loaded and it has political purposes or is related to, certain things. So that even so, if you accept what happens to a conspiracy theory that becomes accepted over generations. So, say like, it's just someone like, well,
it becomes a religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, so this was saying like a religion is a conspiracy theory. And so if the religion isn't true, so it's kind of like the historical Jesus, the origins of Christianity, how Jesus became God. So if you say like, well, obviously Jesus wasn't God and Christianity is not true. So then how the hell did Christianity become such a dominant religion? So you have to have a conspiracy theory, and like somehow, the masses were convinced to, or even just look at like the artificial nature of America. Like nations are social construct. Everything's a social construct, and so and even like from a scientific perspective, like all a conspiracy theory is a theory about the attribution of cause and effect. And you're like, well, is the theory of evolution a conspiracy theory? It's also just an attribution about cause and effect. And so that was my more interest. Like, I mean, because conspiracy theories are very popular, especially because like I debate Judaism. A lot of times I'll discuss this. That's why like I'm always like multiple truth hypothesis. Like, well, this people say this. Like, we don't know the truth. Like maybe like, okay, the fundamental religious teaching, this is what this says, this is what the Israeli scholar says, this is what other people say, and it's just like a probability of which one seems more likely, and you're never going to have closure.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so it's like even with things like 9/11 and any of the things that like JFK, any of the things that have to do with government and government documentation, and that's something also that Mike Rupert brought up actually. He said that just try filing a Freedom of Information Act request and see how much information you can actually get. There's only so much information that any person can get obtain through a Freedom of Information Act request, and so there's that. And then the idea that they keep all kinds of information locked away for years. They don't release it for in some cases for decades.
But even that information would provide closures, like the JFK. Like, okay, there's a lot of redacted stuff.
Yeah.
But would that actually provide closure? And you say, well, probably not. And even like 9/11, like, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff locked away and it might provide more details, but like unlikely that the people on the inside have closure.
Well, yeah, but just not
it's
knowing.
Still probably uncertain.
Just the whole idea of just not knowing, and it's like, again, just going back to the whole thing with power too, and the idea that there's so many people who seem to have
it's a weakness, because like reality is life is about not knowing.
Yeah, and there's I agree that there's
and then you just say like there's some of
beauty and
these things so distant,
and
okay, like I don't know much about most of the people I interact daily with. I don't know most about what's even going around me. Like even like I don't even know most of my neighbors. Let alone to trying to get closure on things that are so distant, like what happened halfway around the world, tens of years ago. So I mean, it's kind of just like a diversion of largely wasted time and effort. And you're saying that the JFK assassination or truth or something like that. If you just think of all the unknowns of the things that are much more close and important to us.
Well, and it's when the unknown specifically and the uncertainties specifically have to do with I think just based off of, I guess, my own experiences and a lot of people I've known, I think it's when the uncertainties have to do with people who have a lot of influence over everyone's lives, people who are decision makers, people who are in positions of power, people who have a lot of wealth, people who print money, things like that.
I think it's larger, like
when it's like, it's not just, uncertain.
I've tried to explain this to people in the past, and like, someone is saying it's like I could give a Freemasonic interpretation, but I mean, the problem is the origins of rules in general. So if you're saying like there are rules and you do have to obey them, and then you say, well, what's the origin and nature of these rules? So you're just like, I got used to accepting there's rules and obeying them, but I want to know what's the origin of these rules. So you say like, well, okay, you're just born as a child, and your mom, says certain things that you have to do, and might punish you till eventually, as you get older, there's social norms, and then there's laws all over, like driving and taxes, and there's the local city hall and the police, and then there's the federal government, and the knowledge is empowerment, and there's certain history of the origin of these rules, but even on these most basic things, there's uncertainty. Like, why are these rules? Why do I have to follow them? And the fear level, like, will I actually be punished? Like I speed all the time, or I break rules all the time, and I don't get punished for them in terms of, like, minor rules, but like other rules, like God forbid, maybe you could break major rules. But I'm saying just this regular problem with the nature of rules, society, and law versus saying like, no, I understand. Like, of course I understand perfectly. Like, it's really a mystery. And even like, just like your local rules, like I said, like, okay, like I know my local police, like I'm involved, like I met my local politicians, and I could be like, well, relatively comfortable. I know the law, I know the mechanisms of enforcement. I basically keep the rules. I pay my taxes. I go to court when I have to. Like I know the rules. I follow the rules. I'm not so worried about it. Um, as opposed to maybe someone who never really got comfortable with the rules, and they always had trouble with the police and the authority, and they're saying that that's why elites are less likely to conspiratorial beliefs, because like, okay, I took high birth, I had good parents, and because I took high birth and had good parents, they taught me what the rules were needed to know. They sent me to good schools. They introduced me to the local authority people in position, and I got comfortable with the nature of rules and authority, and largely have a trust in authority that, like, most elites um, have trust in authority, and become part of the authority structure, versus people that are disempowered. They didn't necessarily, they took low birth, they didn't have a good education, they might have always had troubled relations with the rules, with the law. They don't necessarily know the rules. They're always getting into trouble, and they don't understand. Like, they think there's a conspiracy, that like people are out to get them. They don't look at it like, well, there's the rules, and you just didn't follow them. And had you followed them properly, you wouldn't have been in all this trouble. And that could be, things with like health and medicine and all these things connected to education and logical reasoning. And if you're looking like, well, okay, like, the rules because there's the president, and you turn on the TV and there's elections, and but I mean, so that's the point of my research in trying to build these larger things up. So like, conspiracy theories are usually people trying to tackle really large issues that are completely beyond their grasp to know and understand. And as opposed to if they went the other way around and tried to understand the things around them, um, that they'd be more likely to accept uncertainty and lack of closure, and less likely to go into conspiratorial thinking. Like, no, I know my local police, I know my local government, I know my local rules. I'm good with the rules. The rules are generally beneficial for society, and I follow them, and other people should. And therefore they're less, people, and they're, like, okay, like, mentioned like, when I used to argue with counter Semites years ago, like, okay, do you have life insurance? Like, Jews make up like 25% of life insurance agents in America. And you're saying like, no, I'm good with the system. Like, I have I have a home, I have a mortgage, I have a life insurance, I have all the amenities. I know how to navigate the system. As opposed to if you're, you don't have life insurance, you're in financial difficulty, you distrust, because you weren't successfully capable of navigating the systems and following the rules.
Well, and there's also, I think, not, there's that element of it, and then there's also, I mean, my particular, like, the reason.
Do you know your local? Do you know your local police chief, police officers, city council, mayor, congress people?
Right now, I I'm not.
Have you moved recently or something? You saying that,
I sort of did. I'm in a weird situation right now, but
I'm saying you moved recently. You don't have to give that much detail, but I'm saying like generally like, okay, like I go to synagogue, I go to some events, and I've met the local fire police officers, the mayor, some people on city council, or like elections. Like I don't vote, but like civically engaged, and to say I'm comfortable with the rules and the navigation of the rules, so I'm not really that worried about a conspiracy theory, conspiracy happening to me, because like like if the police come, like I might not know. I've met some of the police officers. I went to my homeowners meeting. I've shaken hands with the chief of police, and like I've met the mayor, and like I studied the local ordinance and rules in order to keep in line with the rules, so I'm not prone to conspiracy theories. And
yeah, I'm not really prone to
but you're not civically engaged. You're saying that,
but I will.
You're not civically engaged where it's actually because so to say, the law, the system, you navigate the system. Like you go to city council, you go to your homeowners meeting, you go to you've met these people, you've made a point to reach out, like, okay, I'm here, I'm a good citizen, and shook hands with your mayor, your police officers, your fire, your city council, your congress people.
Yeah, I mean, lately I've just been working, and I've been doing, working on my media project also, and doing a lot of reading and things like that. So I haven't really been too engaged. But when I was living in the Pacific Northwest, I knew I was more engaged with my community there. And I actually filmed police for a while. That's one of the things that I did. I kind of...
But against the police, like against them, or saying you...
No, just for accountability. And that's what I was kind of driving it to.
Well, I mean, that's more conspiratorial. I'm saying, like, as a homeowner who, lives in a upper middle class neighborhood, and, the police work for me, pay large, property tax. Like, I'm not against the police. I'm for the police.
Yeah, I'm not against the police.
The police work for me. And like, I went to my homeowners meeting, and the police addressed us, and they answered our questions, and I waited in line and shook hands with the police officer, and so I wasn't in a conspiratorial confrontational role with the police. I was in like, thank you for your service, and that like, these people work for me, I pay their salary.
Yeah, okay, so what I did, it was more just like I said, it was more specifically for the purposes of accountability. It wasn't because I hated the police. It was like there was times when during protesters wanted to...
I mean, you're going back to the point of
using their power.
a person being on the outside of the rules or within the rules. Like, I'm comfortable with the rules. Eventually I came to grips with the rules. The rules are good. I obey the rules. I know the people that enforce the rules, and that's empowered me to build up some level of wealth and respect in society.
Sure.
Where you seem to be putting it like, well, you're actually on the outside of the rules. You're the one, you're having trouble with the rules. You're not following the rules, and you're questioning, like, who are these people enforcing the rules?
No, I followed the rules too. The issue is with the people who have the whole rules for thee and not for me attitude. The people who one of the best definitions I've heard of political corruption. Well, it's not just the best definition; it is the definition. It is okay. So on the...
Yeah, but I mean, you're still leaning conspiratorial that you're saying that there's some problem with the rules and the enforcement. So you're on the outside, like...
No, I mean, I'd be happy to work like formulating a city charter here if it came to that. Here's not where I'm living right now is not that corrupt. I don't think it's really at all corrupt. The place where I'm living now it's it's nothing. I've talked to the police here. I have no problem with them, and it's been years since I've filmed police. I did that years ago when I was in college, and some of it was also sort of for humor too. But outside of that, when I got into, when I became more sort of politically aware, it was when I was working for nonprofits. That's what I did. Was when I first moved to the Pacific Northwest, I started working for nonprofits.
Maybe same conspiratorial, where you're on the outside of the rules, where like there's rules and they're bad and they shouldn't be there, and I don't want to follow them, and I'm against them.
No, I was more looking
as opposed to like,
I
of
was
course
looking
there's
at how
rules.
I worked on campaigns. I worked on political campaigns too. I worked to pass legislation to protect forests and to keep rivers and streams from being polluted.
So
And
you got a good education, and you were maybe you're part Jewish, so you attempt to have high trust in the system.
I mean, I have.
So you're not prone to conspiracy
I
theory.
have
at some point somehow
I
you
have as
become
much trust in the system as I do for general.
I mean, like my mother, like the Ashkenazi Jew, she's a lawyer. She has extremely high trust in authority. Jews in general.
I have as much trust in the system as I do in general for the human disposition. And
Jews in general, as elites in general, have high trust in authority, high trust in elites, and so they are not prone to conspiracy theories.
Okay, going back to the definition.
You're saying that at some point you become prone to conspiracy theories.
Of political corruption that I heard by a lawyer was, let's see.
So I mean, you're saying at some point personal experience changes that, like, you were a typical half Jewish kid who had, who was going on to become an elite, and you had high trust.
I'm not half Jew. I am a Jew by birth, so that makes me a Jew. It's not half Jew. I'm a Jew by birth.
You say your father's not Jewish.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me not Jewish. My mother being Jewish makes me Jewish. So
that's disputed identity. So I look at you as a half Jew, but I'm saying you could refer to yourself as a Jew. But
what I'm getting at though is
I mean, either way, like even being half Jewish, presumably, if you came from educated, higher social economic status, you would likely be the type person that would have high trust in authority, high trust in elites.
I mean, I like I said, I studied anthropology for a while, and so just as an example, like I've been very interested in kind of understanding the human condition and power dynamics and things like that, and why laws exist, and what where everything came from, the origins of all kinds of different social systems and that sort of thing. And one of the things that I learned throughout my years of that and just being alive is that everyone's subject to making mistakes. No one's perfect, and that includes people who are in positions of power, and their political corruption does exist. There's no doubt that corruption exists. It exists. You've heard of the term mafia state, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm familiar with all this stuff. So it's saying like, to me, I was more interested in the sociology, the consciousness, the rising, from smaller ideas to larger structures, and that's how I was interpreting conspiracy theories, the politics. Like, I know all this stuff, and or the trajectory of human belief systems changing over time. But saying, like, I know a lot of stuff, like, but relatively, like, no, I know very little.
Here's another element of it too. It's like there's the whole thing with, and I've met people.
I don't even know a fraction of the local ordinance or laws that are applicable to me. Like, because like the amount, like I used to do building permits, and like in New York City, the building code was 2,000 pages, and then there was the zoning code was 2,000 pages, and the amount of law or rules is insurmountable. So we just learned like a little bit about the structure and nature, And then, like you're saying, like, well, human nature, corruption, trying to profit from it. So as someone who, like, okay, I'm a smart guy, I'm going to learn the rules, and then I'm going to make a living and profit and come to power by being able to help navigate and explain the rules to other people, which would be a typical path in saying, but until something happened and my dreams were dashed and I came into problems with the system, or like I saw that corruption, or just the norms of corruption. So like, okay, I work within the system and I work within the norms of corruption, where this is the rules on the book versus this is how the rules are practiced. And just like you could go higher than the speed limit, and everybody does it and get away with it, and it's almost nonsensical to drive below the speed limit. A lot of rules are like that.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's like that's one thing. If as far as driving goes, right? But what I'm getting at more is like you talked about having had issues in the past with addiction, right?
Yeah. I mean, God forbid, I was a former cocaine addict and marijuana.
Yeah. So
Although, I mean, thank God I never ran to legal trouble. Although I was arrested once for smoking pot in public, but even that I was released and no charges. But thank God I didn't really get in legal trouble for that. And I knew the risk when I did it. I always knew how to minimize the risk. And the most extreme thing that, okay, even when I smoked in the park and I happened to get picked up by undercover officers and I was let out and I went to court and there were no charges, it was still a little bit of a hassle. And even the amount of cocaine I used with the small transactions that I bought it in, or the small amounts that I had, my legal exposure was always limited. So I was always cognizant of the violation and the worst case scenario. And I was always, very careful, and thank God I never came into legal problems.
Yeah. And I'm glad you didn't. I'm also glad you didn't. I've had similar experiences in the past, though, not with hard drugs mostly, but with other drugs. And for example, like psychedelics, like I met Timothy Leary in person. I was pretty.
I still wasted a whole bunch of money, and maybe large points of my life not working in a traditional sense, like why I'm not like a family man with a stable profession. And it could probably be most deduced to, I could be like an Orthodox Jew in New York with like 8 kids had I not became a drug addict.
Yeah, and okay, so I think there's something to be said. It's like that whole idea that they say in certain circles, recovery circles, that basically we were powerless. Our lives became powerless and all that stuff. I kind of don't really buy the whole AA thing now, and I kind of went through this stage where I started kind of waking up to why it's kind of a sham, saying that I identify as an addict, which basically just means that you identify as a slave. I wasn't into that. And that's one of the things that finally just got me to say, like, yeah, no, I have willpower, I have free will, and I'm going to use it to make decisions that don't screw with me, that don't cause me to have horrible health issues or screw up my brain or whatever. And like before that, when I was younger, I went through a phase where I was kind of angry and stuff and blaming blaming the government and blaming everything else, and then I learned how to take responsibility for my own actions and figure out how to just not be a slave. And that's what I became focused on for a long time. and just, be the best possible version of myself I can be. And but like I said, I did go through a phase. I don't know if you did. When you were doing drugs, but I do think that there's a certain, like I said, it's like identifying as an addict basically just means you're identifying as a slave, and I refuse to be a slave. That's basically it. I refuse to be a slave. And
yeah, I mean, that wasn't my
in fact, Michael Rupert is one of the people who influenced me.
I mean, maybe with marijuana, I eventually got off of it. I mean, certainly, the cocaine was more in over my head or overachievement, thinking I could, beat the system or rules weren't applicable. And, generally the cocaine was connected to a lifestyle of wanting to do more than I was, because it's the upper in, to trying to do more than I was, capable of doing. Marijuana maybe later where saying just it was negative detriment to my achievement. But I mean, the cocaine was opposite. That was the goal of that, was to achieve more than I was capable of.
I see someone commenting on Jan Irvin. I've known Jan for a long time.
It's a more dangerous, but I mean, yeah, man. Generally, they focus on self-improvement, self-responsibility, good decisions, and I mean, to some extent, like, I got into drugs because I was trading. I had excess money, and it's saying the drugs found me because I had excess money, and then all of a sudden I had your friends that were more friends with my excess money, and that got me into drugs, and maybe a feeling of like, rules didn't apply to me. I was special. I could beat the system. I could and I was always pretty measured in my behavior, relatively, even to my worst elements. And then also, like, countercultures where you're seeing these alternative lifestyle systems where it's like, oh, there's rules, but then there's this other scenes. There's like these wealthy, powerful people, and they're all doing it, or there's these party circuits, or there's the deception of being able to sin and get away with it. So like a lot of times it's related to forbidden sexual activity, especially cocaine, that becomes one of the precursors that you do cocaine in order to have forbidden sexual activity. And so the different precursors, like just being alcoholic, or like later here just sitting in my home getting high on marijuana because I wasn't doing anything positive with my life. But yeah, I mean, definitely focus on self-improvement. People make bad decisions. People could change. There's networks. There's methods to change. If you have the individual willpower to change without coming upon these things, it's probably for the better. But otherwise, there is institutional help, or various levels, and even similar to like conspiracy theories. Like, okay, you get involved with drugs. Cocaine might be different, but like marijuana, it's a form of self disempowerment. And it's like, well, I'm disempowered, so
but let me ask you this: like, do you think it's a conspiracy theory that the CIA has been pushing illegal drugs, or is that a fact? Because I think it's a fact. I mean, there's
not closure on it, so it's saying like, I mean, depends. I mean, I think like, cocaine probably comes. I mean, it comes from the South, and whether the CIA is involved in it or whether they're purposely doing it, yeah, but there's not enough closure, and I'm not sure it matters. And if you're looking,
I'm just saying from my experience,
I mean, you're looking at it like
Mike Rupert actually was one of the people who influenced me to finally just stop.
I mean, it's okay. Like when I went to University of Michigan, and then I went to the job fair, and the CIA started recruiting. So like, okay, as you if you're doing well, if you're moving up the power structure, like, people who went into the FBI and CIA, and you have a more internal understanding of power operations. And he was saying that, conspiratorial, that you're saying corruption, anything within universal human nature. So you're putting as a group that the government, in order for some nefarious purpose, and say like, yeah, a lot of times, just like, okay, the church, religion, crime, law, government, they're revolving doors. They work together in some ways. There's some corruption versus a conspiracy where there's people actively working together. There's some hidden directive that the government was doing something nefarious, well, not telling the public that's what they were doing. So, like, generally, I would reject almost all conspiracy theories. I accept Jewish group strategy, although I don't think Jewish group strategy is a conspiracy. I think it's a genetic group strategy where Jews act according to a certain strategy, and it's predispositioned and self-conscious, where Jews don't actually conspire for their group strategy. So that's the one conspiracy generally I accept is, but I don't think like I said, I don't think Jews conspire. I just think that Jews have a group strategy that doesn't necessitate conspiring. I don't need to consult with my fellow Jew how we're going to Jew people and like, take advantage. We just have to follow individually, as individuals. We just both follow Jewish group strategy without actually conspiring. And so even that, like, no, I basically completely reject all conspiracy theories. I could generate them, and like I'll use a loose terminology where I'll call things conspiracy theories in an unconventional sense. But like, no, I would completely reject that. Like, I'm saying, like, yeah, like probably there's a lot of CIA people involved in cocaine industry and stuff getting out there, but like that they're purposely pumping it into neighborhoods, or it's a conspiracy to spread drugs in order to keep the populace down. I would doubt that, and that's why I mentioned, like, if you are successful moving up in the power hierarchy, then these people are eventually going to be your colleagues. So
well, the way Mike Rupert,
if you're disempowered, and you're saying, well, this is probably how the people in power operate, versus saying, well, if you're empowered and like, no, I went to school and I had a few buddies that worked for the CIA, and like, at this point, I'm a grown man. I've read multiple books on how the CIA operates, and I think I have a more direct understanding of how these institutions operate, where I don't need to conspiracy theories.
I mean, I don't think,
like, even say like 9/11
Freeway Ricky Ross wasn't a conspiracy theory. And Mike Rupert was one of the first people to teach me about Freeway Ricky Ross, the guy who introduced crack cocaine to Southern California, and that was one of he also talked about how,
but if you're going to call that a conspiracy theory,
he was talking about how there's a lot of places where people
I would still reject it as
liquor stores,
theory.
strategic locations where people are already struggling financially, and
I would still reject that as a conspiracy theory. You're saying that's just the method of how these organizations operate, and at a certain level, like the criminals don't operate under the radar of the government. The criminals,
that's exactly what I'm saying. It's not a conspiracy theory. That kind of thing is not a conspiracy theory. That's what I'm trying to get at. And then just my own personal anecdotal experience too, that kind of learning about that also influenced me to because I don't want to fall into their traps that they have set up, because I kind of
saying it's not a trap. That's for saying it's not a trap. It's not a trap. It's just fallible human nature and the operation of our systems, and fallible people operating the systems to the best of their ability, and the methods that came over. It's not like conspiracy or trap that you fell for their tricks.
Well, in terms of making people more easily controlled, And that and the government, one of the main reasons why the government exists is so that they control people, is to control people. It makes sense to me in terms of
yeah, but I mean that's the fallacy of the they. The government is us, and there is no they. Like the conspiracy theory, when there's a they, is problematic. So it's saying like the reason why it's not you or your
okay. I guess I'm talking about certain institutions that exist within the government.
I mentioned like, okay, like I'm a Jew, I took high birth. So when I worked in City Hall, I knew the people on the other side of the counter. And that's what like the police. Like, okay, like like I'm an empowered person within society. Society's not out to get me. Society's here to help me. And I know the people on the other side of the counter. So when I first, had my job and went to City Hall, and say like they said like this is going to be the person there and he's going to be friendly to you, and like okay, if you come from like a big Jewish family in the city, you say none of that, like it's my cousin. You're going to go to the the building inspector, you're going to go to the mayor, and it's your cousin. So if you took low birth and you're unempowered, you're just like, no, the system's out to get me, and the power systems are out to maintain their own power or do tricks or keep me under control. And so like, no, I'm a productive person that benefits society, and they're not trying to control me. And saying so I mean I would reject any of the mentality of conspiratorial thinking, in that it's usually unhealthy. They're saying the biggest victim of sin is the sinner. The biggest victim of conspiracy theory belief is the believers in the conspiracy theory, because that's your disempowerment.
Okay, I see what you mean. I mean,
like how come
it's basically just like saying basically
how come you're not buddies with the mayor?
Yeah. Well, it's basically
because you're disempowered. And it's like, well, you're disempowered because the system was out to cheat you, or because you didn't take your life seriously enough, and your life passed you by, and you're disconnected from power and accomplishment.
Well, I wasn't necessarily as far as the mayor who in Portland where I lived, who was a mayor for a long time. He's not somebody I would have wanted to be friends with anyway. In fact, okay, so there's like people.
I'm saying if you were civically engaged and you rose up, like okay, like if you went to Harvard and you're saying like, well, you're looking at your class, your graduating class, and you're saying like, well, like all these people are in these positions of power, like, oh yeah, I went to school with him, maybe you weren't buddies with him, but the certain nature, like okay, like your ignorance is the natural condition, and as you got older, you think, well, did you read and educate yourself? Did you understand how these mechanisms work, or did you fall into the traps of the baser nature of human nature? You didn't fall into the conspiracy theory is that you fell into the trap of other people, that you did this to me, suppose like I did this to myself, so like, no, you did this to me.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at. Is
okay, like there had to have been cocaine available for me to use, and that cocaine had to have got from South America to me, and I knew it was expensive. I don't know exactly how it got from South America to me. And you're saying, well, there's some sort of conspiracy, maybe there are government officials involved in it, or various things like I'm still
there are definitely people involved in the military who traffic that stuff. I'm
saying like, what you call it, like a conspiracy, and just saying like, yeah,
it's not a conspiracy either. It's just like you said, it's not a conspiracy.
It's just the baser nature of human nature, the level of corruption, and the nature of criminalization and control, and the cooperation between various forces, where like the mafia, the police, the government, the criminals work together to some extent that you could call conspiring. But saying they're not necessarily conspiring to control the masses. Saying like, because you have your own self-control. Say like the people at power some of them might just care about maintaining their position and their own self-benefit. Some of them might be more civically, saying they're a reflection. Saying just like Mitt Romney, corporations are people, they're me and you. The government, any of these things, they're people, they're me and you.
Yeah, and
Even the criminals,
like
the criminals,
the
criminals and the sinners also, they're just people.
Isn't that right? They were the fourth arm of the government. Citizens.
We have social theory. Like, okay, so there's social theory to understand, where it's not like good guys or bad guys. There's social elements that, so like, okay, like I was a good kid. I went to good schools. So I mentioned I lived in New York, and like I went to big synagogues, and I also knew the criminals. So because I knew thousands of Jews, and like the mafia or something like that, and you say, well, okay, like these guys went on to these positions, and these guys went on to the kids from the neighborhood. So like the criminals, they were just kids from the neighborhood. And some of them I knew, some better than others. But I mean, that's also just like the criminals are just me and you also. They're just people like me and you also.
Yeah, I like your take. Actually, it's a lot more practical and real.
Right, I think you said universal humanism.
Yeah, I like that, and generally speaking,
universal humanism applies to the CIA, applies to me, applies to
finally realizing, just coming to terms with every choice that I made was my choice. I am responsible for my own choices. That's it.
There'd be forces just like
and
if you were a CIA officer, if you were the government, if you were in charge of a corporation, your cost benefit analysis for your decisions, and you could put yourself in that perspective to say, well, if you were born in this person's place, what would your cost benefit analysis look like? If you work for the CIA, what would your cost benefit analysis look like? And if you're going to come up with like a conspiracy theory that look, there's a whole bunch of people and they're making cost benefit analysis in a criminal conspiracy, and that's the Napoleon quote, like don't associate to conspiracy or malice what could be explained by incompetence. And I say largely I think we're mostly facing incompetence, not malice or conspiracy. Even the genocide in Israel, I would associate more to incompetence than malice. And so, like, God forbid, like, okay, genocide is being committed out of incompetence, not out of malice. It's still a genocide. There's still 100 people dying every day for nothing. But is there a difference that it's happening from incompetence as opposed to malice? Maybe they're loosely related.
Well, I think there's probably it's a mixture. It's a combination of things. It's you hear it. I hear it. You can hear it from people on Twitter videos and things like that. Some people are literally calling for just to like and like do away with Gaza altogether. There's the ultra nationalist Zionists are doing that. They're calling to just completely erase Gaza.
You say a lot of conspiracies probably arise naturally out of common group interest without being spoken. So that's why I said, like, okay, I believe in Jewish group strategy, but because it's a group strategy, it doesn't necessitate discussing and conspiracy. People just see, well, we're collectively, we're Jews, and certain things are in our best interest as a group, and we don't have to sit around and discuss and conspire to act collectively towards our group strategy. And so if you have criminal conspiracies, that would be of a similar vein where collectively people recognize that it's in their somewhat their best interest, or even if it's illegal or morally questionable, to act together towards their best interest as a group. And if that's criminal in terms of and usually probably most conspiracies are not spoken, they're just where groups together realize that it's in their collective best interest to coalesce their actions, even if it's in a criminal conspiracy. And if that's any form of, if it's tax fraud, insurance fraud, drug dealing, I mean, I remember, just the low level, drug dealers, like they were always paranoid not to talk about things. And they were, like pretty unlikely they would sit around and conspire, just because the danger of talking about these things. But sometimes just collectively, you say, well, it's collectively in our group interest in that honor among thieves, if there's such a thing. And so, I've mentioned that many times with the downgrading of society. If you just look at like people are going to turn against the Jews because the Jews are part of the elites and society is collapsing, and the certain level of honor among thieves when the bounty's big. So, if there's a whole bunch of big pot, then we could split it up, and maybe it's not quite evenly split up, but once there's no big pots to split up, there's not going to be continued honor among thieves. And society in general is like that, where economic downturn, the biggest threat to Jews in America is economic downturn. And you say, well, society is going to turn against the Jews, whether it's our fault or not, if there's mass economic downturn. Because like people will blame it on us. Maybe it's our fault, maybe it's not. But just saying that when people's life are going good, that's like Jews as a management class. So no one's ever happy with management, because you're always like, these people are getting that much bigger size of the pot than I am. But when things are relatively going good, your complaint that the management is getting undeservedly bigger portion of the pot, it just bothers you. But when times start going bad, and you're not getting anything, then you're going to turn on management. Then there's going to be real trouble, and it could be that's the situation we're facing as society.
All I know is, there's some people, like, I don't know if you've ever followed Derek Bros in the Conscious Resistance Network.
No, I mean,
he
time's too limited to that's why I mentioned earlier in the show.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect.
Have you heard of this guy or that guy? But I mentioned within Judaism, like really, like it's like it always comes down to, have you ever heard of blah 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 blah? And you're saying like, you haven't heard of blah 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 blah. And I mean, not that they may be important or not, but like it's just overwhelming the amount of people and ideas out there that eventually like, well, what about blah 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 blah?
Well, what I think,
I mean that because like if I was saying like Rabbi Bukatzera Maimonides, but to other people like the holy Maimonides, the holy Schneider Zalman, and like to other people that just sounds like blah 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 blah.
I think a lot of people who are labeled as conspiracy theorists, right? Really, what they're wanting is to just know the truth and to understand the truth about the way the world works and about the way, like I said, power dynamics work and that sort of thing. I brought up Derek because he had he talks about it openly. He talks about his struggles in the past with meth and things like that. And he was
the opposite though. Like, no, I'm saying like if you wanted to know the truth, you would come on to science and sociology and statistics and uncertainty. And so it's the people who want closure. You're saying like the truth is you're not going to get closure. So if you wanted to know the truth and you had investigated things, you would have realized that you're not going to get closure on these things. So I would reject that claim that there's some fundamental logical fallacy that these people are making. And if they had studied the philosophy the sociology, the psychology, they wouldn't have made these fallacies. I mean, they might have some element of searching for the truth, but they're going about it the wrong method. And if they really searched for the truth, they would have recognized these fallacies a long time ago.
Yeah, and
You're saying the truth, like, well, I would look for the truth. I studied sociology.
Even
like, I didn't look for closure on things that are unknowable. And even sociology, like, okay, that like these things are unknowable, and that's why like I read these studies, and like I'm always talking about method and epistemology and metaphysics. And I mean, there might be some conspiracy theorists that are metaphysicians and talk about statistics and probability, but I think it's unlikely.
Well, one thing I can say about Derek is he doesn't preach like hatred or violence against anybody. He just talks about different issues, and he
he talks about improbability.
The common thread is what I'm trying to kind of get across.
He had a good mind. He didn't use it for science or research, and he's just looking like, well, here's how you could analyze this issue. Here are the people that have different stakes in the issue. Here are multiple possibilities. Here's the state of the evidence, and to help you navigate the uncertainty.
Well, and he
that's what I try to do.
He's more coming from a place of personal empowerment and just understanding.
But
he kind of. I don't want to speak for him, but
I mean, God forbid, there's no personal empowerment in conspiracy theories.
Well, and that's the thing. That's what I was trying to kind of get across, is that maybe there's not. I think
you say this personal.
I understand what you mean.
Sociology.
I understand what you mean about that, but I think in terms of wanting to, like, being a truth seeker, so to speak, that word's so loaded, or that term's so loaded, but being a truth seeker, and the idea that even if there is no personal empowerment with being a conspiracy theorist, it might at least help set some people on the path of personal empowerment. By learning certain things that are associated with conspiracy theories, quote unquote, that aren't actually theories, that are true.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some benefit. I mean, you might, but I'm saying, like, I mean, I think generally you have to teach people to be comfortable with uncertainty and probability and statistics.
Yeah.
And most conspiratorial thinkers are you're probably the opposite. They're selling you certainty about things that really you can't even they're giving you closure about things that don't actually matter to you. So,
well, and I also think
relatively, like, who killed JFK doesn't actually matter to us. And even like who did 9/11, I mean, it could be a little bit distant, okay, but I mean, most of the things that people conspirize about is a diversion from what actually matters to people, and most people conspirize about national things as opposed to local things. So saying that it's a diversion to focus on national issues as opposed to local issues. And then, especially,
Derek
think you're going to get closure.
Derek,
if you don't have closure on local issues, to think you're going to have closure on national issues.
Derek actually ran for mayor in Houston, and he had his own group called the Houston Freethinkers for a long time. He lives in Mexico now, but he had his own organization.
Yeah, I'm not passing judgment. I don't know anything about it, but I'm saying, like, I wouldn't be. I'm not promoting it. I mean, I speak to people, and I'm more likely to end up speaking to a conspiracy theorist than an academic, due to social norms of somewhat, like, I've fallen into the dissident, so I'd be much more likely to speak to a conspiracy theorist than one of the academics that I quote from.
One thing I do like about Charles Moskowitz is I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Just speaking of sociology and academia, was his book on a conservative sociology. I that's one of the books on my reading list, and
Yeah, I think that he's not a young man. Like, I mean, I think he's in his 60s and he's still taking college courses, writing books, and he just wrote another book on, like, God forbid, like the Pulse nightclub shooter, trying to analyze what the motives or what happened with that. And that's something like, God forbid, I never really thought that much into. I'm not that interested in, God forbid. But I was streaming with when he wrote his book on sociology, and thank God that he was taking courses at a local community college, reading books, you're writing about it, like the love of lifetime learning, sharing the learning. I mean, you could put him like, okay, he's relatively in between like mainstream circles and conspiratorial circles. He'll have some mainstream guest politicians, news authors, but like he's more tiered towards conspiracy. Probably just because that's how media works. Like, it's hard to get mainstream big contact. It's a little bit easier to get dissident people to talk to. So like, relatively, like, even that guy, he might be a big name, but if he's a dissident, maybe he'd talk to even someone like me, as opposed to someone with like a position at a university, they're less likely to speak to me.
He was just on the I can't remember his name, the BBC historian. What's his name?
Oh, the
BBC historian. He has a YouTube channel now. He's got like longish hair. Anyway, I can't remember his name right now.
His name's slipping me from the Westboro Baptist Church documentary, or
no, that's Louis Theroux. The guy I'm talking about is different. But he was just on his show though. Derek was on his show, and the BBC historian was, praising Derek for kind of just changing his worldview, because apparently, Derek influenced a lot of what he thinks, and I can't remember his name. I wish I could remember his name, but I thought it was interesting though.
There's skills for remembering names. I said, like, things like blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, but
I'm careful. Like, I read these papers, I read all the names of these people who did these studies, and try. But like, that's a problem with streaming. Like, have you ever heard of blah blah blah? Like, no, I've never heard of blah 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 blah. Like, and then you try like, like, am I gonna try to remember or know all these names? Is it? I mean, networking, social interaction in general, but it's a big problem. You're talking to people, and it's like, have you heard of this guy? Have you heard of that guy? Like, no, I haven't heard of that guy. I haven't heard of this guy, and like, I don't even really care.
It was Neil Oliver. He was on Neil Oliver's YouTube channel.
God forbid, I haven't heard of him, but I mean,
Neil Oliver's a pretty well-known.
Yeah, I mean, not that the information is not useful.
But yeah, and Derek was also he's a pretty smart guy. His work was also featured in there's some economics professor at a reputable college that cited his work in one of his papers and stuff. So I mean, he's a smart guy. But he doesn't really. He kind of I think abandoned the conspiracy theories a while ago. He talks more about he's a researcher. He's an independent researcher, I guess is what he calls himself. And he has his own like eco village in Mexico, and not his own eco village, but he started an eco village in Mexico, which not really into the idea of eco villages necessarily, but whatever. Anyway, but I don't want to keep you up because I know it's a lot later where you are and stuff. I just wanted to kind of understand where you were at personally with the whole subject of conspiracy theories and what you thought it, what you think of it, what you thought of it. And
Yeah, so I'm more abstract thinker. So I'm trying to, like looking at sociology, psychology, philosophy of mind of conspiracy theories. So I'm not necessarily interested in conspiracy theories or conspiracy theorists. I'm looking at the meta mechanisms of these processes. That's what interested me. And
yeah, I do find that, it's like there's so much that you can kind of, from what I've learned as far as sociology goes, and like reading people like Theodore Adorno and people like that, and philosophy too. I really like philosophy a lot. It's kind of easy to sort of trace, the way different people think, the way different groups think, in terms of learning about, the origins, and in terms of like where the ideologies kind of came from and things like that. And I'm interested in that in terms of kind of just applying it to power dynamics and what makes people tick. I mean, one of the reasons I studied anthropology was for that reason. And I don't know, I thought about going back and finishing my degree just because, but I don't know. I'd like to talk to Charles about that, actually, just to see if he thinks, if he's having if he thinks it's a good idea, if he's finding it to be worthwhile, at his age too. It's like because I keep on, going back and forth in terms of whether or not I should even bother going for a graduate degree at this point.
you reach out, call him. I mean, usually he used to take callers when he streamed. You reach out to Charles.
Yeah, it would be an interesting conversation, I think.
Okay, well, God bless. Thanks for coming on.
You're welcome. God bless you, sir.
Okay, have a great night.
You as well.
Okay, so we got a marathon stream today, almost 10 hours, God forbid. How long have we been going? So marathon stream, and I didn't cover even part of the reason. I covered about 2/3 of what I planned on covering, but okay, we had some people come on. So there's some interesting conversation. I found this useful. God bless. So here's some interesting ideas, meet some new people. So appreciate Ralph came on for a minute, and we had Madgura, nice meeting him, and Ilse of Arran came on again, so we spoke again. So appreciate them coming on. And so with that, signing off. God bless any Jews out there doing the fast of Tisha B'Av. Mourn and pray for better things. Have an easy fast, and we'll see you next week. And Andrew, Tinkle, anyone in the chat, the usuals in the chat. People, Acorn, people that haven't been there for a while. Appreciate you being there, Oswald, everybody. So God bless.